Good morning, everyone. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Commission, as well as members of the public. Welcome to Friday, May 20, 2022 of our Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting. We do not need to take roll call, but just for folks who are listening in, we do have Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, Commissioners Lilac, Warren, Sandoval, Boyer, with Commissioner Jacobson with an excused absence. Chair MacArthur.
Thank you, Esther. So appreciate that.
Again, okay. Hello, everybody. This is Robin MacArthur, Chair of the Land Conservation and Development Commission for this day only. Welcome everybody to Friday, the 20th of May, the second day of our May Commission meeting. And I am so pleased this morning to start off the meeting introducing our esteemed new director of the department, Brenda Bateman. She comes to us from Business Oregon. She'll probably go over some of her background, but and she has a great background, educational background, PhD and undergraduate degree in all sorts of wonderful things, which she will elaborate on hopefully. She started a couple weeks ago and already she's proven that she is just a wonderful choice for director. You'll see she's friendly and lively and intelligent and works well under pressure. It's been a very busy couple of weeks, so I could go on and on, but it's more important that you hear from her. So welcome, Brenda Bateman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very kind of you. Welcome, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, staff, and guests. I'm just so pleased to be here. I'm in day 15, and it's been a wild ride already. And I'm so pleased to be here with all of you in what I think is a very historic time. So I'll talk a little bit about yesterday's meeting and some of my observations in a moment. But if you'd like me to go over my background, I'm happy to do that. So I'm actually originally from Pittsburgh. My parents are still there, go Steelers. I'm just noticing that that's very far away, and I'm becoming a little nostalgic because my daughter is a senior in high school and she's thinking of leaving us shortly, and her criteria for school were someplace warm and someplace far away from here. So I don't take that as anything to do with Oregon. I think it's, getting away from the parents for just a little bit. And I assume that traveling the world and looking around, she'll make her way back here the way we did. So my husband's from Salem. We met in school on the East Coast. We met at Johns Hopkins University, where I have a bachelor's in international relations, and my master's is in international relations as well. My PhD is in public policy. Specifically natural resources policy. And it was there, and we were talking about this a little bit yesterday with the chair, that I had an opportunity to first look at Oregon's land use system academically and explore some of that through some of my academic papers, and really became interested in the leadership and all of the things that came to bear at the same time in order to put what's really a fantastic land use planning system in place, unlike any other place that I know of. And so the leadership and the ethos and just the need all came together at the same time, and really created something that is very special, that I would like to be and plan to be a steward of here in my role at DLCD. So I had my early career in Washington, D.C. and Baltimore area. What a fun place to have an early career. Lots to do, lots of action. Also lots of traffic. And so sitting in a traffic jam one day, my husband and I said, we have options. Let's go home. So we came out this direction where his family is, and we're raising our family here. I've got 2 kids in high school, as I mentioned before. My daughter's a senior and my son's a sophomore. And we just love it here. This is the place to be. So I arrived here on Monday, May 2nd, and that was the same day that the state reopened to the public for the first time in 2 years. So at least I wasn't the only new kid. We were all new kids, because I was asking folks, who is that over there? And they'd say, we don't know, we've never met before. So we actually had name tags on at our all staff meeting last week, and it was just amazing to, one, see humans again, but two, meet this incredibly talented staff that I've been watching on Zoom for months now. And I finally got a chance to meet everybody and discover who's taller than you thought they were when they were on Zoom. Pretty amazing to meet the staff. I haven't met everybody yet. We are in kind of the new normal will be not everybody's in every day all the time. And so we basically have staff coming in once a week and trying to match up their schedules with their team. And so there's some folks that I still haven't had a chance to meet yet that either missed our all staff because they were far away or double booked or maybe not feeling well. So I still have a few more folks to catch up with. I will tell you, though, as part of my conversation with staff, and I want the commission to know this, we've already had a discussion about expectations. The things you say on the first day, here's my culture, here's my style, here's what I expect. But number one at the top of that list, and the reason I do it is because it includes an invitation to tell me if you see something that's not right, if you see something that makes you go, I should probably say something, or if you have an idea. And so I've invited staff and particularly my direct reports and the managers to let me know what's on their mind. And I've found in the past that it's important to say that out loud because sometimes you'll go a little length of time and folks will say, oh, I didn't realize you wanted to hear from me. And that makes me sad. So I've gotten into a habit of saying it the first day and making sure folks know I want to hear from you, your ideas, or anything that you want to say. So I have just kind of a short list here, and I'll note that the formal director's report, of course, is under item 6, which you can read, and we're happy to take questions on that. But this is a little bit more of a off script type of thing. I have a short list of sort of my priorities here in the first several days in my role. I've already mentioned meeting staff and talking about expectations. That was number 1, and we're already well into that. I have also asked Esther to help me set up a schedule like the one that former Director Rue had at one point. He'd liked to have these fireside chats that he called with staff, just to get to know folks outside of business, not even talking about necessarily their projects that they're working on, but getting to know them as people and building that trust, because we're going to be here together for a while, spending possibly more time in the workplace than we do now with our families. So I want to get to know folks. And along those lines, I also want to get to know our stakeholders and our partners better. For any of you who patched into one of my interviews with stakeholders, I made a commitment to get on the phone and start calling folks as soon as it was appropriate to get to know them and to get started and to hear their issues. So I have a couple of staff members that I'll probably be traveling with this summer, and we want to get out of Salem and start meeting folks and rebuilding a lot of the relationships that went virtual during COVID. It's time to get some of that face-to-face time back together again. And so we'll be spending the bulk of the summer doing that and the fall too, before we become chained to Salem for the legislative session next year. Once that legislative session starts, you don't leave Salem. So I'm hoping to get out and about before that happens. The third order of business are those items in the policy portfolio. And I think I've mentioned this to a couple of folks before already. DLCD does a nice job of capturing it all in one place. It's what it's working on policy-wise. And I haven't seen other agencies do it quite like that. So there's a really nice list, and then there's also a visual that comes with it on all of the things that the commission and staff are working on, whether they were brought to us via the legislative route or whether they were commission originated or whether it's something staff knows we need to be working on. We've got them all captured. And so among those is rulemaking. And here's where I'll divert for a moment, talk about yesterday. What a historic, I think, conversation and process and action that was taken yesterday. The commission put in place temporary rules and held over that item for any permanent consideration until July, but nonetheless, that action was taken and really firmed up where the commission is, where they're headed, and what the intent is, and sent a very clear signal to folks. I think that's very historic in what it accomplished, and I was so honored to be here for that. and to listen to really all of the input and then all of the deliberation. It was very well done. And I mentioned this as well too during my interviews. Something that I've noticed about this commission is just how kind you are to each other, how respectful you are to the folks who testify in front of you. Whether you personally, agree with comments or not, you're very welcoming and warm to the guests that are here in front of you, and then also your interactions with staff. That's part of why I wanted to come here, because I think you do a very good job of that, especially led by your chair. So yesterday's rulemaking was one, but we have other rulemakings on the docket as well. Those are coming up. I know we have required reports to the legislature that are due this fall. And then, of course, the big thing coming down the road is the budget build and the legislative session. So you'll hear a little bit more about that from Emma today as part of her piece. But I did want to emphasize that as part of the budget build, we've got dollars in there, and maybe we'll be putting more in for CFEC specifically to implement and to support our local partners who will be implementing the CFEC rules. So that's a key piece. I think that's one that we should highlight. And the other piece that I wanted to highlight just personally is more resources for operational support. I don't know that DLCD has really made a habit or a culture of asking for sort of administrative and operational type of support in the past, but where I come from in my previous role, that was my job, to keep an eye out for those types of things. We cannot deliver on the programs that the legislature has assigned to us if we don't have the foundations in place, if we don't have the IT, as we've seen, if we don't have the HR resources, if we don't have the communications, the contracting and procurement. We can't make the things happen unless we've got those underpinnings. And we have been shy about asking for those resources in the past. So I don't want to be shy anymore. And you don't always get a yes, sometimes third time's the charm, but you've got to at least get started and put those requests on the table. So that's a big thing for me. And then I think probably the last piece on my list is we've got 50th anniversary coming down the road. We want to celebrate our successes, but also be honest about which things haven't worked so well. And so we'll be taking stock of the land use planning program, and sort of in and amongst that, we're also doing some strategic planning at the department. In fact, when we had our all staff meeting last week, we kicked off some conversations, and I said, that does my heart good. Day 14, and we're strategic planning. I'm very happy here. So those are all things that are underway. I will say that many of those things are led by our deputy, who's got energy and heart and a spirit for equity, and she's just amazing. Oh my goodness. Every day we move all of these things I've just mentioned forward by quite a bit under her leadership. So thank you, Kirsten. It's an honor to work with you. So let's see, I think I've covered most of what's on my to-do list here in the next couple of months as the high priority pieces. I just wanted to note a little bit about my style as I'm traveling around and meeting folks. I'm really more of a process person, that my vision and my goals are process oriented. So I don't, none of this is necessarily preformed. I don't know where we're going to land on a lot of these issues, but I want the process to be robust, and we want to hear from the folks who care and who have a stake in the issues that we're working on. I have mentioned to several of you that one of the reasons that I was very pleased to come here was because of the dual purpose and the dual emphasis on both protection of natural resources and economic development. I've come from two agencies before this. One focused on protection of natural resources, and the other one focused on economic development. So both are possible, and I think both are necessary to maintain the quality of life that we have here and the reason why people love Oregon. And I will say probably one of the best supervisors I ever had in state government said the state, when it has a dual mission like this, the state's role is to operate as an honest broker. You are here to serve all Oregonians, to hear all or both sides of an issue, and to help make sure that both of those missions are accomplished. So that's tricky stuff, but that's why I get up in the morning. So this is a very good fit for me. With that, I think I would like to introduce some of our new staff. I think we've got them pulled up on the screen. Am I right, Esther? We've got 3 new staff that we're welcoming to the department. This is kind of funny. New kid is introducing the new kids. But we have 3 in particular that we've asked to join us today that have started within the last month. And so the first is Cynthia Smith. Maybe I'll have you wave and I'll do a little intro and then we'll have you say a word if you're willing. But Cynthia is our natural hazards planner in our planning services division. She started with us on April 11th. And she has a bachelor's degree in geology from Colorado State University. She has an extensive background in county government and came to us from Deschutes County Planning Department, where she's been working as an associate planner in development review. She's an outdoor enthusiast with a particular fondness for swimming and Nordic skiing. With her husband, John, she's given a home to 7 retired sled dogs in the span of 20 years. She also enjoys volunteering for community groups and currently helps organize an annual sled dog race near Mount Bachelor. I think we're going to want to hear a little bit more about that. Cynthia, are you with us? You can come off mute. Is she there? I'm not seeing her. You see her, Esther?
Oh, yes.
Pause for just a moment. Okay, we can swing back around. And Commissioner Lilac, not to put you on the spot, but do you want rebuttal time on this one? You look like maybe you have something to say.
I'll say you're welcome.
Thank you. Very sweet.
Good. Well, while we're waiting for Cynthia to get patched in, we can go to Dawn Hurt, who I do see up there on the screen. Dawn's our Eastern Oregon regional representative in the Community Services Division. She started on May 3rd. And she comes to us from the city of the Dalles, where she spent more than 20 years as a land use planner, working on all aspects of the city's land use planning program. She's a graduate of Oregon State University and majored in business administration. She's also volunteered for several community organizations associated with educational, athletic, and Main Street revitalization activities. She and her husband, Terry, have 2 children. Would you like to say a few words and come off mute?
Sure. Welcome, or thank you for the welcome. I'm really excited to be here.
Can't.
Can
Just
you
one
hear
second,
me?
we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
I actually go ahead, see what.
Hello? There we go. A little bit of a reverb there. Thank you for that great introduction. Yes, I am so excited to be part of this team. I can't tell you how welcome I felt immediately. This is some of the most amazing people that I've ever worked with. So don't tell everybody back in the Dalles. But anyway, I want to say it's been great to be here. And I think Robin, I think you and I have worked together on a couple things. So congratulations on your retirement. And I was sad to see you go, but I'm happy for your next phase.
Thank you, Don. And I don't know what's, I think it's a real loss for the Dalles. I don't know why I'm having this reverberation thing, but it's a real loss for the Dalles. And what Don's referring to is I have some property, some rental property in the Dalles, and have also looked at some other property to develop. And so I often went to her. I would specifically ask for her. It's a small staff, but I wanted to talk to Dawn because she just knew everything and was just really helpful and engaging. And what a wonderful face for local government that you provided. But I am sad for me and the Dalles, but I'm thrilled that you're at the department.
Thank you so much. I'm thrilled to be here.
Excellent, thank you. And then we have our 3rd new staff member, Maddie Phillips, who's our land use and transportation planner for Rural Transportation Equity Program. She's in the Planning Services Division and started on April 4th. She earned a bachelor's degree in political science and history from McGill University in Montreal, and a master's degree in community and regional planning from the University of Oregon. Maddie brings an extensive background in rural local government, and most recently, she's been working as the planning supervisor for the city of Cresswell. Previously, she was in the Resource Assistance to Rural Environments, the RARE program, and worked for the city of Eugene in recreation services. So Maddie, I see you on the screen.
Thank you, Director Bateman. Thanks, everyone. Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, Commissioners, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance virtually. And I just thought it was a wonderful thing to join a department that one stewards the cardinal importance of statewide land use planning, as others have mentioned already today and yesterday. And near to my heart, all the small cities that knit this beautiful state together. So I look forward to working with you all and continuing to bring together all of the challenges and opportunities we have in small places throughout the state.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, it's good to see Maddie there. So Maddie's a former student. I didn't know that you had applied for this position. So this is a really pleasant surprise. Usually there's about 2 students that stand out, in my classes, and so Maddie was definitely one of those. And like her background, interested in equity and environmental, resources and community development in rural towns. And so yeah, perfect. Yeah, so it's nice work.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Sandoval, and I'm touched. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Sandoval. Thank you, Maddie. Welcome. Oh, okay. Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you. So Cynthia won't be on the line then. So those are 3 new staff members. And I think I wanted to close. I know we've got a busy day ahead of us, but I just wanted to close again with my thanks to Chair MacArthur for and the commission for selecting me, for bringing me here and joining the family, but also to wish you well, Chair, in your retirement. And I can't believe we only got a chance to overlap by 2 days. I can't tell you how sad I am just to see you go. But I hope we can stay in touch. I just enjoy your style and your leadership and all that you've done for the state and for this commission in particular.
Well, thank you, Brenda. Back at you, because we're thrilled that you're here. Do commissioners have any questions for Brenda, either about the director's report or other things that she might have said? Great. Well, we're just really happy that you're at the helm, and welcome to both Dawn and Maddie and Cynthia. Excuse me. Since she's not, I did meet Cynthia at lunch yesterday. I sat across the table from her, so that was really exciting. But I just can't believe all the wonderful talent at DLC anyway, and then it keeps getting better and better with the new recruit. So thanks for joining the team.
Chair MacArthur.
Director.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, and Director Bateman. If I could just make one note, a change in the director's report regarding the Mass Timber Coalition.
Yes, please.
So in your materials in the director's report, you don't have to look at, but it is a project near and dear to several of our hearts, including Director Rue and Director Bateman, who we were both. Dr. Bateman was involved. It's on page 3. Dr. Bateman was involved with us and took this kind of home this project for us again at Business Oregon, actually. So big one. So the just in brief, Lee McIlvain, who you might meet later today with the POPs, has been leading our participation with an Oregon Mass Timber Coalition. And this is an initiative to provide manufactured homes. Actually, Vice Chair Halova knows this subject very well as well from her development experience, but it's the effort to bring tall wood to residential development, so cross-laminated timber down to residential development in a mass modular form and provide rapidly produced housing for wildfire-affected communities in particular. So this is about a 2-year effort, having started out really rekindled after the 2020 Labor Day fires. Didn't mean that pun, but this was sort of there. We have asked the federal government, the coalition, which includes Business Oregon, both universities, the Tallwood Design Institute, U of O, OSU, Tallwood Design Institute, and the Oregon Department of Forestry are in coalition together. And we requested the actually originally $1 million from the U.S. Economic Development Administration for building out this kind of infrastructure and this production capacity with a headquartered with a factory at Terminal 2 in Portland. Port of Portland, if I didn't mention, is a key partner as well, and the lead on this initiative. The federal government, after they published $1 million availability under this challenge, lowered it by 50% across the nation. So we had to kind of rework the coalition's application for a $500,000 submittal. So DLCD's budget request for code assistance for rural communities. So 5 wildfire affected rural communities right now are actually in play on phase 1, Phoenix, Talent, Detroit, Gates, and Lincoln City, to improve their codes and make sure there's no barriers to mass modular housing should this come to fruition. But we did have to adjust our budget request from $575,000 to $500,000. Just wanted to make you aware of that in your capacity of knowing kind of what's going on with DLCD's budget. We will be approaching the legislature for that permission in the e-board early next month. So thanks, Chair and Director, for your support. That is all from me.
Thank you, Deputy Director Green. Very much appreciate that. I think we can then move on to agenda item number 7. I should have maybe mentioned, maybe you already did, Esther, and I was spacing out, but we changed the order of things today. I mean, this morning is the same order, but we, because our deliberation on the climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking went longer than expected, we had to postpone the commission business piece of the agenda to today. We're going to go ahead and schedule that at 1 o'clock today. But we're going to go ahead with the regular programming, if you will, for this morning. So then with that, I'd like to introduce John Jennings to talk about Oregon Renewable Energy Siting Assessment Briefing. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I apologize for not being there in person. And to you and the rest of the commission, I'm John Jennings. I'm the Community Services Specialist for the department, and I will be presenting the staff report overview for the Oregon Renewable Energy Siting Assessment, we affectionately called ERISA. Before we do that, though, I would like to take just a second and welcome Director Bateman. As everybody has acknowledged, she's going to be a great member of the team. And I'd also like to thank you, Chair, for your efforts and work. And I remember, you probably don't, but I remember the first time we met, which would have been the late winter of 1997. And I've always respected and admired your talents, and I was thrilled, absolutely thrilled, to learn that you were going to be serving on LCDC, and you've never let me down on that. So thank you so much. And it's just so hard to feel like we're saying goodbye to a lot of really good people. But be that as it may, fortunately for you guys, it's going to be a team effort this morning, and that I'll be joined with some really, really good and talented people. I've been thrilled to be able to work with these folks. Andy Lanier, our own Marine Affairs Coordinator. I've admired Andy from afar. Getting a chance to work with him more closely on this project has just increased that level of admiration and respect that I have for him and his work. Todd Farmer from the Oregon Military Department, and Kim Peacher from the Department of the Navy will help out. Much of the lifting will be done, as it tends to be in this project, by Casey Radcliffe with the Oregon Department of Energy. Casey's out of the director's office and has been really, as much as anybody, responsible for delivering these products. And then Mark Rumpel with the Institute for Natural Resources will demonstrate the tool. And this is in fact the capstone piece of this effort, this online tool, which I hope you'll enjoy seeing. I would ask maybe to hold questions just for now, but invite you to ask them as the other members go through their pieces. So turning into the staff report, I'm going to be quick because there'll be some redundancies, and frankly, it'll probably be more interesting in these other contexts. But a couple of years ago, we were fortunate, we as a state of Oregon, particularly through the Oregon Department of Energy, who was awarded a generous grant from the Department of Defense to work on and come up with a project that helped improve the understanding of what it meant for compatibility between renewable energy development and military operations. And, you know, I really learned a lot about the importance of this. And it should go without saying that, you know, the world's getting smaller today, and our enemies, and it's terrible to say that we have them, but we do, are becoming more sophisticated. And our military is finding their areas to develop and test technology that will keep our war fighters and our people and others out of harm's way, more constrained. And so it's, you know, they're losing the areas to test, and it's more important than ever that they have them. So that's what we're hoping to gain some ground on that with this project. The project is is built with the intentions of creating information and data that will help people understand what it means to be developing renewable energy projects in certain areas. And really along the way, we've gathered a lot of data and engaged a lot of really good, smart people, and to come up with about 5 pieces. And we'll touch on those later. But again, I think that the capstone is the tool, which helps really understand what's going on out there in the landscape, how certain properties could be considered, and all in the spirit of helping improve everybody's understanding about coordination, and what we can see out there as opportunities and constraints, right? So with that, I think I'm just going to stop, if that's okay. I would like to invite Todd Farmer and Kim. I can't see I don't know if Todd and Kim are there. I think that they are. I hope that they are. To say a word or two. You know, these are our military liaisons and have been right there with us every step of the way. And then following Todd, I'd really like to hear Andy Lanier talk a little bit about the intersection with this particular project, and the offshore considerations. Andy came to me early in the project and was very polite and courteous, but told me with no room for interpretation that this project involved offshore considerations and he should be involved. And of course he was right. And I'm so glad that he did say that. And as we know, there's a lot going on in that conversation. And then we'll have Casey kind of go through the PowerPoint, which will elaborate on the points in the staff report. And then I hope we'll have plenty of time for Mark Rempel to demonstrate the tool. So with that, Todd and Kim, are you guys there?
Good morning. Yes, I'll start. Kim is virtual from Washington this morning. Chair, Director, Commissioner Farmer. I'm the Director of Installations within the Oregon Department. We support directly the Oregon National Guard and the Oregon Air Department, Navy today. We are supporting this effort. 2-year endeavor to have a great communication there. Happy to be here and excited about this tool that you'll see today and how it benefits the military and renewable energy, how we can sustain compatibility. Glad to be here, and Kim, hopefully you're able to introduce yourself virtually there.
Kim, you're on mute.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry. Couldn't hear Todd there, so I'm not sure what he said, but hopefully good things. Good morning, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, Commissioners, Director Bateman, members of the public. Appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. So my name's Kim Peacher. There's a lot of acronyms, so I'll try to explain them all, but of course, just raise your hand or cut me off if I go too fast or something doesn't make sense. But I'm the Northwest Training Range Complex Community Planning and Liaison Officer. I'm not an officer, I'm a civilian. I've been doing this about 11 years. I came from Navy Region Southwest, 6-state area, and now my responsibility in regards to the Navy is Washington and Oregon. And my goal is to foster compatible land, air, and sea space. The other hat that I wear is in many ways the civilian lead for what is known as the Northwest Department of Defense Regional Coordination Team that brings together all of the services, including the Coast Guard, to be more cohesive and to support each other with various initiatives and challenges so that we have more of one voice. The Todd and the Kim are, say, with the Air Force or other services. Can you guys still hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So a lot of what I do is trying to provide greater transparency about who we are, what we do, bring that human factor to the military, to the DoD, and really facilitate addressing the synergy between offshore renewable energy transmission infrastructure, other projects that could impact our training operations and testing, and try to see how we can get ideally to a win-win-win where we have economic development, we have renewable energy, and we have viability of the military. So that's really a big part of really the impetus of this grant that we funded it, is to bring that to the table. There's a lot of value in having human interaction and coordination. I think both, as the director even said earlier, that face-to-face goes a long way with providing understanding to kind of this elusive concept of the military, and really facilitating coordination and collaboration. How can we get to a successful state in this, as John said, constrained environment? So again, just really trying to facilitate early notification. And this tool has really provided that statewide and allowed us to reach out to a number of stakeholders and also start to peel back the onion in assessments as far as where are further opportunities, where are gaps, where could renewable energy possibly head in the future. So it's been a great opportunity. Really want to thank the team, both from ODO, DLCD, and my partners in crime here, Todd Farmer, and the other Northwest DoD Regional Coordination Team members. So thanks again for the opportunity to work with the state at this level and to bring this kind of transparency and coordination. And that's it on my end.
So thank you, Kim. If you get to know Kim, you know not to bet against her. She's she's very dedicated and very competent. It's been a joy to work with her. So I hope I didn't just cut anybody off, but I'd turn, if it's okay, Chair, to ask Andy Lanier to say a couple words, and this will really sort of maybe set a stage for his conversation with the commission a little later this morning.
Yeah, thank you. John, can you hear me? All right. For the record, my name is Andy Lanier. I'm the Marine Affairs Coordinator for the department. I'm happy to be here this morning to talk about my work with the Oregon Renewable Energy Siting Assessment Project. The first point I'd like to make is Oregon has had a long history of policy work related to marine renewable development in the ocean. Those of you who were on the commission a number of years ago would remember the state spent a lot of time developing Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan, which was focused on wave energy type devices within state waters of the Oregon's territorial sea. This project actually touched on both potential marine hydrokinetic energy in state waters, as well as offshore on the outer continental shelf development of offshore wind energy turbines. Really, offshore wind energy does have kind of an outsized potential impact, both from positives in terms of the production of energy, as well as potential impacts or negatives to ocean resources and users. So there's still a fair bit of uncertainty in association with that work. And what I would like to say this morning is that the DoD, through Kim Peacher's efforts and the regional coordination team, have made it clear to us and have provided early communication and coordination with the department on the importance of the military being a part of early conversations. We acknowledged that need at the conclusion of the Part 5 process by including a note to the file with the Department of State Lands indicating that for any pre-application meeting for a hydrokinetic project in state waters, that the DoD would be a part of those early pre-application meetings. So there would be very early communication and coordination in that regard. For this project, a lot of attention was focused on offshore wind, though, because of its outsized potential. I think that was both exciting, but also challenging as a part of this work. Challenging because the offshore wind policy landscape is a moving landscape with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. I will brief you about that on the next agenda item. But for this project, trying to keep tabs on that moving window was a significant challenge. And I think we did a pretty good job of that just by acknowledging that fact, by recognizing that in the development of the tool, which you will see a little bit later, we focused on some of the really important high-level information resources to include in the reports, as well as documentation of the policy processes, both in state waters and out of state waters, and where the connection points to the military would be as a part of those exercises. And really, I think the takeaway point is offshore wind is a different type of siting process from anything else we were dealing with, in that it is administered by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management as part of the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act. And that gives it a very different framework, and the federal government owns and leases that land. And they set the areas by which development will be considered as a part of their process. That's different than anything that we talked about in the terrestrial realm for renewable energy in the rest of the state. So that was a challenge. I think we handled it nicely, and there are components of the reporting tool that we developed, and there's data and information that is included in the tool that is valuable and important. And at the same time, we made clear connections with the other ongoing policy process and the tool that was built to support that process, which I'll talk about later, called Aura Wind Map. So there's a smaller subset of data related to offshore in the ARESA tool than there is in the Aura Wind Map tool. And that's partly because of that challenging landscape to try and maintain as that process is moved forward. And I think I'll stop there, and I'm here to kind of answer any of the other questions related to offshore topics that may come up as a part of the briefing this morning. But I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I want to relay my congratulations to the team on a job well done. I think we all did work very well together. It was my Monday morning tag up for the last couple of years with this group of people, and it became a regular kind of a cadence to check in and see how everyone was doing and where we were and what we needed to do. So I'll just say it was a pleasure working with everyone, and here to answer questions.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you, John and others. Do you have any questions at this point in the presentation in terms of the intro? Don't see any.
So there not be any questions, Chair MacArthur. I'd like to go ahead and introduce Casey Radcliffe, assuming that she's there, and she'll kind of. I think that this will I think hopefully help inform and maybe tie together some of the points that we've been listening to, and then that'll further be emphasized as we get into the tool demonstration. Ms. Radcliffe is a rock star. Again, she has been the glue that's held this project together. I just can't say enough about her work, and she does other things too. So this has only been a portion of her portfolio over the last couple of years, but she's really came to bear and done what's needed to be done. So Casey, if you are in fact there, I'm going to go ahead and hand the baton to you.
Good morning, everyone. I'll do a quick mic check. Getting thumbs up, thank you. Chair MacArthur, members of the commission, it is so good to join you today. I wish I could be there in person. I know John felt the same, and thanks for the introduction, John. We are really lucky to have our team here today, and yeah, an incredible resilient team over several years doing COVID, managing remote workplace, and I'm just really glad that we could all join you today. I also want to mention that another one of our team members, Ruchi Sadir, our Associate Director of Strategic Engagement, is also here and was one of our executive sponsors at ODO for this project. I think our partnership with the military, DLCD, and OSU, Institute for Natural Resources, shows what happens when we can partner together through interagency and intergovernmental collaboration. I think these projects leverage our complementary expertise and provide really valuable tools and resources to our stakeholders and communities that none of us could do alone. So thank you again for the invitation to present. So I'm going to go ahead and try to share my screen, and we'll see how that goes. All right, are you seeing that same cover slide? Maybe.
We see it.
We can
Great.
see it, Casey.
Okay, thank you. All right. So our project was a $1.1 million grant through the U.S. Department of Defense Office of Local Defense Community Cooperation. And our grant team included ODO, DLCD, OSU's Institute for Natural Resources, and working closely with our military liaisons. We are closing at the end of June, so we are in the home stretch. Really excited to be able to give you this kind of preview of all of our final materials. And it wasn't just us alone. We've been working closely with military, state, local, and federal governments, including tribal input and consultation, little c consultation and coordination, gaining input from industry, talking with subject matter experts, technical advisors, and conducting a large amount of cross-sector stakeholder and community engagement. So our project goals, the scope and setting is the state of Oregon. There are activities happening with our states to the north, south, and east of us, but we really focused on statewide activities on land and some offshore, as described by Andy, with a broad consideration of renewable energy technologies, so wind and solar being one of them, but also inclusion of other renewable technologies and hybrid facilities, and the associated infrastructure that comes with those technology developments. We know that there's continued renewable energy coming to our state over coming decades, and we have to balance multiple issues and needs from natural resources, infrastructure, community development, and that requires coordination across multiple jurisdictions, industries, and stakeholders. Parts of the state may have substantial renewable energy coming to their communities that can provide benefit, but also concerns around growth. And we can also use these resources to leverage to meet our climate and energy planning goals and needs. But these projects also can affect our communities and operations, like the military training and operations, low-level flight obstructions, or glint and glare from renewable energy are a concern. So as mentioned from Kim and Todd today, the genesis of this project was really talking about how can we support compatibility where we reduce and minimize conflict, support development that's responsible and balanced, and talk about where there's areas for pre-planning, informal conversation, early notification that raises awareness of military needs and interest. I also want to say that while this was the driving spear of our project, what we found is this need for coordination and early conversation was actually shared by many other sectors and stakeholders. Conversations around cultural resources. There was a high need for early conversation and pre-planning discussion there. Local government had a similar interest. So while that was the driving spear of our project, we found that this need for coordination and cooperation early before projects are even considered is really needed across the state. So how are we going to address all these coming together? We wanted to see if we could collect information about current and future renewable energy and conduct a series of assessments that helped us build what we call the baseline or state of play understanding about the opportunities and constraints that came with renewable energy. There was a lot of ongoing and complementary work to this project, not only in the past, but continue through other projects, other organizations and interests. They're distinct from our project, but we were really aware of them, and that kind of guided our scope and where our special niche for this work was. So creating this state of play meant that we needed to do a deep dive on intersectional data, information, stakeholder perspectives, looking for a transparent, consistent set of trusted and accurate information without recommendations or endorsements, and noting where information isn't precise or where data gaps might exist. Because this baseline had never been done before, we recognized that this was going to be a big lift, a first best effort that would really provide an apples to apples conversation for many, many of our communities and stakeholders around the state. So I'll also note that this does not replace or substitute existing coordination, process, or reviews. This is really about supporting better coordination and becoming a discussion support tool for the state. So what have we been doing the last several years? Well, I like to talk about this project in 5 bands of work. The 3 that you'll see on the left side here, I won't go through each one, that these details are in the slides provided, but these 3 assessments were led by subject matter consultants, and they really helped go out and give us a baseline understanding based on the topic that we were interested in. The first was a renewable energy assessment that went and talked to developers and the industry about the state of play of renewable energy. What are the issues and constraints from that perspective, along with scenario modeling. So that's not a prediction or forecast of renewable energy, but really asked, in our future, when we have renewable energy coming to Oregon, what is our future need, and can we meet it in a various different levels of scenarios? So things like large new emerging technologies like offshore, distributed energy resources that could be smaller and spread across the state, solar energy in Central Oregon. Not that any of these are the only way that renewable energy can be built, but really looking at, can these scenarios or a hybrid version of them meet future demand? I'll give you the takeaway there is yes, and that assessment is available for those of you who want to get into the details on renewable energy scenario modeling, and we have that model still available for future work. Military needs and interest, really diving deep into better understanding and transparency on our military operations and needs in Oregon. And that is not just a statewide effort, that happens across our region. So really helped us better understand what the footprint and uses were, and also where there were opportunities for better coordination and early notification. And then the last one, the development and opportunities constraints, I like to call the kitchen sink. It was really everything else. So cultural and natural resources, economic development, community development and impacts and needs. And that together put our 3 assessments into not only a data discovery, but a narrative assessment that we used in our final report. Our 2 main deliverables were a final mapping and reporting tool, which is based online on Oregon Explorer, and a final narrative report with all of these materials provided as appendices. And I just want to give you a scope of the level of engagement we've been doing. Just our development opportunities constraints assessment alone reached out to 400 stakeholders. We had 80 survey participants. We hosted 6 regional webinars with several hundred attendees. We reviewed 650 spatial data sets, 570 were curated for this team to look at, and that ended up with almost 200 data layers in the tool. Just in the mapping tool alone, in the iteration and development of this user-led product, we had 9 focus groups, one-on-one meetings with state agencies, tribal staff. We did cross-sector user groups that had more than a dozen participants, and then beta testing with people who had never seen the tool or the project to give us fresh eyes, with a half dozen people helping us with beta testing. I'd say this is one of the largest efforts that a mapping and reporting tool through OSU and Oregon Explorer has gone through. So we think it's really robust and well refined. And then we also have many opportunities that we've noted in the report for future consideration and discussion. So our report is set up into 4 sections. I'll let you peruse these later, but what I'll explain here is that our method, our data collection activities, our recommendations and best practices to try to do intersectional and cross-sector engagement and data collection. We've provided a summary of that. I almost think of this as the executive summary for 3 years of work from this team. Key findings from the assessment, our procedures review report, lessons learned, perspectives from stakeholders are all summarized in this report. So we hope that you'll visit that, take a look at it, and it will give you some context for the companion mapping tool. So moving on to our demo, I mentioned that this is housed in Oregon Explorer, which is a statewide data portal and digital library that integrates information from state and federal agencies, local government. And we're really lucky to have today one of our key project developers, Mark Rempel, who's the Oregon Explorer program manager out of Oregon State Libraries. And he's going to provide you a demo of the tool. We're going to move pretty quickly just to give you a taste of what's available, but we are more than happy to do a 101 or more workshop style with you or any of your constituents in the future so that you can really get this tool up and going and use it for your interests and needs. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing and hand it off to Mark.
Great. Name is Mark Rempel, and I'm with Oregon State University, and I want to make sure that I acknowledge the other folks that were part of this effort from our group. That would be Janine Sawasser and Mirka McCune, did a lot of the heavy lifting. Also have Tyson Shoplin, who is one of our developers that's worked with this project with me as well. So I want to give you a quick tour of the tool and demo. I believe you should be able to see my screen. Is that right? Just get an acknowledgement. Okay, great. I'm also going to stop my video just to make sure the bandwidth is good, and I look at another monitor, so it looks kind of weird for me to be looking sideways. So as you can see, this is the tool as it pops up, and we have a splash screen, and we decided a good approach would be to kind of split 3 pathways for users to try and interact with the tool, to either explore data, to get a report, or to learn more about kind of the process and the tool that went into it. We also acknowledge the partners that went into it with the logos below, and you'll see DLCD mentioned there. So I'll go ahead and start with exploring the data. And so as Casey just mentioned, this was a really monumental effort to find all of these data layers that might make sense to have in the tool. And so this list has increased substantially. So a large part of the work has been in figuring out what layers to put into the tool and kind of how to organize and curate that list. So as you can see, this is kind of just a normal looking mapping tool. On the left side, we have all of the layers that you can see, and they're binned right now. So if you expand on any of these layers, you can see the nested layers that are within each of these. So you can turn on layers with the checkboxes, and then they'll turn on and off on the map. And so we have military training areas is one folder, energy is another folder with energy infrastructure, various energy types. Also have natural resource considerations, and a lot of layers went into this, as you can see. And as Casey mentioned, almost 200 data layers are in here. So I won't go through all of them because that would take probably the rest of the time. Community considerations, National Register of Historic Places, administrative boundaries and planning, and you can see the list here. So with the challenge of having so many layers, one of the benefits of the tool is that you can quickly filter and find a layer. So if we wanted to find offshore, you can start typing off and it'll find layers that have off in their name. And so then you can turn on those layers on the map. You can also, for any of these layers, there's this little side arrow, and the side arrow gets you to more information, some high-level description of the layer, along with links for its metadata. If it's downloadable, there's a link to download. You can get the service information, and then some other kind of GIS options to kind of change the labeling or the cartography dynamically. So that's an important thing to just realize, that all of these have that kind of additional information that you can get for all of the layers. I'll go ahead and clear off that filter so we have all the layers. Another way that users can kind of interact with the data is by selecting a layer theme. And so right now we had all of them available, but we also did a subset of just the offshore. And so this, if you select the offshore, it'll just subset that layer list for just offshore related layers that we have selected. And then the same with military. If you select just the military theme, it'll just kind of focus it in on the military layers. And if for some reason that's not enough data, there's an option to add more layers. And so this is currently looking at other services that we have within Oregon Explorer. You can also paste in your own dynamic service. If you have a map service that you know, you can paste that in here and then add it to the map as well. So pretty full web GIS capability as far as data layering. And we really wanted users to be able to triangulate and really hone in on an area and bring in as much information and data as they could. So with that, that's kind of the exploring data piece. Next, I want to focus on the learn piece, and I'll spend a little bit more time then on the get report. So the learn pathway really is kind of some of the high level information that Casey walked through previously. Some information about Oregon and our nation's military, the Oregon Explorer, which I'm a part of, and where we'll be having a landing page that users can launch this tool and have additional information and resources provided there. Information about the RISA project, and then some of the decision trees and process maps and reports that came out of this project. So just kind of some high level information about this project and giving some context to it. All right, so now the last pathway, getting a report. So I'm gonna go ahead and launch the get report. There are several ways to do that. One is what I just did there. You can also right click on the map, get report citing information. There's also this I want to menu where you can get report citing information. There's also a toolbar if you expand this, and you can do the site report via this way. So multiple pathways to kind of do the same thing. I wanted to make sure that users stumbled upon it one way or the other. So in the report, we start out with making sure that users have the disclaimer about what the tool can and can't do, and then move on to the next step. And this step is for a user to put in some information that will be only available to them. It's not planned to be shared unless they choose to share it. So we wanted to make sure that that was clear. But this also helps a user if they want to do multiple reports to kind of keep track of which one was which by entering some specific information about each one. So for this, I'm just going to put in a demo test for a name. Then you can select the development type. And so we have offshore and onshore development types. So if a user were to click offshore, we provide wind or hydrokinetic as options. But then we also really wanted to promote the Aura Wind Map tool, which Andy will talk, I think, a bit more about in the next agenda item for you all. So we wanted to kind of cross-pollinate the tools to make sure that there was some users that were interested in offshore could have that resource available. For this demo, I'm going to stick with an onshore site, do some solar and wind. And so then next we have the option to enter a height. And since a large part of the reason for this tool is the military coordination piece, height and the flight paths are important pieces to keep in mind. And so if you have a tall structure, that would become an issue that might be of concern for the military. So entering the height is important. So I'll go ahead and put 800 feet, assuming we're putting in a wind tower that might be fairly tall. And then anticipated production is say 12 megawatts. So then we click next, and now we are given the option to select an area of interest. So we have two ways to do that. One is to either draw our own on the map, or we can upload an area through a zipped shapefile, a KML or KMZ file. I'll go ahead and do a drawing. I'll zoom in to the map here near Brothers and draw something near the highway. Once we put it there, we are given the option to do a buffer. So we can add a buffer by sliding the slider to the left or right. I'll apply a 1 mile buffer to it. And then we'll go ahead and click next. So on this next panel, we are given some options for the report that we'll get. By default, we get 3 sections, the overall site information, military training areas, and contacts. But then we're also provided options for these additional report sections: energy, natural resource, or community considerations. I'll leave them all on for this demo. And then we also have a choice of, since we're going to be querying hundreds of layers, if you want to see just the ones that had results that came back, or if you want to see all the layers that we queried. I'll leave them all on so you can see kind of the breadth of the data that was queried. So go ahead and click next. So what happens now is that it's processing all of our information that we've inserted here and generating the queries to run for each of the sections. You can kind of see as it's running through the queries, as in check marks off the list. So it's in natural resource considerations. And once this is done, we'll have this dynamic report that'll pop up here on the left side. It's still continuing to run in the background. It's generating a PDF report. And so it's pulling out all of these little maps to insert into that PDF report. But while it's still doing that, we can interact with this dynamic report on the left-hand side. So right off the bat, you see the top here, and there's a section that has visible layers, project footprint, and a help. The project footprint is just the area that we drew, and you can download that area if you want. Then in this next section, we have report sections. And so since we had selected all of the sections of the report, they're all here. If you click on any of these, it'll take you to that particular section. Here, the numbers in a circle indicate how many results were returned that are kind of a hit, essentially, for this area of interest against those layers. So for the military, we intersect the military special use airspace layer. And so we wanted to highlight that and to really promote that this project could pose a potential safety concern, and to encourage initiating contact. And I'll start at the beginning with the site information and walk through each of the steps, but just wanted to give you kind of what these little symbols and numbers indicate in the report section. So it just finished the full PDF report, and so you can see that's now available as a link there. But let's walk through this dynamic report. The site information, so this is essentially just spitting back out the information that was entered by me on the previous screen, and then also calculating the area of the main area that I drew on the map along with the buffered area. And there's also a note that all of the queries are going to be based off of the buffered area, not just the direct area. As you scroll down, we see the administrative boundaries and planning section. For each of these, you can click on the view button and it'll toggle that particular layer on and off in the map. So you can intersect or kind of analyze that. So for the state land inventory system, we can see that it intersected some of the private and DSL land, it looks like. And if you click on any of the layers names, or with these little eyes, like I just did, you can see feature attributes and then also a description of that layer with the ability for getting the metadata or the service URL that supported that particular query. So that was the state land inventory system. You can see various administrative boundaries and the results. It's in the Prineville district. You can turn on the comprehensive plan designation layer, and it'll display on the map. It looks like we're primarily in the agriculture, or completely in the agriculture type for the comp plan. You can see the zoning designation, which county it's in, is Deschutes. So that's the administrative boundaries and planning table. Next is the land management ownership. And so for this one, if you scroll over either of the entries, you'll see highlighted on the map the amount of area. In this case, the private land management ownership was 56%, and the federal was 43, kind of the other half. If you want to kind of keep that on the map, you can pin it so that you can move around and analyze your particular area to see exactly kind of where that fell. You can also turn on and off the land management ownership layer by clicking on the view icon next to its name there. In addition to that, we wanted to have links for cultural resources that users could use to kind of help get more information to fill out their assessment of the area. Also a link to the FAA website. In addition, we have airports, so you can turn on and off that layer. So it looks like the closest airport is this Agape Farm. It's about 26 miles away. So we can zoom to that airport on the map. If we continue to zoom out, we'll see where our project is in relationship to that airport. And so we're here and the airport was there. If you kind of hover over these, it'll highlight which one on the map it is and kind of the distance from our project. To zoom back to our project, you can just click on this icon there. So that was the airports. And below here, we have all of the kind of inset maps that get put into the PDF report. You can click on any of those and see that particular map, the buffered area of interest, and descriptions about that layer. So that's the site information. Move on to military areas. So as mentioned, we did intersect the military special use airspace. We want to promote the initiating contact. So if a user does click on that, that opens up this screen, which gives you the option to send an email to Kim, who is on this call, and insert your own email and optionally a phone number. And then you can choose to attach the PDF report that was just generated here to that email. And so that will be sent to Kim and the user. And then that kind of helps kickstart the process of coordination about the project. So we'll move on here. So you can see, since we had selected to see all of the queries, we can see that it did hit the military special use airspace. We can turn that on. And you can see that the full area is under the 500 foot, although we're not so far from the edge of that. So if this particular developer had the opportunity to move a little bit out over, they might not have a conflict with the military. So that would be the sort of thing that could be discussed with this project. Then close that. And so you can see the other military assets that we query to see if it intersects. It didn't intersect any of the rest of those. Move on to the energy considerations section. So within here, since we had selected wind and solar, you can see right now we're on the wind. If you click on solar, you'll get information for solar. For the wind, we gave these meters based on a query against the average annual wind speed layer. You can turn that layer on to see kind of how it displays on the map. I'll zoom out because it can give you a bit better context of the larger area. So you can see that the wind speed is so-so. It's kind of not quite up to halfway between the min and the max options here. I'll turn that off. Maybe. Let's go to the solar. We'll turn the solar on. And you can see how it's definitely a better solar area based on the grid here. So turn that off. And I'll also show you, since we have these visible layers, for all of these layers that are on here, if you want to turn off all of the layers or see within each of the sections what the layers are, you can kind of jump into this visible layers section. So I can clear all here, and it should turn off everything on the map to kind of reset it if you get too many things going and you don't know what's going on. Let's zoom back to our area of interest and close this visible layers. So we were looking at solar. You can also see the estimated utility scale, so you can get a sense of how viable this area might be to do a solar project. Also have the distance to the electric substations and to the transmission lines. So you can see that it's 11 miles to the closest substation, and it looks like we're right on top of this transmission line that's 115 volts. Keep going down the line here, we'll see some kind of supplementary renewable energy layers. So if you're considering geothermal, you could turn on those layers as well within here. And again, there's some maps below. I'll move on to natural resource considerations. So we had 11 results that were returned, though it did query 47. And so if you want to see all of the layers that it did query that had no results, you can toggle this radio button at the top. I'll just keep it focused on the results. So you can see here for the protected areas, it is in the BLM Visual Resource Management 3 area. Turn that on and see it display on the map. For farmland, what the soil capability classes are that it intersects. See that there. The farm soil classes, see those. Along with species and habitats, pronghorn habitat, elk habitat, sage-grouse core area. And if you turn that on, you can see kind of we're just on the inside of a sage-grouse core area. If we're in a conservation opportunity area, again, kind of just on the edge. 100-year floodplain, does seem to be some water that would be on the north end of that area. You can also see the wetlands. There are some wetlands on there. So again, a lot of information, as you can see, went into putting this together. And again, the map snapshots that come out of that. Move on to community considerations. This is looking at various opportunity zones and community. So the red zones, which if you need to figure out what those are, they're the Rural Renewable Energy Development Zone Program. And so it gives you some more information about it. And you can get the metadata download, service URL again.
You know, Mark, I might introduce you, I am going to interrupt you for a second.
Sure.
I think we get the gist of it, and it's, to be honest, it's hard to follow because it's not you. You've done a great job in the tools. Looks like it's a useful thing. I'd like to open it up to questions from commissioners. It's kind of difficult to follow on the screen and really get a sense of the categories, but I think we get a sense of all the research that went into it and the applicability. So if it would be acceptable to you, I'd like to maybe open up to some questions from commissioners about the tool.
Yeah, for sure.
So I guess one of my first questions is, and maybe you were going to get to this and I cut you off, but I couldn't see the different subcategories anyway. So perhaps you can just answer the question. So we're really focused in the state and particularly in this department about equity and inclusion. And is there a place in here that some of those populations that are traditionally affected by these sorts of things and that we haven't identified in the past to acknowledge, is there an equity lens to this whole thing? Where's the community in this is the question. Because even the pop-ups that you showed after you did all the data searches, the pop-ups seem to reflect a signal that is really all about the installation and not necessarily about what's happening around there. And I also have questions about it. Does sage grouse habitat get mapped, that sort of thing? So maybe we can just go ahead and ask specific questions and perhaps get educated that way, as opposed to taking a microscope to the screen. So could you try to answer those questions about equity mapping?
Yeah, and I think maybe I'll pass it to Ruchi here. It looked like you're about to jump in.
Yeah, I was going to jump in. Hi, my name is Ruchi Sudhir. As Casey mentioned, I was a few minutes late dropping because of daycare drop off. So I apologize for being a few minutes late, but I really appreciate that question. Was exactly hoping that we could move into Q&A. So this could be more tailored to what your interests are. So I really appreciate that pivot there. You raise a really important point. Our department, Oregon Department of Energy, has in the past couple of years revised our mission statement and our work to more importantly reflect equity as part of our work. And that was also the case here insofar as who we focused on in terms of focus groups, and specifically with tribes, the 9 federally recognized tribes in the state. That said, at the same time that we were doing a lot of stakeholder engagement here, there were a number of stakeholders working on some legislation. HB 4077 passed in the 2022 session, and that will involve a couple things. One of which is sort of renaming and reorganizing an existing group, which was called the Environmental Justice Task Force, into the Environmental Justice Council. And it also requires the development of an equity mapping tool that will inform natural resource agency decisions. That will probably take a couple of years, but luckily Institute for Natural Resources is named as the entity to develop that tool. So since we know that there is not currently a state-specific environmental justice kind of accepted set of data and decision-making criteria, we worked with equity stakeholders and energy and environmental justice stakeholders to learn what they had been using to sort of inform the work. I think a lot of existing tools came up in their discussions around that table for legislation. So some of those are reflected under this sub-bullet list of community considerations, but since this tool is still in beta, we're actually in the process of adding a couple more. So we actually just talked yesterday about making some final decisions on that. So we are in the process, INR is in the process of porting over the layers from the EJ screen, which is used by Environmental Protection Agency on the federal level, as well as some state agencies, in helping kind of understand the impact of their decisions or grants or whatever they may be using for decisions. The other 3 tools are an energy justice tool, which is housed at U.S. Department of Energy, as well as a climate justice tool with the White House Council on Environmental Quality. Those tools on the federal level, the last 2 are in beta. So we are not porting over the layers from that yet. Instead, we're going to use those 2 last tools as a reference point for further, help or resources for those who might be interested in that topic. I think that as those maybe become final, we can explore porting those over, as well as the state-specific tool that 4077 requires. When that becomes final, we'll look to sort of porting that over so that it can be a comprehensive set of information. One of the key things that we heard from our equity stakeholders is that it's difficult for communities to go to different places, to different tools, to learn about the impact to their communities, the opportunities related to these types of projects. And so we do have a goal of trying to bring a comprehensive set of data that is being used right now in the discourse together. But I would love to see if Casey has anything to add to that, because she's been a little bit closer to the data piece there.
Thanks, Chair MacArthur. To your question, I'll just also note the distinction in this Explore section that Mark's been previewing. This has the greatest access to the data layers that we heard with either consensus or a majority of our focus groups with people with expertise and experience in this data set. The report function, so that other pillar of the tool, has pieces of this, but we are working through additional consideration on what sort of cross-sector discussions could happen in the future to move either these data sets or data that gets developed in the next year or two into the report section of the tool. But the explore section allows the user to define the layers here that are of interest and need for them. And then to your question about sage grouse, on our natural resource layers, also in the explore section, you can see the wide variety of species that were considered. Luckily, with our partners at OSU, they were well familiar with sage grouse, with the sage grouse mapping tool. So there was a consideration of that included in here. One data gap, or I guess consideration in the future, is curation of subscribed data services like threatened and endangered species. And that was noted in our project as an area of interest, but continued additional funding or maintenance of those layers definitely up for continued discussion. So those would be 2 items. And I see John as well.
John, you're on mute.
First of all, I apologize for being on mute. And second of all, I apologize, Chair MacArthur, for not introducing Ruchi Sudhir. Ruchi, I'm so sorry. I didn't see that you were there.
That's okay.
Ruchi, again, was absolutely instrumental in putting this project together and helping the state obtain these funds. And she is, in fact, a very stable genius. Like, that's true. I guess, but my point here was that we hope this is the beginning, right? We hope this is the beginning and not the end. And we are going to continue to hopefully work successfully with the Department of Defense and pursue funding for additional steps of this project. And one of the baselines of this piece was to identify where there are gaps. So hopefully, to the extent that they've been identified, a next step could be to fill those gaps. So I would just offer that and then turn it back to you, Chair, for any additional questions or thoughts.
Thank you, John, and others. I appreciate that explanation. So this is what I'm hearing then. This is, obviously it's not the beginning because there's a lot of wonderful work that's been done. But you are here today to get input from this commission and the full department, I guess, on some other layers of information that might be useful before this tool goes live. Is that what, because I just, so it's not being used right now and won't be used right now until there's more layers of information that provide more of a comprehensive look at things. That's what I'm seeing a head shake. So thank you. That's great.
I think that's
So
right.
others
One
have,
caveat.
Commissioner Lilac, you have a question.
Mhm.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I really appreciate the equity lens question and layer and how that's included. I don't know if this question is more for Oregon Explorer or if it's more for this project in particular, but for example, Deschutes County is in the process of updating this mule deer habitat inventory and map for the first time in 3 decades, and one of the only Oregon counties to do so in decades. So as that is potentially updated, if the Board of County Commissioners adopts it, just kind of the real-time update to the system, will that happen? That's kind of question number 1. And then question number 2, we went through the natural resources criteria or the layers really, really quickly. I didn't see it. It's often missed. John, you probably know exactly which one I'm going to add or I'm going to ask about is the Metolius area of critical state concern. And if it's not on there, is there an opportunity to include it, or is it applicable? Yeah, interested in your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Chair MacArthur and Commissioner Lilac, thanks for the question there.
John, does somebody want to?
Casey was speaking, but she was on mute.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, Chair and Commissioner Lilac, thanks for the question. Yeah, the update question. So we heard this resoundingly from all of our stakeholder feedback that for this tool to be useful and usable, we do need to maintain the tool. So we do have a simple maintenance agreement planned with the Institute of Natural Resources to make sure that any existing data is being updated and refreshed at the interval that's necessary. We've been hearing about 6 months to a year, but as new data becomes available or is updated, we are going to be able to maintain it. Expanded or additional functionality, we're still discussing pathways for that. So, you know, for the new, or if there's updated critical information, we will have a space to make sure that INR is able to bring those tools and resources. We're doing that direct data exchange wherever possible. And then INR is helping us curate the data that needs a little bit more processing to be in the tool. But we would love your feedback, and especially with our DLCD partners, on any time data does get updated or there's new authoritative data, we'd be happy to include that in the tool. And then to your second question, I will probably let John talk a little bit about the Metolius.
Thank you, Casey, and Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Lilac. Good question. And to be honest with you, I don't know that it is. However, I believe that's a pretty. We'll get into it and confirm one way or the other. If it is not, I think it's a pretty simple fix. In that it's a pretty finite area that we do have a layer for, or should. And yeah, we'll take a look and get back to you on that.
I could just add, based on Chair MacArthur's earlier question in terms of framing here, as Casey mentioned, our grant is ending on June 30th. And so we've kept this and shared this in beta form to sort of correct any accuracy issues or mistakes. We don't have a lot of time left to add a lot of new things, but that's why we're having this conversation to understand what we might be able to maybe correct or add minor kind of corrections before the deadline of our grant, but also collect the information on further needs so that we might be able to apply that to future phases if we're able to get funding.
No, I appreciate that. And but that was why I was asking about when this goes live and is used. If it goes live in July after your grant is done, and we haven't perfected it with some of these layers of data that are really critical, I would be very concerned about that. So when are you going to go live with this tool? Because I think there's problems with it.
Yeah, it's a great question as well. Thank you for that. There's a couple ways I would answer that. One is, and then invite Casey and John to sort of contribute. One of the things that we talked about early on is how this tool would be used, whether it was a decision support tool or not. And as we went through the assessment process, we learned it would not be a decision support tool. And the reason is because when renewable energy projects are contemplated by developers, and when they are going through the actual decision-making process through a county or through the Energy Facility Siting Council, they have so much liability around what they put together specifically to the site that the level of information that is in this tool would not be able to meet that, at least at this point. We were tasked with putting together publicly available information, not actually going out and surveying for new data that would be specific enough to meet the requirements between those two decision-making processes. And so we have been calling this more of a discussion support tool for policymakers to think about the big picture of renewable energy development, for communities to have better equipped data and information to think about projects, to perhaps go to developers and ask for those more specific surveys. And we do know that there is a ton of data gaps. And that's part of our goal in the project, is to make folks more aware of those data gaps, because our project was not funded to fill those. But I would love to see if Casey or John have more to add to that specifically.
So I can't see if Casey's is racing to join, but I will. Chair MacArthur, members of the commission, and I guess I would just add on or support what Ruchi had said. I agree with that, and again, a lot of it traces back to what the purpose of the grant was. Which was to explore and help elevate and understand the intersection between renewable energy development and how that could be compatible with the military mission. And along the way, we had an idea we wanted to look at, and that idea has improved as we've gotten along. But I think the fact is that the rule, or the tool will go live. It will have a lot of information. We in fact have heard, Casey and I heard from representatives of New Sun Development, who specialize in solar projects in North North Lake County and Crook County, among other places, have been using it, in their prospecting activities. So it will go live. It will provide the information we're able to assemble and have utility for energy developers and policymakers and anybody interested in it. But it's not going to solve all the problems or answer all the questions. We're doing the best that we can. And again, we kind of have to look back at where we were in that, October of 2019, where we, or even the summer of 2019, where we were scrambling to put together the scope of work and the elements that this project would include, again, for the purpose of elevating the intersection between military operations and renewable energy development. So we've learned more things along the way, and we do hope to be able to apply those lessons or complete those lessons in future phases. But at this point, this is I think where things stand.
Yeah, we have a couple more questions from commission members, and I applaud the tool. I think the goal is a really good one. Information's always good. I'm wondering if it's going to go live, if there could be some disclaimers on the use of that information, because just because we call it a discussion tool or a preliminary kind of information, if there's not some data points on there, like the one that Commissioner Lilac pointed out, or some of the environmental justice work that, yes, we'll get to. But if those populations aren't identified, I think there's that could be an issue, it seems to me, in application, because people take something and use it for their own purposes. But I know that Vice Chair Holova has a question.
It was exactly the same. I was saying there needs to be a big disclaimer that this is for, discussion purposes, not for this and that. And maybe there's a placeholder for an equity tool that then when you click on it, it pops up and says, I don't know what the name of the tool is at the state that's being developed, but that tool, the EJ screen, the energy justice tool, the climate justice tool are all things that need to be considered, but we have not yet been put into this, so it's there that somebody will be like, oh, what's that thing, and try to click on it. And then they'll read that these are things that need to be considered, but are not yet in their final version to be put in here.
Mm-hmm.
And, kind of in that regard, it's right now, it seems like a bunch of data, which is awesome. But then you can imagine as you layer them, it starts to tell you where to cite something, right? And so there doesn't seem to be any preference given to us, like in the solar case, it's like you can put solar anywhere, and there's no preference to say not in these zones, right? Or preferred in these zones. Which I feel like is way more understandable with like a sage grouse habitat. Like if it's drawn, then you say like, oh, I probably shouldn't do that there. But the zoning seems to be agnostic, it's not saying these are the preferred zones. So that's an issue, I think, because it makes it seem like every space is equal. So it was sort of more of a question is, right now it's just data. And then is there any layer to thinking about preferences or avoidance? And like I said, it's already embedded in there for the for the areas that are, protected areas. It already tells you something, but it doesn't tell you anything for zoning.
So John, do you have a quick answer to that?
Oh, John, you're on mute.
I'm so sorry. I'm having to do this with my phone, unfortunately. So thank you, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Holova. My answer would be, and I hope Ruchi will agree with this when she comments, is that to the first point, our tool and going live with it or launching it will be accompanied by a report. So there will be text that helps explain where we're at, where we're going with the tool. And so I'm hoping it's not just a one-off document, that's launched out there without any explanation. And I think there's much room in that report, if it's not already written in there, I think it could be, that it's expressed that is expressed in the text of the accompanying document. To the second point, the question about identifying, preferences or areas that were better or worse, we deliberately didn't do that. We didn't do that because we felt that it would be a little presumptuous or could result in there being less credibility to this product. So we didn't want to pass judgment or make any recommendations at this time. Instead, we had hoped to present in some cases, litany of items that would be useful for a developer or community to understand when they're selecting locations. And so a developer could choose, I'm not bound by a regulatory arrangement to go over here, but if I do, I get to enjoy not having to deal with sage grouse or high value farmland or wetlands or military training space. But that element of determining, are there areas that are better suited or not, or more preferable or not, I think that's a policy choice. I think that is probably the domain of, quite frankly, commissions like this one, or the Energy Facility Siting Council, or the legislature, or all three. So I'll stop there, but I would hope you would let Ruchi comment as well, please.
Thank you. And I think that Vice Chair Holova has a follow-up question.
Yeah, and maybe it's more to do with like, if you have those little eye pop-ups that it says, consider what zoning is appropriate, more like not telling you what, but, not all areas are as equally available to do this certain activities. Make sure you check with your something, because I think it's very easy to understand wetlands. And yeah, I could probably put this energy facility in a wetland, but maybe I should consider if I should or shouldn't. I think zoning is kind of generic, right? It doesn't have that feeling of wetland or a protected habitat or something. And so I'm thinking specifically about high value farmland, right? Versus zoning generic.
So thank you again. Excuse me, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Holova. Yes, that's a good observation, good statement. A companion, we didn't talk very much about this, but a companion piece, one of those 5 items, is a description of the relative processes, whether it's state or local. And so I think some of it would be borne out in combination with that document. And then I believe we've also tried to emphasize the contacting local government as well as other elements of the siting process in the tool itself. So hopefully that helps. I think you're exactly right. I hope we have made a genuine attempt to encourage folks to just, whether they're developers or not, to reach out to that decision-making body at the local level prior to committing to a site. And hopefully there's a couple different ways to help people understand what a permitting process for a particular type of project at a particular location could include. So I'm going to go back on mute. Thank you for the opportunity, and hopefully Ruchi can tie things off for us.
Thank you, John, and everybody. Any other final follow-up questions from commissioners or Director Bateman?
Ruchi seems to have a hand up.
Oh, who does?
Ruchi.
Yes, Reggie. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I mostly agree with what John said. I would just add that the disclaimer that Mark had put up was our attempt to sort of allay the expectation that this tool would be used for decision-making purposes and rather be informational to support discussions about citing. This also appears in a few other places, including the PDF report that would be printed. The other quick follow-up there is that there are so many tangled issues that arise between different resources and decision-making processes when determining to make a permitting decision. And we're trying to be a little earlier than that. in terms of different audiences that may find this useful. Nobody has to use this tool at all. This is completely voluntary to use. And so our approach in this was to really use the focus groups and the stakeholders that are interested in this topic of renewable energy development and land use and cultural resources, and understand what their interests were and needs were. And there's so much data out there that we wanted to sort of understand what their interests were and try to filter based on that. I agree with John that one thing that we've struggled with a little bit is how to visualize some of the permitting processes in line with the data. The data itself won't give you an answer. There's an entire process that a person would need to go through or a developer would need to go through. We don't have time to show you that, but there are process maps that help to explain how a developer would need to gather more specific data to go in front of a decision-making body with a much higher level of detail than what's in this tool. But that's like a later part of the process. And hopefully this will help to inform a more comprehensive discussion among more parties, because we're making that data more equitably available. Sometimes this data is only available to developers. And so we wanted to sort of make it available publicly, so those communities that the Department of Energy has heard from with interest in developing near their communities or in spaces in their counties have more of that information at hand.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Do you have any follow-up questions, Vice Chair? Oh, Commissioner Boyer.
I just have a comment. I too am a little nervous that I did sit on the rack for solar siting, and I'm passionate about preserving agricultural production. And so I am a little nervous that this could be used in defense of some projects. That makes me a little hesitant of going live. And then I'm assuming because DOD was part of this, there are some layers that are not on here for the Department of Defense, right? Okay, I just wanted to, because I was looking at some of it. So, and then one last thing. So who would you think the non-traditional user would be of this that's not at the table now?
Mm-hmm. I can start, but I would love for Casey to maybe have some examples here. Through our focus groups, we did kind of do some really broad outreach, but then also some targeted outreach to try to fill that, see who's missing from the conversation piece there. So it did involve a number of developers, both large and small, state, federal agencies, local agencies. Those are sort of the folks that are maybe more aware and involved. But we did also do some targeted outreach and have participation from a number of NGOs that have a quite varied set of interests, ranging from resource protection to water issues, to environmental justice communities that are more rurally located, as well as equity and environmental justice communities that are more urbanly located. And then finally, NGOs or consumer protection groups that are concerned about energy costs. Casey, do you want to add any specificity, or did I miss any kind of categories there in response to Commissioner Boyer's question?
Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Boyer, yeah, I would say that we are aware during, we talked to almost 200 stakeholders during the tool. Some of them share your concern. The reason I don't think there was a baseline before, and this is a new effort, is because these conversations are hard. They've been guarded. People are worried. They have needs and interests. And so we have heard that, and we are sensitive to that. One thing that we did in the development is we're not choosing a single use case here. So actually I'd offer that if we can refine or define another use case, whether it's something that is a perspective or a set of layers that needs to be available, or just the way that you interact with the tool, we wanted to be open to all use cases so that the user is defining and the scan that they get to do. We don't define what a site constraint or opportunity is. And we actually heard that during the stakeholders is one person's opportunity is another constraint, or there's the way they use layers. It might depend on the community and the interest. Are they looking at the community level, the site level? What are their primary concerns? So there's a huge diversity in that stakeholder group. So the users actually helped us define that we needed to be very open and flexible. to the question of military, Kim and Todd have been really important in defining the military layers, not only making sure that they're the right ones and they're accurate, but also what information is spatially available and what information you actually need to work on because it's not spatially explicit or is protected. And then on non-traditional users, I would say that our original stakeholder list started with probably a couple dozen people. Now we're up to 400. And so what I think we recognized here is that by having a central tool, maybe it's not perfect for any single person, but it actually allowed us to open the tent and bring people in that don't traditionally share data or share information with one another, be able to start to have a conversation. Even if it's not the perfect exact information, there's actually a place they can go to and talk now. And that list keeps growing. And we would like to continue to bring folks in who would like to use this tool and offer recommendations for how the tool can be more useful for them.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions from commissioners? Commissioner Boyer first.
Just one question, just a comment. I did sit in on one of the focus groups and I have been playing around with this and I do love the layers. It's it actually, you know, if it's used correctly, it's a really cool tool.
Vice Chair, hello.
Yeah, and I just wanted to reiterate like my strong feelings that there should be a layer that, I don't know if it's called equity or something in that regard, environmental justice, whatever the layer is. And even though it's not populated, they'd have a pop-up that says, these are the things that need, you know, that people are working on, that need to happen, that will happen. Because I think as community members use this tool and then click there and see nothing and then see the pop-up, then there could be advocacy around funding for, or, you know, when is that actually going live, you know, and maybe even a contact person that they can talk to about where the status of that is, versus the reports are great, but really at the end of the day, that's like the first user that might read the report. And really this is just there for anybody, you know, to click on it. So I think that there definitely should be something that indicates that that work is in progress.
Totally agree. And we're going to grab that idea. We've been working on exactly how to incorporate that. Thank you.
Great. Well, I was going to turn to Andy to wrap this up. I know Kirsten, you had your hand up, but I'll just turn it over to Andy then. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to address Commissioner Boyer's question, in particular, the offshore piece. And for this project in particular, the decision was made to focus on above ground level conflicts with potential marine renewable energy developments. There was a discussion about, at a potential future point in date, identifying in consultation with the Department of Defense, kind of the on water or underwater activities, but that is certainly sensitive information. And at this time, the decision was made to really stick with just the really obvious potential incompatibility between jets flying low and wind turbines that are hundreds of feet tall out on the ocean. So.
Great. Well, I think we can wrap this up. Thank you to everybody. I think the summary, takeaway summary, if I could be so bold as to offer that from the commission, that we really like the idea of more information. We like the data layers. Great work, great tool. I think we're wondering about the user, informing the user that there are certain layers of information that are critical to any kind of installation siting. And so those factors haven't been populated in that tool. There should be disclaimers about the use of it. I mean, I think you think of it as discussion. A solar developer comes in, and they got this map and there's this huge swath of Eastern Oregon that they can put solar installations, yet there's all sorts of information. In fact, we did rulemaking on this, John, and we specify where solar can go and can't go. And I don't think that is in this data layer. So that will happen. I'm assuming there'll be disclaimers and qualifiers, but we'd maybe like to hear an update in 6 months or a year and how it's being used and how you've been able to populate those data layers that are really critical. With that, I think we can conclude the meeting. Thank you very much for bringing it to us. Again, it's a great piece of work.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, the commission will take a break until 10:45 and not on that clock there because that one's wrong, Esther.
All right, thank you, everyone. The time is 10:47 and we are back from our morning break. Chair MacArthur.
Thank you, Esther. I appreciate that. We are on to agenda item number 8, and we are looking forward to a briefing from Andy Lanier. I think Patty Snow is on the line somewhere. I think I saw her there, but Andy's the presenter on a briefing on the Ocean Energy Management Oregon Offshore Wind Energy Leasing Process. What's the acronym for that one? But take it away, Andy.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
I can promote her to panelist.
Mhm.
So she should be able to.
There we are, Miss. Okay.
Whitney, you should be able to speak now.
Hi, this is Whitney Howard. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Apologies, Andy, I was muted earlier. I wasn't sure if you were giving me a cue or not, but.
Excuse me, it still shows the testimony table is muted.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Apologies for that. Whitney, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, and then Amira after that. And then following, I will give a brief orientation for our briefing this morning. And then Whitney will begin with her presentation, which I will forward for her.
Great, thank you, Andy. My name is Whitney Howard. I'm with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, or BOEM, and I'm with the Pacific Regional Office, and I'm a renewable energy specialist and focusing on renewable energy leasing activities in Oregon. And I am the staff point of contact for the BOEM Oregon Intergovernmental Renewable Energy Task Force. Thank you for the opportunity to present this morning, and I'll pass it back to Andy or over to Amira.
Go ahead, Amira.
Thank you, Andy and Whitney. Hi, everyone. My name is Amira Streeter. I'm the governor's policy advisor on climate, energy, and transportation, and get to work on offshore wind out of her office. I'll pass it back to Whitney, I think. It's going to kick us off.
Yeah, thank you. The way that we structured the briefing this morning, Whitney will go first and provide an overview of BOEM's leasing authorization process. I will follow Whitney with a description of the support we've provided to BOEM as a part of the process, and then give a window into DLCD's future role as part of the federal consistency review. And then Amira will provide the last perspective from Governor. So without further ado, go ahead, Whitney, and you can just let me know when to advance the slides.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Next slide. All right, so thank you again for the time this morning. And as Andy just alluded to, I'll be providing a brief overview of BOEM's authorization process and some of the activities to date in coordination with the state of Oregon. Next slide. So as a brief introduction to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, or BOEM from here forward for this presentation, we are a bureau within the U.S. Department of the Interior, and our mission is to manage the development of energy and mineral resources in an environmentally and economically responsible way on the U.S. Outer Continental Shelf. So for the West Coast, this jurisdiction is from 3 to 200 nautical miles offshore. And our authority lies with the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act of 1953, which was amended in 2005 with the Energy Policy Act to include renewable energy activities. And for the focus of this presentation is to discuss offshore wind specifically. So I do like to highlight overall in terms of with the US West Coast is that our jurisdiction is excluded from national marine sanctuaries, which is relevant offshore Washington and California. But our jurisdiction for Oregon is that 3 to 200 nautical miles. Next slide. So as a part of the Biden administration's announcement for 30 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030, and this is to reduce carbon emissions and to create good paying jobs, the BOEM announced a leasing path forward for 2021 to 2025. And this was the first time BOEM has done this for renewable energy. And this was announced last fall. And it provides transparency in terms of where our office is focusing activities around the US. And Oregon is included in this goal of 30 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. And in the leasing schedule, the timeline for an auction is next fall of 2023. And I'll be outlining some of the activities that would bring us towards a lease auction in this presentation. Next slide. So this is a very simple schematic of what floating offshore wind could look like offshore. And I like this slide because it shows in terms of the multiple wind turbines and in terms of it being a floating system offshore, but in terms of, I should take a step back. And so this is a floating system. So these floating offshore wind might look similar from at the water surface and above, but in terms of the deep water depth that we're looking for the US West Coast, this is some type of floating system, whether it be a semi-submersible or spar technology, and then it would be some type of anchoring system or mooring system to keep these systems in place. And then there's a dynamic electrical cable that connects between the wind turbines and then to some type of substation for conditioning before that submarine power cable is then brought to shore. The project for offshore wind would span from both the outer continental shelf from a lease area to some point of interconnection onshore. And so I'm trying to illustrate that in terms of our jurisdiction for floating offshore wind, it's restricted in terms of the activities of energy on the outer continental shelf, but the overall project itself is included in environmental review, which spans to that point of interconnection and includes state and local jurisdiction in addition to a number of other federal agencies that have a role in permitting. Next slide. So our authorization process for offshore wind is a multi-stage process that occurs over 4 years. And in Oregon, we're in the early stages of planning or with this planning and analysis phase. In terms of our work with the states and other governments, it begins with an intergovernmental renewable energy task force. And there is a task force that's established in Hawaii and California and Oregon for the Pacific office. And I make that distinction because there is not a Washington Intergovernmental Renewable Energy Task Force. But there's a task force to coordinate these activities. And then our formal start for authorization begins with a call for information and nominations or a request for interest, but in this case, a call for information nomination. And that recently was issued last month on April 29th. And BOEM works in a process called area identification to identify wind energy area for environmental review. And this is our first formal part of environmental review under the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, prior to any leasing activity, which is in our second stage of this authorization process. In terms of leasing, our office issues a proposed sale notice with a public comment period prior to a final sale notice. And this outlines all of the proposed terms and conditions of that that auction. After a lease is issued, the developer or the lessee then has the responsibility to collect the site-specific data and information that is required to pull together a construction and operations plan. So in this third stage of the authorization process, this is on the lessee to do the geophysical, geotechnical resource characterization to inform its construction and operations plan, or COP. Once BOEM receives a construction operations plan or that COP, it undergoes technical and environmental review. And at this COP stage is when we have the information of the details of the project. So this includes the size of the turbines, the placement of the turbines, the type of technology in terms of the floating and mooring system, all the way through the rest of the project, including what the cable route would be and that point of interconnection. There are other, and that piece is what undergoes the second environmental review under NEPA, which is likely an environmental impact statement to understand potential impacts of that project. And I also want to note, in terms of BOEM's process, we do have financial assurance requirements to cover any cost of decommissioning prior to any construction in the water. Throughout this process, there are multiple opportunities for public comment, informal public input. We have task force meetings, and there's coordination and consultation with different federal agencies, tribal governments, and local governments. So before I go in the next few slides, I'm going to detail the work of the Intergovernmental Renewable Energy Task Force, as well as the call for information and nomination that is currently underway. And we're technically in this planning and analysis phase for all activities on the West Coast, but in California, we are soon advancing into the leasing phase with a proposed sale notice for California for 2 areas offshore. And then want to note that there are 24 active leases on the Atlantic, along with over a dozen construction and operations plans that are currently under review with BOEM. Next slide. So in terms of the work of the BOEM Oregon Intergovernmental Renewable Energy Task Force, or I'll just say task force from here on out, this is an established body from back in 2011, and we've had 10 task force meetings to date. The task force is comprised of governmental entities, so this includes tribal governments, federal agencies, state agencies, and local governments. And the purpose of this task force is to coordinate on BOEM's potential leasing decisions. And in this case, we've been focusing on offshore wind since 2019. So with the discussion of offshore wind energy planning, we've had 4 task force meetings beginning in 2019. And the discussion at that first meeting in September was whether to engage in a proactive planning approach with the state of Oregon for offshore wind energy planning. And at that meeting, BOEM and DLCD created a data gathering and engagement plan for offshore wind energy planning. And this was then presented at the next task force meeting in 2020. At that meeting, BOEM and the state of Oregon committed to offshore wind energy planning and to implement the steps that were outlined in that engagement plan. And in October of 2021, BOEM and the state presented the work that they did as guided by that plan, and presented a data gathering and engagement summary report that outlined all of the data gathering and engagement that was done to date. So I think it's important that there's probably 2 pieces to acknowledge in the data gathering and engagement, and one is the tremendous work of Aura Wind Map, and that has been led by DLCD in terms of cataloging and visualizing relevant data sets for offshore wind energy planning. And then the other piece, and they did go hand in hand because one couldn't be discussed without the other, was the 75 plus meetings that were done, the 6 public meetings, to try to make sure that folks were informed of this effort and to request information that could inform future leasing decisions. In February, so this is now our 4th task force meeting to date, BOEM presented the proposed call areas, which would, in the, again, the call or these call areas would be our formal start of leasing. And, you know, this was a discussion with the task force in terms of how to move forward with the call for information nominations. Next slide. So now I'm going to go into sort of that next piece of the formal call for information and nominations notice. And that's called the call in terms of our terminology here. So the call was issued, as I mentioned before, on April 29th, and it included a 60-day public comment period. And the purpose of the call is twofold. It invites public comment on in and around the areas described for potential leasing. So those are called call areas. And it also solicits nominations for possible commercial wind energy leasing. So we're requesting those who would like to be a lessee to provide information on the areas and as well as their qualification to hold a lease. In our coordination with the task force, our coordination with the state, these call areas they're large. They're of a sufficient size to allow for winnowing throughout this process. So we discussed in the call notice that we're seeking 3 gigawatts for near-term commercial development in this first round of leasing. And this is roughly 1/4 of the total area between the 2 call areas that's included in the notice. So I have a table here on the right that discuss the 2 call areas. They're offshore, South, Central, and Southern Oregon. The Coos Bay area is the larger one. It's about 10.5 gigawatts in terms of an energy capacity based on the 3 megawatts per square kilometer, sort of rough back of the envelope calculation for capacity. And it's about 1,300 square miles. The Brookings call area in Southern Oregon is smaller at 3.5 gigawatts and 448 square miles. And we have all of this information available on our webpage at boem.gov/Oregon. And it's the call notice itself. We have a number of maps to show these areas. We link to the Oro Wind Map, which is our tool to visualize and provide additional information on how to comment. Next slide. So in terms of where we have been, or in terms of where we are now with the task force and the call, this is just a way to show in the form of maps. So in terms of our data gathering and what we included in the plan and the summary report, we were seeking data and information along the entire Oregon coast where offshore wind energy is techno-economically viable, and the wind energy resource offshore Oregon is strong. So this was a statewide effort north to south to where BOEM's jurisdiction was the eastward boundary at 3 nautical miles out to 1,300 meters, which is a reasonable definition of the limit or of the techno-economic viability of offshore wind. And then at that task force meeting in February, BOEM proposed 3 areas, offshore Oregon, the northern being the Coos Bay call area, and then the proposed Bandon call area, and furthest south is the Brookings call area. And we received at the task force meeting and then subsequent meetings with the Pacific Fishery Management Council and other stakeholder meetings, the additional information on Coquille Bank or the Bandon High Spot. And that area is was within the proposed Bandon call area. And so that was removed from consideration in the formal notice in the call area that was published in April. And that sort of is why you'll see the 2 call areas, the Coos Bay and Bandon call area here. Next slide. So the parameters for the call areas, this is detailed within the call notice itself. And I don't have the time to walk through every bullet here today, but within the notice we discussed this parameter and provided the data layers as available in Oro Wind Map as a part of this notice. And it spans from what's required in terms of an offshore wind energy development perspective and the demand for renewable energy, through other existing uses in terms of maritime navigation and commercial fishing, to the environmental considerations of wildlife and habitat. Other important considerations, in particular, submerged landforms and tribal considerations, and then of course, the Department of Defense considerations. Next slide.
Whitney, we're having a little difficulty hearing you. I wonder if you could speak up just a little bit.
Sure.
We're really enjoying the conversation, but sometimes you kind of fade out.
Okay, thank you. Let me get a little closer. I'm sorry if my face is also enlarging here on the screen. The call area details are provided here, and you know, in terms of where they are located in terms of the distance from shore, both areas are 13.8 or 12 nautical miles from shore, and this was this boundary or exclusion buffer was provided from the state. And then there's also additional information here in terms of the size of these areas and how, you know, in terms of the entire area and its approximate, you know, width and length. Next slide. So the important piece of the call for information and nominations is that request for information, and we're asking for feedback on these call areas. It's essential to help us identify areas for potential leasing, as we discuss that these areas are large, and we're looking to winnow down these areas from roughly that 14 gigawatts to 3 gigawatts for commercial development. And we're asking for specific and detailed comments in and around those areas, and outline a number of topics that we're looking for, spanning from socioeconomic to the biological, environmental information, archaeological, historic properties, and then other uses, the existing uses. And this is really honing in on the vessel navigation and recreation and commercial fishing, as we know it's an important existing use offshore Oregon, and a few others as well. I would like to note that we are seeking feedback in terms of you know, what is the with respect to floating offshore wind, in terms of information, in terms of the depth and slope to make this information, or to make floating offshore wind viable, and in particular asking information in terms of the depths. Of the 1,300 meter depth was a parameter within the call. Next slide. So we include information on how to comment, and have developed information 2-pager if those who want to provide comment want to supplement the narrative of their public comment with a map, an OroWind map. And any user has the ability to create a point, a line, or you know, a drawing, a polygon as a part of their public comment. The public comment period is through the end of June. It's June 28th, and this 60-day public comment is 15 days more than what's required by regulations. And you can either provide that public comment through regulations.gov through the docket number provided, or your comments can be mailed to me at my work address. So in closing with the next slide, in terms of where we are and where we're going in terms of towards the lease auction, like I mentioned, that start is the call for information nominations, and we're currently in this public comment period. And we're looking forward to the area identification phase, and working and coordinating with the state and continuing consultation to delineate wind energy areas for environmental review. And that'll be an environmental assessment under NEPA. And we'll continue in terms of developing a proposed sale notice, again, for public comment prior to any final sale notice, and look forward to hearing from you, and really encourage public comment here. I think that's the end of my presentation. I have my contact information on the last slide, along with our website if you are looking for more information on the call specifically. So thank you so much for your time, and I'll pass it to the next speaker.
Thank you, Whitney. I think we might have a few questions, and I wonder if you could go back one slide. Well, not there, but the process slide, because so I just want to make sure I understand the process. And I appreciate the graphics. It really helps with sort of a complicated process to understand the different phases. So, am I correct in assuming in looking at this that your office would then, at the end of the area identification process, you would identify one of those two sites that are being sort of offered up or responding, Coos Bay and Brookings? Is that what you're saying? At the end of that, you'd select one of those and then proceed with the permitting, assessment and permitting, or what?
Right. So that's a good question. And so we're using this area to identify wind energy areas within those call areas, and the number and variation is still to be determined. So in the call we ask that those who want to provide a nomination for potential leasing, so those developers who are interested in leasing, to determine areas that are roughly 1 gigawatt in size. So a 1 gigawatt would be the size of the project as what you consider as reasonable. So they may justify a smaller or larger project, and that's 129 square miles. And so that's one piece of information that we'll be receiving. And so there may be, in terms of wind energy areas, there may be multiple wind energy areas within one of the calls, or there could be a couple in one call and one in another call. It's still to be determined, but it's a smaller area within the call polygon that was shown. And that would undergo environmental review for the activity of or action of lease issuance and site assessment and site characterization. So it would be the environmental review in terms of any action onto that area of doing surveys of geophysical surveys, or deploying like a meteorological buoy, a LiDAR buoy, to collect the site assessment information.
Thank you. And I might ask Andy to maybe help out a little bit, because I'm confused about the two sites, the Brookings and the Coos Bay, relative to then the energy facility folks would wait. So can you help me just a little bit? I understand what's the process for how it works.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner MacArthur. The basic process is that we're winnowing down from, we started with the planning area. These call areas are paper exercises where the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management is asking for both interest and potential concerns. Within either of those two areas, there may be a wind energy area that's designated from that space, from that geography, that will likely be targeted around 3 gigawatts, because that's consistent with the state's broad planning goal and House Bill 3375. And that would be the area within which BOEM potentially offers a lease sale notification. So it's a filtering down of geography that then BOEM would then move forward as a part of the leasing process.
Unmute. There we go. Follow-up question is, thank you, so how are Coos Bay and Brookings involved in those conversations? And then how is this agency involved in those conversations?
That is what I will cover in my presentation too.
Thank you. That's appreciated. So any other questions for Whitney at this point? Professor Sandoval.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was just curious about the tribal considerations. I was hoping you could provide some examples of what concerns they might have or what issues would arise.
Whitney, you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you. Thankfully, my computer tells me when I'm trying to speak on this. So in terms of our tribal engagement to date, when we began this planning process back in in 2020, we established it within our plan how to engage with tribal nations, and suggested that BOEM and DLCD have joint discussions with federally recognized tribes with ancestral homelands in and around these areas of interest. And we invited engagement from a number of federally recognized tribes in Oregon, in Washington, and in Northern California. And from that, and I should also note that we also have 4 federally recognized tribes that are participate on the task force as well. So there's a few different avenues for participation and engagement. So from that, 2 federally recognized tribes had either staff to staff or consultation meetings with BOEM, either through the planning process or now with the call for information and nominations. And then within the call, we discussed that additional consultation on the call areas specifically as a part of this process, as our work with the tribes is not limited to the 60-day public comment period. So I just wanted to provide that background in terms of the concerns to date. From what I've heard, the submerged landforms piece, in terms of any wanting to make sure that submerged landforms and any potential for I'm losing the name of this, but from an archaeological perspective, that there are no remains within those submerged landforms. In terms of migratory and resident species use and viewshed have all been important considerations.
Thank you, Whitney. Did that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Commissioner Boyer.
Thank you. I got lots of questions. So you say the closest one that's at call right now is 13.8 miles out. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the cable will run 13 miles into the shore?
So that there would be a cable to deliver this power to shore. And so we're focusing right now on potential leasing activities, which is where the wind turbines would be. And then from the lease for the areas that are on that continental shelf, it would likely be an easement, which is an additional area that includes any cables. And then that cable coming through the territorial sea is the jurisdiction of the state to a point of an interconnection on shore.
Okay, and then, so with the new Oregon International Port in Coos Bay, I just am curious about the compatibility of these two. And I don't know if that's been discussed at some of your meetings. And I don't know, maybe Andy, you'll touch upon that.
My presentation will cover. Excuse me. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Boyd. My presentation will cover the specifics about what would need to happen within a port from an infrastructure development perspective. That is something that we will learn more about as projects are proposed, and there's actual elements of a project that the state could understand to then understand how to review. But I will touch on that briefly relative to the land use planning side of the house, because there will be a significant component of these projects that is subject to Oregon statewide land use planning system.
Okay, I'll reserve the rest for now. No. I think he'll.
Okay, great. Any other questions for, yes?
Thank you, Chair. And so that's what I'm going to be interested in, is the 2 questions. One, the interaction with the local governments, counties as well, the interaction with the land use system. My question is, I assume the land use system, is that also then going to address the staging area and other onshore areas? Yes. Okay, good. So I'll look forward to that. Thank you.
Yeah, and a lot of that is future forecasting of the possible, right? We don't know yet, because project design is still in its infancy at this time.
So without more questions at this point of Whitney, we'll turn it over to Andy.
Yeah, thank you, members of the commission. So my task for you today is to explain how I have been involved in this process, and then how we as an agency, DLCD, specifically the Coastal Zone Management Program, will be involved through the application of Federal Consistency Review Authority, which is the one way that the state has as a mechanism to review these potential projects moving forward. And I do include a couple of these view sheds from Casita Head and from Cape Arago, because these are the places that there might be in the future some potential impact to from a turbine or an array of turbines being placed out in the environment. And visual resources, specifically cultural interest from our tribal governments, is something that we have heard as a potential concern. But stepping back to a broader picture for just a moment, I mentioned at the earlier agenda item that Oregon does have a long history of ocean planning in the state. That planning is founded on statewide land use planning goal 19, the ocean resources goal. And that really provides the touchstone, the foundation for which the state views all of these proposed activities. And that goal 19 mandates the protection of the important marine habitats and the systems that provide all of the ecological and economic services that the state benefits from, including fisheries, including the other kinds of services the ocean provides to the state. DLCD specifically was established by the Oregon Ocean Resources Management Act and statute as the agency responsible for stewarding and leading the coordination of the state's resources via the establishment of Oregon's Territorial Sea Plan, and in concert with the Oregon Ocean Policy Advisory Council, which is a legislatively established stakeholder advisory body. In my previous interactions with you, I've talked about Rocky Shores as part of the Part 3 amendment to the Territorial Sea Plan. But the history of the Territorial Sea Plan has been that for new uses that come to Oregon shores, we develop a policy framework from which to evaluate that new use potential relative to the existing landscape of uses and resources that are out there. So Part 4, which covers cables and uses of the seafloor as they come to shore, that is something that the state is actually involved in right now, leading a study to potentially propose and recommend amendments to that portion of the Territorial Sea Plan. And likewise, Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan established the foundational policy framework for thinking about marine renewable energy. And it established a comprehensive framework in that it looked at the uses and the resources that were out there relative to that proposed new use within state waters of wave energy technologies. We created that framework. We created a visual resource management system. So that provides the foundational policies by which the state will view this activity, the lens which we will view that activity. Following approval of Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan, our program submitted what's called a geographic location description, which is automatic approval by NOAA for the state to review activities within a geographic area where there may be reasonably foreseeable adverse effects to impacts to the resources the state identified in the establishment of those policies. And that is the mechanism by which, the state has said, these are the things that we care about and are important to us. And those are the focal points that we will bring to the issue of offshore wind energy in the future when our review takes place. This is a busy management and regulatory regime. My predecessor, Paul Claren, put this slide together originally, and he called it the alphabet navy of organizations and entities that may have a jurisdictional role in terms of ocean management. The point being that these are the entities that actually have a seat at the table with us as a part of the task force. Almost every one of these organizations has a role, has a spot as part of the intergovernmental task force that advises both the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management and our governor's office as we, the state, consider this issue. that being said, one of the things I want to communicate with you today is the workload and the time and energy that Whitney and I have done over the last year. And Whitney mentioned briefly that, she and I have attended over 75 meetings between October 2020 and October 2021 to support this one topic. And what I'm showing here today is a timeline graphic of that engagement. So we engaged with coastal communities in the places that we could, recognizing this was all during the pandemic. So no in-person meetings are part of this diagram. And to accommodate that fact, we tried to meet with people where there were already groups of people that were established, meeting like the Oregon Coastal Zone Management Association, Association of Oregon Counties, Ocean Policy Advisory Council, and other community groups that had stood themselves up. So we have been to many of the local governments and coastal communities to talk about and describe the BOEM leasing process. At the same time that we were asking people about information that they cared about and they knew about that we could bring to bear on this question. So here I show the coastal communities and elected officials, but we also met with environmental organizations. We hosted general public webinars, all of which are still available online if you would like to go back and watch them. You can really see the progression of the process over time through the materials that are available on the BOEM Oregon Activities webpage. One of the big focuses, and I'll talk about this in a second, was the creation of the Aura Wind Map tool. We had several webinars that we presented that, where we went through the entire comprehensive catalog of information with our stakeholders to see where we had gaps, where we had things missing, where data layers were maybe not representing things appropriately or correctly. And we had public review of that as a part of the exercise. And lastly, the ocean users were a big target for us. In particular, our fishing communities, our fishing industries, because they're the ones who are out on the water. They're the ones who understand what it takes to make a living by plying the waters of Oregon's outer continental shelf. So it's been really important to us to make sure that those stakeholders had a voice, even if they haven't liked the fact that fishermen themselves do not have a seat at the task force table. We have tried and we've bent over backwards to make sure that the Pacific Fisheries Management Council has a representative on the task force, and that we go there and that we interact with them at the locations where they're accustomed to operating. So I just provide this window into the engagement element of this process because it has been extensive. It's different than what's happened in California or Washington, and that state and BOEM made a conscious effort to do this. In other places around the country, this process was maybe established by a company just submitting an unsolicited lease request, which then start BOEM's process. So this was intentional. This was specific. This was targeted in as much as we could be during the year in the past where we've all been chained to our desks via Zoom. But we do feel like we were able to reach a lot of people and inform a lot of people. And that's been a really important part of our work. Pivoting a little to my specific functional role as a part of these meetings, it really has been working together with BOEM to establish the information resource. And we did this by recognizing that the state had already made investments in our geospatial infrastructure, and that we had worked together with our federal agency to build a system called the West Coast Ocean Data Portal. And we recognized that, and we built a one-off tool called Aura Wind Map. And that tool was able to connect seamlessly via web service technologies to many different resources that were provided from around the state and around the region. So, I talked about our previous spatial planning efforts with part 5. All of the information that had been organized and collected as part of that work was brought to bear. It was complemented by the state's geospatial infrastructure technology that was organized through the Geospatial Data Library and the framework implementation team. So we brought terrestrial information to bear together with the offshore pieces that our coastal program has maintained as an archive. We presented that information back through Oregon Ocean Information website, as well as gathering then what information was organized through the ARESA project, which you just heard. So we really scoured every place we could within the state for geospatial information that was relevant. And then we combined it with relevant information resources from the federal government. So there are big national data providing sources called the Marine Cadastre or the Ocean Reporting Tool that BOEM and NOAA have worked together on to provide some of the broad administrative regional data sets that give us information about ship traffic or administrative boundaries, as well as project-specific federal offices like NOAA Fisheries Research and Monitoring, or the National Renewable Energy Lab that provided information on the physical dynamics of the system, which told us originally that the wind resource off of our coast is one of the best in the world. So what we've done is to create a connective system that connects to all of these data services that are provided either by us or by our partners around the region into a single curated catalog and a single curated visualization tool. Anjali was telling me she loves data. I love data too, and I would love to spend hours walking you through the Aura wind map tool, but unfortunately I can't do that today because my time is so limited, and the policy part of this process has been such a beast to handle. But I do want to say that we focused on making data possible for visualization. We organized it in a way that makes sense thematically. So if you look at if you think about the ocean, we have information on the seafloor, we have information on the water column to that extent. We have information about the currents of the surface. We have information about the human users that fly the ocean surface, different fisheries resources. We have information about the birds and the mammals that use that as their, different life history strategies. So there's over 350 different unique individual data layers in the tool. So take your poison as to your specific preference of information that you want to look at. Again, I can nerd out on this stuff a lot. And it's really fascinating to see what's out there on Oregon's outer continental shelf, because it really is one of the most productive biological ecosystems in the world, as it is characterized as an upwelling region, which means it's very rich and it's connected to the larger California current large marine ecosystem. So when you hear about people expressing concerns from an environmental perspective, it's regional in nature, because what happens in California could impact what happens in Oregon, because it's all part of a larger system. So the Aura Wind Map tool provides that foundational framework for looking at this issue, because we've incorporated regional information where that exists. And we've built tools, and there's how-to videos on how to use it. And Whitney mentioned that there's the ability for somebody to create a drawing and submit that drawing as a part of their public comment on the record for participation in BOEM's process. So we really have tried to facilitate individuals participating to the degree that they want to participate and knowing about the challenges. So I'm going to pivot a little now to the role that DLCD has in the potential review and evaluation of these projects. So I've supported the task force through all of those activities, through all those efforts, through the creation of this system. But at the end of the day, the state really is taking a back seat to BOEM, because it's out on the outer continental shelf. This is their land to lease. But the fact that the state has a federally approved coastal zone management program allows us to use those policies that I've talked about already with Part 5 to view the potential impacts from this new use.
So if I could just interrupt to have you say that again, because I think it's a really important distinction, because DLCD has many hats here.
Yes.
And the way I hear it, you've used, all your expertise is always available, but in the past couple of years, the process piece was really sort of the DLCD hat in a way. Mm-hmm. And then what you're talking about now is the extra responsibility and, opportunity that that this agency has because of the federal consistency piece of the work that is actually separate from the rest of the department. I mean, it's included in terms of staffing, but there's a different hat there. So can you just take a moment to explain that? Because I think it's a really critical distinction.
Yeah, that is a very critical distinction. And one of the strengths of Oregon's coastal zone management program is that we network from the local level, our land use policies, our state goals, our state wildlife authorities, statutes, rules. When they're approved by NOAA, that means that federal actions that take place can be reviewed for consistency with those policies. So it is a real strength. The program is designed to promote state federal cooperation and early coordination. And I believe that our interactions with BOEM have begun that process. We have communicated to them already the things that we are going to be paying close attention to as they move forward. And at the end of the day, we do have the review authority for looking at the proposed activities to make sure that they are consistent with those policies that NOAA has approved and that the state has established as our planning goals and our priorities. Those policies are sourced from, again, state agency rules, statutes, comprehensive plans, and local ordinances on land. That's the important piece. That's the important component, which I've heard you mention already today. They're sourced from the territorial sea plan and our statewide land use planning goals. And at the end of the day, we will be asked to conduct a review. And if the review provides an objection, says that it's not consistent, then that federal agency cannot move forward without understanding how it might make changes to what moves forward so that it is consistent. I believe you've had presentations on federal consistency in the past that have talked about that process.
Just a follow-up question on that. So I was thinking back to a couple of years ago, there was, what was the big development in Coos Bay?
Jordan Cove.
Yeah, and so that Oregon Cove, we got briefed on it as a commission, but this commission didn't have responsibility for weighing in on that. There was a distinction there. But again, I think we should make that very clear because, so I'd like to know, and I think my fellow commissioners like to know, going forward, what part comes to this commission and what part doesn't, if any.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. I think it may be helpful to think about this from the conceptual picture of what things come to you through the normal course of a land use planning process as elements needed to support a future development. So I provide this schematic here to you today, which Whitney talked about. You know, BOEM really has the authority out offshore to do the leasing. So the activity, the actual geography that will be used by any potential development is under their purview. But through our enforceable policies, we may review whether or not there are reasonably foreseeable effects to the resources within state waters that are identified and potentially impacted by those activities. As you come closer to shore and things become clearer from a state jurisdictional perspective, you know, the project elements like a cable coming to shore will need to meet the territorial sea plan. They will need to meet the local county comprehensive plans for consistency with the kind of use that's associated there. And really, I think a lot of people are thinking about that element of this kind of a development. But we're a little bit ahead of where reality is in that regard because we don't have anything real to evaluate yet. There's no construction or operations plan. There's no designed elements for us to think about for their consistency, although there is work ongoing to help Coos Bay understand what kind of modifications it may need to make to its local estuary plan, its shoreline management plan, its zoning, so that potential future modification of the environment would be consistent with the elements of a project that come to be in that location. But again, we don't know that Coos Bay is going to be used as the development center. It could be that, you know, the Port of Seattle builds these things and they're floated down the West Coast. Like a lot of this is still uncertain, and that, you know, there's a challenge there in communicating, you know, because we don't have those design elements yet known. I mentioned the cable part of the permitting requirement, and I provide this specifically because these would be the elements that our program would review from a federal consistency perspective. There's a local element, there's a state set of permits, and there are federal actions permits that are necessary. And when we review the project as a whole, we will take a look at whether or not the application has been approved by those other entities and organizations. The federal consistency piece kind of comes last. It provides that holistic review of the entire project. This just being one of the elements of the potential project, the cables, that come to shore and that carry the power. They'll be an important component, but it's just one component of potential future impacts. And as mentioned, we are still very early on in this process, but we have identified a couple of places by which federal consistency authority is really going to be called to bear. And again, this is not likely to be something that the commission takes. This is something that our program will review the other permits and authorities that have been issued by those agencies that have that regulatory role. And we will do the coordination that is required to understand whether or not all of those pieces fit within the broader picture and are consistent with Oregon Coastal Program policies. So that includes activities associated with leasing and site assessments. So that's kind of the remote sensing you might do to characterize the environment and the company will use to understand how it's going to structure any potential development. That will include further down the line with a construction operations plan that's going to detail what time of year they want to do things, what the elements of the physical interaction with the environment are going to be. All of those pieces will come to bear later down the road once there's actually a proposal in mind. Lastly, I just want to kind of summarize, we have done a pretty high level kind of perspective on the things that our program is going to specifically identify and care about. There are the fish and wildlife concerns, policies, there are the viewshed impacts, there are the where activities are going to come to shore, the cable landings and the facilities that may be associated with them. They're the elements of consistency with the territorial sea plan. And lastly, we want to ensure that tribal consultation is done consistent with law. I really appreciated your question, Commissioner Sandoval. DLCD has been designated as the agency to be a party to a trilateral consultation between tribal governments and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. And as a part of our review moving forward, we will pay close attention to whether or not those actions and the recommendations from our tribal governments are being honored and factored into the decision-making process. And with that, I am actually going to turn things over to Amira Streeter, and she has a presentation that she wants to share. I guess if you have any questions for me, or if you can save them for later.
Yeah, why don't we just for right now, when we are fresh with questions, ask to see if there's any questions for, yes, Commissioner.
That is a great question, Commissioner Sandoval. And for the audience, the question was, can you give a sense of scale of one of these devices? They are massive. Is an easy way of putting it. There's a diagram in some of the presentations that Whitney has provided to date that shows the floating turbine, and then a whale is next to it. And a 40-foot whale looks almost like an ant next to the platform. The turbines could be 800 feet tall with the blades being close to 300 feet wide. And the real, the challenge and I guess the opportunity on the ocean is the bigger that you can make a turbine, the more energy you can collect per the amount of steel that goes into the development. So the bigger the windswept area, the more power is collected. And if you can design and build these at a place like Coos Bay where you don't have a restriction on how big the blade could be because there's You don't need to transport them on a road or a rail to get to someplace. You could then assemble them next to shore, tow them out. And, you know, that's really where kind of the size of these things just keeps getting bigger and bigger. You know, they're talking about 12 megawatt turbines or 15 megawatt turbines potentially being state of the art in the next couple of years.
Yes, please.
I just have to ask the follow-up question. You previously spoke about just how ecologically rich our ocean is and what an extraordinary resource is. So is the scale of the environmental assessment commensurate with the scale of what we're talking about putting in the ocean and the potential magnitude of impact?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think that's really a question for Whitney and the Bureau. And when they talk about doing assessments of these devices, they talk about looking at not only the individual footprints, but the cumulative effects. And you know, they have a requirement as Bureau to conduct environmental analysis of those proposed impacts. Whitney, do you want to provide further comment?
Yeah, agreeing with what Andy said, and yes, in terms of understanding, you know, in terms of that environmental review, can you hear me now? Is this any better? So the environmental review of when that construction operations plan of an actual project is evaluated. But just to note that BOEM also has an environmental studies program and 30+ years and millions of dollars trying to understand some of these baseline conditions, partnerships with other research organizations and universities, other federal agencies, trying to understand some of these baseline questions as a part of this outside of a particular project.
Any follow-up questions, Commissioner? Vice Chair?
Thank you. I guess I was excited about the intentionality around this in the sense of, you know, it's not something that's proposed and then a reaction. It was what's the best process to go about collecting the right environmental and cultural resource information and so on and so forth to kind of, it appears to me, create a pathway that makes sense for all of those considerations. And obviously from being in a different type of development world, I think one could appreciate that the pathway that could be laid out that has the considerations already put into effect. And obviously, renewable energy supply is super important for our climate goals overall. And with, I personally think with every energy effort, there are negative and positive, right, outcomes. And so the idea of, you know, really taking into all these considerations, but the end goal being renewable energy, I think is great.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We have one more question, I think, from Commissioner Boyer, if that's okay.
It's just a comment, looking at the task force list. I noticed that the Department of Agriculture was not there. And I know they're more of the permitting for fisheries, but they also are the voice for agriculture, fish and fiber. So I would just, you know, maybe put that on your radar to see if they could be helpful in this endeavor.
Yeah. Commissioner Boyer, thank you.
I see the oysters there, the crawfish or the crawlers association, but sometimes ODA can be that lead for all of those.
Yeah, Commissioner Boyer, thank you for the question to recognize Department of Agriculture. We have intersected with them in that we have had outreach to the direct commodity commissions that are supported by the Department of Agriculture, the Oregon Trawl Commission, the Oregon Salmon Commission, the Albacore Commission. And those are entities that we have direct engagement with, as they are some of the concerned user groups.
Thank you. I think we should go on then to Amira. Welcome. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see everyone as well. Nice to see you, Chair. Can everyone hear me okay and see the screen? Okay, just want to make sure. So I really appreciate the questions and conversation that's happening right now and the attention that the Commission is giving to offshore wind. I'm going to kind of take a step way back and talk about the bigger picture and why Oregon is working on this issue and the importance of making sure we're in the conversation of offshore wind and
why it's important that we stay engaged and continue to build this partnership with BOEM, as well as the stakeholders and interest groups that are involved. Okay, so quite a few of you mentioned the overall energy planning that Oregon has to conduct in the big scheme of things as we try to reach our clean energy goals by 2040. Our belief is that offshore wind is part of that energy planning for the future. We have set out a goal of 100% clean energy by 2040, and offshore wind is a key contributor to that transition to renewable energy. There's a number of different things that are happening in the energy sphere, in the climate change adaptation mitigation sphere that is helping us get to this goal. But we are very excited to be a part of the conversation with BOEM and seeing it finally get to a head where we're in the comment period. The Oregon Department of Energy, you heard from them earlier about the ERISA tool, has been tasked with conducting studies on renewable energy sources, including offshore wind. I believe it was maybe 2 years ago that House Bill 3375 set up a study called the Floating Offshore Wind Energy Study to assess the benefits and challenges of integrating offshore wind into the electric grid. A goal was set of 3 gigawatts of energy from offshore wind to build out our energy future. And these studies also explored the reliability of energy, the job creation that's potentially possible, equity concerns, and resiliency aligned with that. There are lots of benefits to offshore wind, as you heard Whitney and Andy discuss. We need to, first off, get to that energy diversity and build out our portfolio. And there are things that offshore wind can do that other types of energy cannot, like solar, for example. And so the potential of this generation of energy is really great and could help us get to where we need to be in our goals. I don't remember if it was on the slide that one of the slides that Whitney showed of the call areas. As you can see, those areas are pretty massive, but they do get us, I think, to or beyond the 3 gigawatt goal that we're seeking. There's a lot of uncertainty as to how much of that ocean area will actually be developed, but that's pretty exciting to see that there is that potential available in the future. As you all mentioned, offshore wind is very large scale, and there is opportunity to build off economic development and job creation aligned with the development of offshore wind. And that's everything from maintenance of the turbines to building the structure to even the impacts of the communities that offshore wind is on, right? Anytime you develop something in a community, sometimes there's like a surge of business or opportunities that come up with the development of that. And so that ecosystem of economic growth is something that we are looking to assess a little bit further, actually. It's one of the uncertainties that we have, but offshore wind definitely gives us a lot of opportunities. Some of the challenges that we've identified are its connection with the existing grid and transmission line capacity. Once the turbine is developed, it's like, okay, how do you move that energy off the ocean to our shores and then capture it? And then where does that energy go? And does Oregon on its own have the capacity to take on that energy and build it into the grid? There's a lot of discussion both nationally with our neighboring states and also internationally about where that energy could go. It seems to me like everyone's kind of jumping on the clean energy bandwagon and getting ready to do a transition. So there's a lot of interest, especially from international spaces like Scotland and other parts of Europe that are interested in what Oregon is doing. While there is potential for economic growth and job creation, the employment projections are a little bit unclear at this point. in terms of how many jobs could be available and what types of jobs would that be. One could almost take that consideration and if we had a little bit more idea of what those jobs were, we could almost set up routine trainings and programs to get our communities ready to take on those jobs, which has been a really big factor, right? I think Chair MacArthur, I think it was you that mentioned Jordan Cove, or someone asked about Jordan Cove. And that was a very controversial issue because that would have brought a surge of jobs to the region that is pretty reliant on the fisheries and other small businesses that are in the area. This is another way to perhaps get to that economic growth, but we want to make sure Oregon is prepared to take that on when that happens. One of the other major challenges is the environmental impacts on ecosystems. That's on fisheries, the habitats that they support as well. And as I think it was Andy or Whitney had mentioned, needing to have a very robust environmental impact analysis on any project that gets proposed. And so while the potential is great for offshore wind, there are still lots of questions about the viability of the development and the impact it will have on our ecosystems. I really want to applaud and uplift all the work that the state agencies are doing in this sector. You know, Andy has been instrumental in the work, and he's been the leader in this space to bring the agencies together and have these discussions. But we also have Department of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Energy, and a couple others that are doing the work to assess development of this energy source. And there continues to be that opportunity to engage and build a partnership with BOEM. I just want to highlight some of the interested partners and stakeholders that have been not only engaging with agencies and with BOEM, but with the governor's office as well. We are hearing a lot of interest in this project and this initiative. Couple that I want to point out specifically are local government entities, state legislators and local elected officials, and other neighboring states. There have been several listening sessions already on this topic along the coast, I believe hosted by some organizations and these groups, as well as state legislators. I think the biggest concern we're still hearing is around the impacts of fisheries, but there's also a lot of interest from developers and investors as to how they can tap into this resource. In terms of neighboring states, California, Oregon, and Washington are part of numerous conversations about a variety of different things related to climate specifically. And Oregon can learn from California, and then Washington can kind of learn from California and Oregon as time goes on, because you know our borders and boundaries don't necessarily dictate where energy is flowing to. It's not like an electron says like I'm only staying in Oregon. And so building out that partnership and understanding between our states can really help us set up time for success in developing a cleaner energy future. So these are the major things that I just wanted to touch on. Obviously, I'm not the technical expert, and Andy has been doing this work for a very long time. And I'm just kind of jumped in at the point where it's starting to get very exciting. And so in the interest of time, I'll just leave it open to any questions, or if there's anything I can elaborate more on. We are cautiously optimistic about the development of offshore wind because of those uncertainties that are coming up that will be dependent on what projects get proposed and how this process continues. But we are very excited to add offshore wind to our clean energy future. Thank you, Amira. Very helpful questions for Amira. I guess I have a question about, and maybe this is inappropriate for this time, and it's really not a department issue, but I'm thinking about revenue generated from these facilities. And there may or may not be an analogy here, but in Klickitat County in Washington, when the wind turbines first went up on land there, on farmers' land, it just basically was a transaction. The land was purchased or leased or whatever. But I think that Klickitat County now has gotten smarter, and they are charging some kind of fee that then gets generated and it goes back into the schools in Klickitat County and the area, the communities. So in addition to jobs specifically, is there an opportunity for the state to be proactive about thinking how to collect some revenue from that and make sure it benefits the local jurisdiction as well as the state, and maybe mitigate for some of the deleterious effects that might happen as a result of the development?
Yeah, I think that is a really
Commissioner
excellent.
MacArthur, thank you for the question. I think maybe I will ping pong this to Whitney after I take a shot at it, but there have been community support agreements on the East Coast that I'm aware of. BOEM currently is looking into the issue of fisheries mitigation funds for offsetting impacts. I know that's not something our fishermen like to hear about because they don't want to be displaced, but the topic of mitigation is something that has come up. And my understanding is that those kinds of agreements have been between the developer and the communities, the neighboring communities themselves, not something that the state necessarily has set up, although I would offer clarification from Whitney or other examples to talk to the issue.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment on that?
This is Whitney. I just wanted to add, so there are certainly agreements between, this is much further down in the road after lease issuance, but agreements with lessees and others. But within BOEM, I just want to point note to the recently in the latest BOEM auction off the Carolina Long Bay, included a multi-factor bidding approach. And this is a little bit of a different approach that's been used in the past. And it included like workforce training credits as a part of the bid. So, millions of dollars as opposed going to the award and the treasury in terms of the bid were redirected to the, I'm not going to say to the state, but to the community in terms of, for example, workforce training.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Andy, are you wrapping it up at this point then? I don't see questions from commissioners.
Yeah, we are ready for any follow-up questions, and we are done with our presentations.
Well, I'll just say I'm really thrilled with the work that's been done to date on this. And as Vice Chair Halava mentioned, that it's really providing this glide path for engagement. It's just a really model for early engagement on these very important issues. So thanks to all the partners for doing that. That's just really wonderful. Questions from commissioners at this point? I don't see. Oh yeah, Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, I'm just curious if or how the Department of Defense is involved, because I think these sources of energy would be more vulnerable to like attacks or more than say some that were more inside of the that are within like land territories. So I wonder if there's any discussions on that, or if that's just not a concern.
For BOEM in terms of
Thank you. Well, as discussed in our previous presentation on the ARESA project, certainly coordination with the Department of Defense is something that is a known need. And at this time, my understanding is that's actually occurring at a very high level in government at our secretary level, between Secretary of Interior and Secretary of Defense sometimes. So future projects that are proposed, BOEM will be directly consulting with the Department of Defense on their needs and their I guess constraints is a potential way of putting it.
if I could add
I
that.
don't see any follow-up questions.
Whitney was trying to.
Oh.
Whitney, are you on mute?
Can
There
you
you
hear
go.
me? Okay, I just wanted to add that between the federal agencies, it's a discussion as well between BOEM and the Department of Defense. And there's been, similar to the state, there's also early engagement with Defense in terms of providing, where we are to date, and BOEM, and Department of Defense providing some sort of early compatibility assessments to BOEM. So there's that dialogue ongoing.
Thank you. And thank you for all the partners for being here. And Andy, it's just been really a very thorough conversation, and I appreciate all the perspectives, very useful. And you can decide at what point it might be useful to come back to the commission. Obviously, that's really up to you in terms of the timing. But I suspect the commission would be interested as this process moves forward. So thanks to everybody. Thank you for having us. Oh, Amir, I'm sorry. Oh, I was just saying, thank you for having us. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Okay, commissioners, we are going to adjourn for lunch and we'll be back. There was no public testimony taken on this item, I think. Is that correct? No one signed up, but I read that in my little packet in here, public comment will not be accepted. So, so I'm not accepting it, but nobody signed up anyway. So we are adjourned for lunch. We'll return at 1 and we'll start with commission business.
Month end is very positive for the department. We have included the salary pot appropriations that were received during the short legislative session, and now are reflecting a savings in general fund. And as you are well aware, I think general fund is primary focus of what we're watching for as we project our budget. But we're showing a projected savings with all current knowns of $260,524. So at this point, the department is preparing to really kind of focus our budget management activities onto making sure that we find a very good purpose for that projected savings at this point. I would just add that the savings number already takes into account current knowns as far as staff vacancies. I know the department has done quite a bit of hiring, but given the times in which we are now living, there's definitely a possibility of much more savings going forward from there, but it's something that we'll update you on as we go. Also, as a part of the financial report, we discussed some difficulties that we've had with other funds cash flow in the current biennium. We have a number of FEMA-related activities that are funded through other funds, even though the funds come from the federal government, because they come through one of our partner agencies, the Office of Emergency Management. That is why it's considered other funds in our budget. OEM has had some real difficulties in finding the needed staffing to keep their accounting process going. And unfortunately, we have built up quite a bit of a backlog in anticipated receipts from our requests for reimbursements for hazards work by the department. But we have good news to report in the staff report that's in everyone's packet. We're definitely eroding away at that amount, but even since that report was written, we've received another, I want to say 55,000 approximately from OEM. So definitely moving in positive territory. I'm hoping that they have dealt with their internal issues and we'll be able to just carry on, expecting monthly reimbursements as we had anticipated. Budget development activities are going forward in our technical budget shop here in the Administrative Services Division. We are now in the midst of working on what we call the CSL, which is the current service level budget. Those final calculations are due by the end of this month. And from there, we will jump in with both feet in putting together our agency request budget. So a lot going on, and there will be lots more to report in the near future. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Carol. We always appreciate your straightforward way you present your budget, our budget, I guess, the department's budget. Quick questions, commissioners, about budget? It's really nice to think that there is some money in the coffers now. And past times we've had these reports and they've been kind of dire. And at one point, I think it was referenced yesterday in remarks for Jim, is that there was a cutback from staff. Cutback in staff had to be made, but I'm really glad we're in this position now, and it's very exciting.
It definitely beats the alternative.
Yes, it sure does. Yeah. Seeing and hearing no questions. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Second order of business under this topic agenda item is Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee. Sadie, come on up.
Hello?
Hey, CD, I don't want to interrupt, but we can't hear you on the webinar.
Yes.
Okay.
Do I start it again from the top?
Okay, thank you, Esther. Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. For the record, Sadie Carney, Communications Manager and Policy Analyst with the Department of Land Conservation and Development, and your staff liaison to the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee. So the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee had our last regular meeting on April 29th, 2022, at which we discussed several large items that were on our agenda. The selection of a new chair and vice chair for the CIAC,
the recommendation of appointees to the CIAC, which I believe the commission will be doing after this portion of your presentation, and review of applications from local governments for our Achievement in Community Engagement Awards, which we also selected 3 projects to recognize, and I'll talk about them in a minute. And finally, the CIAC also reviewed DLCD proposed budget items and made comments that I have compiled and with review of our chair and vice chair have submitted to the commission for consideration with those items, which you will hear about from Emma Land later today. So I don't know if we have her joining us, but the CIAC voted to appoint Ms. Leah Rausch to the office of chair and Ms. Jennifer Isola to the office of vice chair. Our officers serve for a term of 1 year. For context, Leah has served on our Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee since January 2019. And Jennifer Isola joined the committee in May 2021. So I don't know if she's here, but Leah is a project manager with Integrated Solutions Consulting and a skilled facilitator, and she has a master's in community and regional planning from the University of Oregon. So we are very pleased to have her serving us. Oh, and there she is. Leah, would you like to say hello to the commission? Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks, Sadie, and thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to join today. You can hear me, okay.
Now we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Sadie. I'm really excited to step into this role after a few years serving on the CIAC, and really want to recognize and thank Steve Faust for all of his leadership, especially during the transition over the last couple of years, and really excited to see that we'll have a full commission or committee, excuse me, for the first time in a couple of years. And I know Sadie's going to talk about that next. So thank you all, and happy to be here today.
Welcome, Leah. It's really nice to have you at the helm as well as the full committee. I think we'll need it as we go forth. The next couple of years, we're really trying to hone in on the different aspects of citizen involvement and maybe even some rulemaking effort around that. So thank you for being at the top of that effort. Yeah, we are so grateful for her service and really for all of our CIAC members. It's an incredible group right now. I'm very excited, which is a great segue to the next part of my presentation. So staff had a recruitment for 2 vacant seats on our CIAC. So you may remember that not too long ago, we adjusted the bylaws for the CIAC to expand it to a 10-member group. It had previously been 7, but with the knowledge that we would be adding an additional congressional seat, and the CIAC is statutorily bound to have 1 representative from each congressional district, we added a new seat for the pending congressional district and for some at-large representatives and expanded our membership. So 2 of those seats are vacant now. The final, the 10th seat on the CIAC will become available when the new congressional map takes effect in January, and we'll have 1 more recruitment, and then we will really have a 10-person CIAC. So we recruited for the 2 vacant seats, and that recruitment concluded on April 19th. We had 6 applications, 5 of which were deemed eligible. You have the statements of interest in your packet as attachment B. So many qualified candidates. It was hard not to wish we could take them all. I did wish we could take them all. Just really fantastic interest from around the state from people that are very, very qualified, and we're fortunate to have that kind of interest in the group. That said, we did have to narrow our recommendations to 2. And so today I'm bringing to you the committee's proposal that the commission appoint Sofia Alvarez Castro to serve as the CIAC representative for Congressional District 3, and Michael de Blasi as the CIAC representative for Congressional District 5. And if appointed by the commission, these new members would serve a 4-year term starting in May 2022 and running through April 2026. So I think there is a motion in your packet at the end of this item that would move to appoint these new CIAC members. Thank you, Sadie. Thanks for teeing this up so well. And it sounds like the committee is the one that came together, the CIAC, to recommend these 2 names. So it's Correct. fully endorsed by the committee. Okay. That's exactly right. Yes, Thank you. I don't have a vote, but you do. That's good. Thank you for the clarification. Would one of my colleagues like to offer a motion?
Yeah, I'll do the motion. All right. So I move that the LCDC appoint Ms. Sofia Alvarez Castro and Michael de Blasi to 4-year terms on the Citizens Advisory Committee.
Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner Sandoval. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A second from Commissioner Warren. And I don't think there's probably going to be any discussion on that. So would you take the roll?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson has excused absence.
Yes, thank you. The motion passes unanimously with one excused absence. Thank you. All right, wonderful. And I don't know if we do have any members or our newly appointed members present with us on the call, but if we do, I think I do see Michael de Blasi has joined us. So congratulations, Michael. Welcome to the CIAC. And if you'd like to greet our commission or say hello, this would be a great opportunity.
Yes, thank you. My name is Mike de Blasi, as you've heard, and I definitely am looking forward to being on this commission or committee. In my packet, you may have seen how I lived in quite a few different places, both heavily urban and heavily rural. And I've tried to take that experience as well as my experience being on both sides of citizen involvement efforts, trying to take that experience too, to try and improve getting both the disparate voices, but also making sure that people who do comment on things feel like they have value when they do make their comments.
Thank you. And we really appreciate your willingness to serve on this very important effort. So thank you. All right. I don't know, Esther, are you able to see? Yeah. I think with our time adjustments, it was difficult for some folks to join. So thank you again, Michael, and welcome. And finally, we will be presenting in more depth on these at a future meeting, but knowing that the days have been long and our time here is short, I just wanted to give the commission sort of a peek at the Excellence in Community Engagement, or the ACE Awards, that we are honoring this year. One is to the City of Eugene for their middle housing code updates. I believe Commission had a presentation on that earlier this year, and it was really a spectacular and very unique kind of pioneering effort. And so really excited to celebrate that work. Also the City of Salem for their Our Salem project. They are performing a comprehensive plan update that has been going on for a few years, and just their ability to adjust their planning process to community need when they recognized that things weren't working as well as they wanted to, and they didn't have the voices included that they hoped for. The group thought was very impressive. And finally, Clackamas County for multicultural outreach for middle housing zoning code amendments. Again, just really wonderful work in engaging community-based organizations and acknowledging that these projects cannot stand alone, but really need to work in a cross-departmental way and also a long-term way. It's not sort of a one and done. So really impressive work around the state, and I look forward to presenting on those in more detail in the fall, when I am hopeful we can have a joint meeting of our CIAC members and commissioners. So we'll hope to get that agended. The CIAC's next regular meeting is scheduled for July 29th, 2022. And I am happy to take any questions. Thank you, Sadie. Remind us which liaison from this commission is on your. Yes, I apologize. Thank you for the reminder, Chair MacArthur. It is our Commissioners Sandoval and Warren, and I thank you both very much for your support of this group and your guidance. Truly, it has been helpful. And I think also, you know, I will call out specifically Commissioner Sandoval's recommendation that we really ask our CIAC members to look at our budget development activities, our policy option packages, with a goal one and community engagement lens. And I think that was a great opportunity to capture the value and expertise we have on that group. And so I hope that's reflected in the letter that's provided. And I will note for the commission and the public that we traditionally only have one liaison from the commission to that effort. And I think it says a lot that we have two different perspectives, which is going to be great to help influence that committee and work with them. So thank you for volunteering for that effort. Mm-hmm. Yes, Commissioner Sandoval.
So, yeah, I'm wondering how we can combine some of the work that needs to be done on the climate friendly and equitable communities outreach, because we heard a lot of feedback from cities saying how that was going to be kind of an expensive process and it was going to be consuming. But I think what we wanted for them to do is to build off of their current outreach efforts, right? And so I'm just, I guess I'm just thinking out loud and trying to figure out how we can incorporate some of that into our goal one efforts.
Thank you very much for that idea and question. I think that I can coordinate with our project team and staff. And if we have any, I know we do have interested CIAC members, especially in our work towards climate action. That's really one of their work plan priorities. And so I think I would not be surprised if we could engage a few members in our staff level conversations and sort of capture that expertise and maybe have them bring it back to the larger group. It's tough coordinating quarterly meetings with the 6 commission meetings a year. And so I'm wondering, you know, we'll kind of look at the ways that we can time that as well to better just sort of get the ideas to dance together and respond appropriately in time wise. And I'm wondering too, if I may, if you're going to bring back sometime in the fall, the city of Eugene, city of Salem, and Clackamas County to talk. I mean, we've already heard quite a bit from Eugene, the city of Eugene, but if it's a sort of a panel conversation and don't go deeply into every single thing they've done, but maybe some of the things that worked and didn't work from those efforts, because we're giving them awards, so they should probably know that. And that might actually influence and help us all understand better ways to communicate and engage the public. And that might be a platform for some of the things you're trying to accomplish, Professor, Commissioner, Professor, both. I love that. Yes. Deputy Director Green.
Yeah. Chair MacArthur and Vice Chair Halova, Commissioner Sandoval raises such a good point, and Sadie answered it adequately. I just would love to just kind of fall back for the purposes of reminding this commission and so we have some new members, which is exciting. But about putting the people in the planning document. So Sadie actually managed, and the CIAC managed this really great sort of bedrock improvement to a document that's been around since I think the 80s or early 90s, the putting the people in the planning. So major update. Just a couple of years ago, we heard about it in Condon before we had to take a COVID leave from each other. That bedrock document and that update and sort of some requirements that are required by the federal government for the Civil Rights Act and some of the other work that we don't normally uplift are covered in that report. And the climate friendly and equitable communities team is using that document to create its guidance document for CFAC. But I think bringing all those threads together in the fall would just be so productive. The city's carrying a lot of water. So I just thought I'd chime in and help remind us all of that important work. That's a wonderful platform from which to spring.
Yeah, I appreciate you calling attention to that. Yeah, so the CFAC team has, I think they mentioned it yesterday in their presentation as a foundation document for some of that work, which has already had a lot of CIAC review and knowledge captured. And I think that combined with the equity blueprint that, the equity blueprint that was created for the climate change adaptation framework and our guidance on tribal consultations. Kind of all of that combined, I think provides a strong foundation. That's not to say there aren't specific needs related to CFAC that we'll need to tailor this outreach for. I mean, I think that's every project. But I think we do have some really good tools to start building that process from. And certainly I think the CIAC is one of those tools. Great. Any other questions about CIAC? And you were going to cover the LOAC as well? Am I? Oh, I'm
no.
sorry.
I was, oh boy.
No, I wasn't. So yes. So,
rolling with the punches. So good afternoon, MacArthur and Vice Chair Halova and all the commissioners. Kirsten Green here, Deputy Director, just to report on the local official advisory committee work that Esther and we do this together with the directors. So it's been Director Rue and I'll be Director Bateman, but we're so excited with Commissioner Jacobson as our liaison. So I definitely want to recognize Commissioner Jacobs' guidance in this. We have impaneled, created a new LOAC because our last one really was termed out before COVID. So we have a wonderful new panel, which was included in your last packet. Our next meeting is in June. We too are struggling with some of the same things that Sadie's mentioned with CIAC. Too few members, too few meetings, sort of a system that was designed for a different decade or millennium. So we, the LOAC has agreed to expand its membership as well to 10 members. They didn't want to go above 10 because one of the commissioners from Marion County actually said, if it's over 10, I'm out, because he wanted to make sure that he actually was advisory, that it wasn't too many. So it was very powerful and clear feedback. But we look forward to bringing to you some updated bylaws that would expand the membership to be able to capture the geographic and demographic diversity of Oregon a bit. Yeah, we should be back with you on that in a few meetings. Our next meeting as LOAC is scheduled for June 7th. For 2 hours, we just had 1 hour our first time. So that was a speed run through the responsibilities and bylaws. So we haven't really been able to get into the policy issues with them, which we really look forward to briefing them further on wildfire, climate, Goal 1 revisions, etc. So I don't have much more than that, but that's just a brief update. This is well in your packet.
Thank you, Kirsten. Appreciate that very much. Any questions for Deputy Director Green? Great. It's very exciting that I really was hoping that would have gotten up and running, even though during the pandemic, so I could participate in it, but I'm glad that it's up now and it's perfect. So thank you for your effort to get that going. With that, I think we should have Sadie repeat everything she just did. No, and now we get to go into a discussion about our new chair and vice chair. So I'm not even sure exactly what my role is in this, but I'm so excited for, we talked about this at the commission last time. I'm so excited about the prospect of the full commission voting in Vice Chair Haleva to be chair and Commissioner Lilac to be vice chair. I think it's a perfect leadership team. I'm very excited for all the reasons you already know. I don't think I need to repeat that. But I just think it's a natural progression, and we have a practitioner and developer and both visionary preliminaries, as well as being able to see this like specific how to get things done, as well as what we're trying to accomplish long-term. So it's a really nice combination and leadership team in concert with our new director. So I couldn't be more pleased to sort of tee that up, and I'll just turn it over, I guess, to Anjali. I don't exactly know how this works. Do we just vote and then somebody make a motion and then you make your victory speech? I mean, what? I forget how this works. Maybe we'll call, if that's acceptable to you, Nick, then maybe I'll just see if, maybe I can make a motion, can I? I normally don't, I normally defer, but I will make the motion. So pursuant to ORS 197.035 sub 1, I move the commission select Commissioner Anjali Halava as chairperson for a term of 4 years effective May 19th, 2022. May 20th, 2022, excuse me. And then pursuant to, I guess, can I do both? And one, can I have two subject matters? And pursuant to ORS 197.035 sub 1, I move the commission select Commissioner Lilac as the vice chairperson for a term of 4 years effective May 20, 2022. Do I have a second on that motion?
Can I make a recommendation before?
Yes.
That the effective date that I start is not right after this.
I was ready. I was thinking at like what time? 1:35.
You see it through the meeting as chair?
Yes,
At least
I will do that.
Okay.
Yes, I will, I promise. Are we okay with the?
Yeah.
term? Okay. Thank you for that. So do I have a second to my motion?
I'll second.
And so Commissioner Warren seconds, and I don't think we need a lot of conversation about this. So Esther, would you take the roll?
Aye.
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 I didn't know I could vote, but I.
Aye.
Yes. So the motion passes unanimously with members present, and Commissioner Jacobson has an excused absence. Thank you. Great. So I'd like to turn the mic over to our new chair as of 5 o'clock today. Welcome.
Thank you. And I was hoping to have this tiny reflections / speech printed out, but I don't. So I'm going to be facing here, although I want to actually talk to you, but I'll be facing here. So I decided to do a little reflection because I was thinking about this. So I remember when I first arrived in Oregon, like many before me, I realized that there was something special about the state. It was hard to place exactly what it was at the time. Was it the lush evergreen trees, the bustling light rail, the walkable city blocks, the vibrant restaurant scene, or was it the majestic landscape and the fact that we could go from city to mountain to forest to coast all in one day? What I was experiencing was the variations of good land use, some of which was planned and some of which has been in existence from time immemorial. I remembered one thing besides the trailblazers of Oregon before I came, and it's from my planning education in graduate school, that Oregon was a place of innovation and forward-thinking land use practices, a place that valued development while protecting our natural resources and inspiration for the country. Fast forward to today, I'm proud to say that Department of Land Conservation and Development is still a place to enact innovation, this time tackling the challenges of the 21st century, be it housing shortages, climate action response, sustainable transportation options, or economic development for rural and underserved communities. And in all of this, our greatest work ensuring that all Oregonians have a voice and can benefit from these investments, not just the powerful or the wealthy. This time, equitable outcomes will be our North Star. Thank you for voting me, a small business owner, in as chair of your commission. I look forward to working together with Vice Chair Nick Lilac, a dedicated public servant, in serving our state and its people. Thank you. Yes, and I I wondered if you would the soon to be at 5 o'clock Vice Chair Lilac would like to say some words.
Well, thank you, Chair-elect Halava.
Yeah.
I hadn't prepared any remarks. I'm so pleased to honor your election as chair. To me, you're going to be a tremendous leader for our commission and for our state in this extraordinarily important role. I am just honored to be able to serve as your vice chair for you, for the commission, and for our state. It's really a momentous occasion for me as well. Having grown up in Oregon, it's been so important to me throughout my life. I've been a boomerang Oregonian. I grew up here. I lived in Washington, D.C., came back, Nevada State, came back, and it's now been our home. And I really appreciate your comments about public service, because that's my career, that's my life, both serving Deschutes County and now the state of Oregon in this capacity. And I just couldn't be more honored. So thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a secret.
I'm gonna go out with a black mark on my record. So fire me, okay? No. Okay, so then we also have a couple more things to do, and that is, as with my departure, we had talked last meeting about me continuing on with being on the policy coordinating committee for the Oregon Transportation Plan. Oh, thanks, Esther. The more I thought about it, first of all, I would miss, there was a meeting a couple of days ago, Wednesday, so I did participate in that and have participated in the first 4 meetings. There's probably 4 or 5 more meetings. And that's a pretty important effort. For those of you that don't know what that document is, it was first adopted, I think about 30 plus years ago. And it was pretty visionary, especially for ODOT to adopt that at that time. It's the overarching policy document that guides all the state transportation facilities throughout Oregon. And so from that policy guidance, kind of like our goals, our 19 statewide goals, it's that level of information. And that policy document guides the specific element plans like the highway plan, the public transit plan, freight movement, those sorts of things. So it's a really important effort. And so I was really happy as I was still on the commission to be involved in that. And I feel like it's important to pass the mantle on that as well. I can't make the next 2 meetings anyway, which I think would be a disservice to the process and to this department and commission not having that voice represented. It's a particularly important time because they want to update that document with, oh, I can't hear you. You can't hear me. They want to update that document with an equity lens and climate lens, environmental justice. So it's very exciting. And so it's a really important time for somebody from this commission to be involved in that. So given that is what I was thinking, I did talk to Commissioner Warren in advance, and I realized I didn't circle back a second time. So if I'm putting you on the spot, feel free to say no. I think Commissioner Warren would be a perfect person to be involved in that effort. In addition to all of the other things he's doing to really ensconce himself in everything planning by being on committees, going to graduate school in planning, and I think you said you're working for the Lane County or something too. So he, on all aspects, as well as, and most importantly for this commission, his work, great work being a liaison to the CFEC effort. So that's why I talked to him in advance, and I might just ask if you are interested in doing that, making that commitment. Chair, I'd be honored. Thank you.
I look to my fellow commissioners to see if that is, we don't need to take a vote because we'll just go ahead and put the X by his name as opposed to mine. But
the idea is that he would take that over starting now. I guess I'll make sure you have all the materials from the previous meetings and I'll call ODOT to give that information to them and CC you on that. So if that's an acceptable transition, we will make that happen.
I see it. Sorry. I see the X also under Commissioner Lilac. Is there an alternate?
That's a mistake.
Okay, thank you.
Gosh, you have good eyes. I can't even follow them. I mean, I can see the X's, but I can't exactly.
Well, I didn't know
follow.
maybe there's an alternate, just in case, but.
They don't really encourage alternates.
Okay.
I think.
So I think the primary would be, I'm sorry. Yeah, you've got it.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you, Stuart. I
Thank
appreciate that very much. I think you'll be great. And then the only other thing I wanted to recognize yesterday, Commissioner Sandoval, you mentioned that you have been promoted already to full professor at University of Oregon. And you mentioned it and we kind of floated by that, but we just should celebrate that moment. It's a really important moment. And so congratulations.
Okay.
Do commissioners have any other items under commission business they would like to raise?
Can I just ask?
Yes, please.
Just one question is, do we have are we in a position to announce a replacement or are you for your position at the end of your term, or that's forthcoming? Or did I miss it?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, I thought we just did, but you're the actual person.
The actual.
Yeah, got it. And do you want to?
Is this appropriate to ask? I wasn't sure.
Okay, you're quick on that now. Thank you, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, and Commissioner Lilac. We're so excited. The governor has recommended, there's no replacing Chair MacArthur, but another representative from her region. It would be Mr. Alan Lazo, who you might recall from the housing rules. He helped coordinate an equity coalition around that rulemaking process and addressed the commission several times. He is the executive director of the Fair Housing Council of Oregon, so should also provide a really great link with kind of our jurisdiction's fair housing obligations under federal law. So we're just so excited. We expect that appointment to be done during the emergency board suite of meetings the first week of June. So he'll definitely be with us in July. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Kirsten, for that update. And I don't think we have anything else on this agenda item, so we can flow into, let's see, where are we? Oh, I think it's our fun briefing on climate change resilience assessment. That's agenda item number 9. Welcome.
All right, thank you, Esther. My name is Christine Shirley with the LCD staff, Climate Change Resilience Coordinator. So today I'm going to talk about the work that we're doing on the climate change resilience assessment. And I noted in the last slide that it's called a vulnerability assessment, and we did change the name because we felt that the word vulnerability had a negative connotation. So it's now called the Climate Change Resilience Assessment. And if I slip up, that's why, because it's kind of a new thing. All right, so I'm going to go over, introduce you to the project team, talk about the work group, the Climate Change Resilience Work Group, who will help guide this project, and then talk about how we are eliciting information from community-based organizations, tribal nations, and the public. And then I'm going to introduce a little bit about how we plan to record and organize the information that we gain from these conversations. And then seek your advice and wisdom.
So the project team is quite diverse, or it's a large university-based project team by and large. JLA Public Involvement is orchestrating the work group. The Oregon Climate Change Research Institute is providing their scientific support. And I'll talk a little bit about what exactly they will be doing in a minute. The University of Oregon Institute for Policy Research and Engagement is orchestrating the workshops, which I'll describe later. And Portland State University is helping us with some participatory modeling support. And the purpose of bringing all these folks together into this project is to, of course, bring some expertise into the project that we don't have at DLCD, to leverage work that we are already doing, particularly with OCRI and the University of Oregon on natural hazards mitigation, and also to introduce DLCD to some new techniques for public engagement and organizing the information we get from that engagement. So, okay, come on. It's not changing. There we go. Okay, so the advisory group, did I skip one? Guess I didn't. Okay, so the advisory group is made up of 12 individuals that represent a reasonably broad set of interests. With 12 individuals, of course, we can't cover everything, but we tried to select folks that represented the kinds of interests that we want to see reflected in the resiliency assessment. And those folks include people from the BIPOC communities, historically marginalized, youth, business, agriculture, environmental, natural resources, tribal nations, local government, and a representative from the CIAC. And we also have 2 commissioners who are a liaison, Commissioner Boyer and Commissioner Jacobson. And the purpose of this group is to act as a sounding board for the activities. Some of the activities that we're doing, particularly in the workshops, are a little bit, well, they haven't been used at DLCD. So they're going to help us navigate through that, that new approach, advise us on course corrections, and of course, review drafts of any material that we send out to the public. Our next meeting is on June 16th via Zoom. All of our advisory group meetings will be on Zoom, unfortunately. The next one is June 16th from 4 to 6. All right. Another aspect of our eliciting information from the public is to do some telephone and on-screen interviews with community-based organizations. And the purpose of these interviews is to learn more about some of the regional concerns and before we do the workshop, so that we can use that information in planning the workshops, and also identify people within the regions we'll be visiting that should be invited to the workshops. And then they'll also help us discover dates and times, and most importantly, venues to do workshops. Because if any of you have tried to do workshops in the world, it's kind of hard to find large rooms. So we're hoping they can help us with that. And then importantly, they can help us build relationships with the appropriate people. So those telephone and on-screen interviews will start in late June, July, go through July in preparation for our first set of workshops. We did initiate or invite tribes to coordinate or consult. We got 2 responses. The Umatilla tribes gave us a bunch of information, shared actually a lot of information with us in written form, but they can't participate. So we'll be looking at that information. Just slipped my mind, the other tribe, Coquel. Yes, thank you. Coquel, they are actually participating in the work group. So I'm very happy with that. We will be initiating some follow-up interviews with all of the tribes the 9 recognized tribal nations, also in June and July. And of course, our purpose there is to ensure that tribal concerns and issues are brought into our assessment, and to learn more about traditional knowledge, first foods, and so on, so that we can build that into the assessment. And then, of course, building those relationships. All right, the workshops are sort of the big enchilada in all this. We will be doing 12 workshops across the state, 1 in each of the Oregon of Emergency Management natural hazard mitigation areas. And the reason we're using those regions is because eventually most of this, or a lot of this work will be ported into our natural hazard mitigation plan. So we wanted to make sure that that was seamless. So we will be doing, in addition to the 8 regions, one meeting focusing on a large metro area, and then 2 of them focusing on small cities. And then 1 in a really rural, very rural area. And then depending on the interest of the tribal nations, we might do a special tribal workshop as well. These workshops will provide the most of the information. We will elicit a lot of information from those workshops. And I want to say a little bit about the format of those workshops. And this is going to be something that is a little unusual for DLCD. I'm working with the University of Oregon, and we're planning workshops that are very hands-on and incorporate art into our elicitation. So what we're planning to do is, within different themes that relate to how climate change affects well-being, livelihoods, and cultural identity, we will be asking small groups to build collages. And they can bring stuff for the collages. We're going to bring stuff for these collages. And there will be a facilitator at each table that will be listening to the conversation that goes on as these small groups work on these projects. And so two forms of communication happening there, the verbal and the manipulating of objects. And the theory behind this is that by manipulating objects in small groups and building a picture of that theme, it brings parts of your brain forward that doesn't happen in a verbal only setting. So the University of, Oregon State University, the OCRI, Oregon Climate Change Research Institute, they are preparing a series of posters, one for each region, that describes the physical effects of climate change in that region. And those posters will be the primary means by which we inform people about the climate change effects in their region. And I haven't seen the draft posters yet, but the instructions that they were given was that they be very graphical. And again, I'm trying to get away from a lot of words. And that's partly because it unlocks those parts of your brain that don't work well with words. And also it will make it easier to engage people that may not speak English well. So our intent in these workshops is to elicit information about how climate change is likely to, or they're fearful of, or might affect their well-being, livelihoods, and cultural identity. And the reason I'm focusing on those 3 things is because it's a gap in our knowledge. The state agencies have information, a lot of information about the physical effects on infrastructure, for example. And there's lots of information about how climate change is likely to affect the natural world. But there isn't very much about how it affects people. And that's the gap that we're trying to fill with these workshops. Okay. So this quote up here came from an article that was quoted, Louis Dick, former vice chairman of the Confederated Tribes of Umatilla, in 1990. And I just thought this is the problem I'm trying to solve with the next thing I'm going to talk about, okay? So it was after that my little paper from my little committee disappeared into a stack of other little papers about 5 inches thick. How are they going to consider my little paper when they have so many others in that stack of paper? And that question drove me to investigate ways of organizing the information that we will collect at these workshops and interviews in a way that's useful, not only now, but in the future and by other people. And what I did not want this project to end up with is a big fat report that sits on a shelf and dies. So, and maybe there'd be some recommendations, but essentially it would just be static. So what I'm putting together with Portland State University is a participatory modeling approach based on fuzzy cognitive mapping. And I put in the packet an article that describes, by and large, the workflow that I will be using to build these fuzzy cognitive maps. So the fuzzy cognitive map is a graphical representation of how the concepts that people bring to the workshop interrelate with each other. And the interrelations are coded so that they're positive or negative, and they have a strength. So it's not just a 0 or 1 or a -1, 0 relationship. It's along a scale from -1 to 1. And by building this network diagram, we can learn how changes in those relationships change the whole system. So that's the concept. These fuzzy cognitive maps can be built on the fly in the workshops. We will be doing some prep work with the advisory team to sort of seed the process with some concepts. But they will be built largely on the fly in the workshops with the facilitators. There is some work that has to happen afterwards to sort of clean up some things, but mostly it'll come from the workshop so that the participants can see how these diagrams work in their region. These fuzzy cognitive maps can be combined with each other to build a statewide view of the world as well. I don't know how much you want me to go into these, and I'm happy to answer questions, but one of the, yeah, I'll just leave it there. So these models can be used to test different policy scenarios by manipulating the strengths and the valences of the relationships and by changing the concepts. So we can put a new concept in or change the relationships and see how it propagates through the model and how it is likely to affect people. We plan to post these models onto our DLCD website, make them available to anyone who wants to use them, along with a user's guide and some instructions on how to make it work. And also, these models are easy to change, so we can revisit them periodically and update them with new information or changed information as our climate change adaptation actions move forward. I do want to say one thing about this. We are not in this project developing a catalog of climate change adaptation actions at this time. Of course, as people give us their ideas, we will collect them, and I have a huge pile already of actions that others have suggested. But this model will help us evaluate those, because right now we have no way to evaluate which ones of these hundreds of adaptation actions are out there are actually going to support the people of Oregon. So with that, I am open to answering questions, hearing your concerns or questions about my approach and words of wisdom, suggestions for improvement.
Thank you for your presentation. And I thought maybe I would just start with a couple of questions, and then I'll ask the rest of the commission for their feedback. So I was already impressed at the beginning with just the outreach and who was participating, and then thought, okay, with kind of that variety of participation, like the outcome should be really interesting, because when you change your processes, you know, the outcomes become very interesting. And but then you went on to talking about art, you know, art and being a visual person, you know, I think that just relates more to the everyday person, how they can participate in this. So I was really excited by that, I guess. And then also the connection to research and the newest forms of thinking about how people think and how to translate that into action, I think is super important. So I guess my only question that I had was, climate change obviously is going to affect the youth
Yes.
the most, and how much of this is going to incorporate, you know, maybe even very young children in this data collection, because I also feel like they have a completely different connection to the issue than we do, because they've been living with it all their lives.
Yeah, that's a great question. And we do have in our list of community-based organizations, some youth-based organizations. And also one of our advisory team members is from Sunrise. And she has already offered some great criticism of our processes. And yeah, one of the first things she said was that she was very happy to be on this group with a bunch of old people, because most of the people are old, and that she hoped that her voice could be lifted, because when she goes into groups of older people, they tend not to listen. So she's, I think she's going to be a great addition. But yes, youth-based organizations are on our list. But that's a good point, that perhaps we should think about some activities in the workshops for kids.
And I'll just follow on that before asking questions. I gave a presentation on land use to 8th graders like a month ago and development. And I was shocked by the questions they asked me. Were completely sophisticated, knowledgeable questions. And I thought, this is a very hard topic for adults to digest. So I think we underestimate the feedback that they can give. And so I wanted to ask my fellow commissioners if you had any questions or comments. Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I just want to say I completely support the use of art in this case. As someone who's worked as a climate advocate with a youth organization before, art was very effective for incorporating different voices that haven't been included before. And it was also very effective for reaching out to people who we didn't think would ever listen. So that was exciting. And the other thing I want to suggest with the youth, or like at least reaching out to youth, is I would suggest creating separate youth groups or meetings where there aren't old people talking over them. They have the stage, they get to create, you know, the conversation. I think it's a really effective model. And I think we will be surprised at what we learn, because they are so much more in tune, I think, with how changing climate's affecting them right now. In fact, there's a youth rally happening in Portland as we speak, which is pretty exciting. And then my last suggestion is the fuzzy map.
Yes.
I've seen those quite a bit, and I think they're really awesome. I'm really excited to see what you are able to produce that way. My one suggestion there again is to not let it get too complicated, because I've seen some where it's like, I can't understand anything with this. So that's just.
Thank you for that. I like the idea of a separate youth group. And again, since we are scheduling 12 workshops, I can't think of why we wouldn't do one of them as a youth-focused workshop. That would be really fun. And as far as the fuzzy cognitive map, that's part of the challenge of the post-processing, where you take something really complicated and try to lump those like things together so that it doesn't look quite so complicated, but it's still complicated. And that is one of the reasons why I am so excited to have the Portland State University folks helping me, because they're very experienced with this technique and can help me get through some of these questions.
Commissioner Boyer.
So I don't have anything to add. I had the same thoughts that Commissioner Warren did, but just an example is getting out in the garden with my grandchildren and weeding. It is amazing how much information I get out of them. It's just that. So I really support the hands-on.
Manipulative.
Yeah, and I did with the youth for sure. So thank you.
Great. So when I come up to our budget people with a request to buy toys, you know, it's not for my kids. Yes, manipulative. Right.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So yeah, it's interesting because I do want to commend you for like the risk that you're taking by using these innovative approaches to community development. I think, you know, they're both very different. Like one is very simple, you know, with the art and so forth, and the other one seems like it could get really complex to the point where you don't really know what's going on, right?
Mhm.
And so I'm trying to figure out a way to make sure that we still capture the information that we want and it doesn't get too unwieldy or like too abstract, or, you know, that it's not really that useful. And so I guess I'm trying to figure out what the actual questions would be in terms of like, what is it that you're really trying to find out from these groups, because they're going to be very diverse. They're also going to be, you know, located all over the place. So it's very what you're trying to do is very challenging, right? And so
I'm scared to death, but
yeah. So maybe the way to help, my suggestion would be that you come up with some questions, even though you don't necessarily ask those questions to people, that just for your staff to have those questions that are somewhat standardized, because then from the information that you're getting, you'll be able to filter out, you know, the answers, you know, through those questions. So for example, so I think that, you know, climate resiliency, like the context is like huge. So if you interview Latino population in Eastern Oregon, and you interview Latino population in, well, you have them interact in Southern Oregon, you're going to get very different different experiences. So in Southern Oregon, I mean, a clear example of climate resiliency would be in terms of wildfires. Okay, so what's interesting there is that most of the labor that's being provided to do wildfire prevention is Latino labor. It's mostly actually like immigrant Latino labor, and they were actually disproportionately impacted in terms of the fires themselves, in terms of where they live. So that's pretty. I mean, that's a direct, like, you know, connection there between climate justice and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how that would come out in the workshops. You see, so I think what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, I commend what you're doing. I think you're taking kind of a big risk. I just want to make sure that at the end of the day, you get information that's collected in a systematic way, so you can actually say something concrete.
Yes, I take your point about developing questions ahead of time, and myself and the University of Oregon were just talking about that yesterday. And we plan to use the advisory group also to help us craft questions. Like I said, the advisory team will help us pre-prepare for these meetings by coming up with questions and concepts to kind of start seeding the conversation so that things don't get too out of hand. I think we're going to hear things that, well, one of the intentions of this whole project is to hear things that we don't hear in other ways. So, yeah, but then to make it useful is going to be the challenge.
And I wanted to add onto the depending on where you go, different responses. It just reminded me when I was a practicing urban designer planner, I went to Dallas, Texas. But we were receiving people who have been displaced because of Hurricane Katrina. And it was very interesting talking to people who are literally couldn't be in their own state, right? And their homes were underwater, about what environmental issues they cared about. right? And it was just completely different than one might have imagined before that Katrina happened. You know, a lot of stuff about mold and air quality, just things you wouldn't have thought through unless it happened to you. So I think even within those regions, there might be certain populations that are completely affected by climate change, and understanding how they feel now versus regions that see it coming but don't, haven't really been affected by it yet, I think would be good data to collect.
Yes, we are planning to keep the models separate at first so that we don't lose those regional variabilities and maybe control some of the chaos, maybe. But yeah, I do plan to keep the inquiry in each region separate at first, so that we don't lose those regional perspectives.
Like within a region, there might be a natural, some kind of hazard that has happened or some kind of event. And it would be good to talk to people who have been affected by that event.
Yes, that's a good point. And that's one of the reasons why the OCRI posters also are being tailored for each of the regions, so that we can pull out some of those events or threats that are specific to that. There's no point in talking about sea level rise in Eastern Oregon, right? But on the coast, that's a big deal. So.
Yeah. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm passing it on to you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
That's a good test run
then. Is there a few more questions? Looks like Commissioner Sandoval and then Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I just wanted to say publicly that, so you're going to be working with my department, but I had nothing to do with this.
I'm not sure it's your department. Is it? It's the engineering department. Antonia.
No, the University of Oregon, it's the planning.
Yeah,
it's
okay.
The planning, public policy and management, which is my department. And this institute is within my department, but I had nothing to do with setting anything up, and I'm not benefiting financially from it.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
Clearly state that in public.
Yeah. Commissioner Warren.
I, on the other hand, may be benefiting financially from this because I'm working for IPRI this summer. So
okay.
I will keep everyone informed on that, and don't be surprised to know or to see my name maybe somewhere on the report. So
I suspect we'll see your name everywhere. Yeah. Commissioner Lilac.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just keep on the same train. I'm on the Public Policy and Management Advisory Board, but I also have nothing to do with any of this. So this is the University of Oregon wing of the commission, I guess. I just want to say, you'll clearly be engaging smaller communities in this process. I mean, but just by the geographic nature of where you're looking, be it the coast or was it Region 8 or what? I can't remember the big southeast region, Harney and
there you go.
Collier County. Yeah, there
Region 7 and 8, and 6 and 4.
Yeah, which is great, and I appreciate that. But so you're going to be clearly engaging small communities, because some of these regions only have small towns and small communities. But I also hope there's a real intentional effort for rural individuals as well, because there can be real differences of perspective. And in Harney County, Burns may be viewed as more urban than the rest of Harney County, for example. So I just really hope you're intentional about engaging rural Oregonians in the process.
Yeah, I'm trying to be. And full disclosure, I have an invested interest as well, because I'm an Oregonian and a human on this planet. And I really think we all need to wake up and know that this is a real issue. So thank you for what you're doing. I think with no other questions. Great. Well, thank you for your suggestions and your time, and I really appreciate it. And I'll look forward to reporting in September when we actually have some results. Thank you, Christine. And I think we have, Peggy, did you sign up to testify? Great, come on up. Thank you.
Did you turn me off, Christine? Oh, good. Am I live, Esther? Okay, thank you. Peggy Lynch, League of Women Voters of Oregon. I think I said that last night. Thank you all very much for this opportunity, and yet to hear one more time from one more of your staff
the kind of expertise that we have in this agency. It is incredible. And hats off to Christine for the work that she has done already and the work that she's about to do. Thank you I thank you, COVID, for allowing us to be in person. I have to share that the 2 years of Zoom, although it's very nice not to have to drive to Salem, I don't get to see your reactions when I testify before you. In total, it's really difficult in the little tiny squares. So thank you for this opportunity. Now, I want to mention really quickly that the League of Women Voters of Oregon has filed amicus briefs with Our Children's Trust on their lawsuit in the state of Oregon and with the US. So us old people also get the young people's vision. And so I want to make sure that you do understand that. And about 4 years ago, the League had a volunteer climate team stand up separately from the natural resources group that I follow on with, simply because of the critical nature of climate and how important it is. You have heard early this morning, and I did listen to the presentations, and you know, and certainly Commissioner Boyer knows about the conflicts with solar, and we have wave and wind, and we have to figure out how to make sure that we address the climate change that's needed, as well as the needs in the wind issue, the fisheries issue. We have 2 different people in the League from our coastal group who are very concerned about the fisheries and whatever, and our climate change group that is saying, but we have to figure out a way to address this. We have just adopted a position on hard rock mining. For those of you who don't know, there is a potential lithium mine down in southeast Oregon. And there are concerns with the tribes and there are concerns around sage grouse. But we need lithium for all these gadgets in order to make them work. So we have to figure out ways to do that. And I just want to mention those kinds of things. I also wanted to say that while I'm here today, I am missing the Department of Forestry's presentation on their budgets and POPs. And I have also been following the Department of Agriculture. I am slightly concerned, and I'm trying to figure out how people in Oregon are going to work with, attend, and participate in things such as Christine's program, along with the water and drought conversations that we're having with the Water Resources Commission and others. Somehow or another, we have to figure out ways to have multi-agency conversations while getting the specific information that each subset needs. And we drowned people by that sort of thing, and that does concern me. I think at this point, I just want to say with the CIAC report that 20 years ago, the CIAC actually met at the same time that you all met, but with the group of people, because you went around the state. So we would meet with a group of people from John Day or Bend or Coos Bay at the same time or close in the evening while you were meeting during the day. So we were sort of cross-pollinating that discussion. And so just a thought. And that was 20 years ago, folks, boys. The only other thing I want to mention is with the climate friendly and equitable communities, and I applaud your work. I am scared for your work because I am afraid that we will see pushback. And I want to make sure that that people understand the urgency of now that you just explained. I also want to make sure that the House Bill 4077 mapping nexus exists. Again, it's one more connection piece. As I follow the 14 natural resource agencies and the legislature stuff, I get frustrated by silos. And you all have begun to work a great deal out of silos. But I just want to commend you for doing that and continue to do that. I have one last thing and then I'll be quiet. Some of you are new. And one of the things the League does is we do studies in order to develop positions in order to advocate. So this is one example. I happen to have extras with me. Some of you already have this document, and it is also on our lwvor.org website, but I would be happy to give it to you. On the back is one of those slides that Andy shared this morning, since this really talks about coastal and nearshore Oregon. And the reason we did this was because wave energy was beginning to be discussed, and we had no position on wave energy. Marine reserves was being discussed, and we had no position about marine reserves. So I do have these available, and for those of you who want them, when you go to your break, I'll provide you with those. Otherwise, you cannot have paper. Thank you for your time. Thank you all for your service. It is a joy to be here today and to watch you all work. Thank you. Thank I'm happy you. to answer any questions. Thank you, Peggy. Any questions for Ms. Lynch? We always appreciate you coming to your continued involvement in the land use program and everything you do. I mean, and coming to our commission meetings. So thank you, Peggy. Thank you. Great. I think we can move into our much awaited discussion about housing initiatives. So come on up, Ethan and Sean, I guess, are both here, which is great. The tag team, the stellar, oh, there we, yes, wonderful. Thank you.
Sure. I think we are on here. Okay. Thank you, Chair MacArthur, and Chair-elect Halova and Vice Chair-elect Milak, and the rest of the commissioners. Thanks for entertaining our agenda item number 10 today. I know that you've had a long commission meeting for the last 2 days. And it is our intention as the housing team to not make more work for you, but provide at least an update for you on the Oregon housing initiatives. So my name is Ethan Stuckmeyer. I'm the senior housing planner here at DLCD. I am joined today by Sean Edging, housing planner, and Mari Valencia Aguilar, who you have met but have not heard from yet. So I'm excited for her to present to you today. So as usual, the desired outcome of this agenda item is to provide the commission with an update on the implementation of House Bill 2001 and 2003, the things that we're working on to implement both of those bills and some of the future work that we have planned. And one outcome not included on this slide here is to thank you, Chair MacArthur, for your time in the commission and your continued support of the housing team and the housing program ever since 2019. You are a great pool player, but an even better chair of this commission. So I do thank you for your continued leadership. Your continued leadership at DLCD for the state. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mari to give the beginning of this presentation.
So with that, I will, before I jump into general program updates, I did want to do, and that is that we are still looking for a fourth member of our housing team at your last commission meeting, and to express to you all that we were about to start, or we were going to start the interview process for a fourth member of our team, and we did undergo the interview process, but we were unsuccessful in securing a fourth member. But we did put out the job application out again. The posting did close on Monday the 15th for May 18th, and so in the coming weeks we'll be undergoing the interview process, and hopefully the fourth member will be a part of our team.
Oh,
Okay, I'll speak into the screen. Commissioners, can you hear me okay? Yeah, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that, I'm just gonna start our update on our program updates. And with that, first is HB 2001, the Middle Housing Program. And just for listeners, I know you all commissioners know that cities inside the Portland metro with at least 1,000 in population, and cities outside of the metro with populations of 25,000 or more must comply with HB 2001. And we are in that process right now. Cities have to comply by updating their code development, amending those to allow middle housing types into their code development. And amendments can include definition amendments, functionality, citing, design standards. Part of that also is a follow-up bill, Senate Bill 458, which is coined as the expedited land division for middle housing. So those amendments are going through the process, and so concurrently, as we continue to field any questions every month, we are holding a monthly meeting at the first Monday of every month with jurisdictions. They're welcome to participate, and we just allow questions, comments, and kind of a shared learning space, which has been, we're receiving really great feedback that is a valuable meeting to have. And so our next meeting is in June, first Monday, and that will be our last monthly meeting. Internally, we're having discussions about what that could look like following June 30th, which is the deadline for codes to be submitted to our department. Just hearing all the really great feedback, will have something happen following, but in terms of frequency and what the format might look like, those are the internal discussions we're having. Okay, so quick update. I'm gonna look at my notes here. So as of May 18th, just a couple days ago, we have a total of 36 large cities that must comply with HB 2001. And of those 36 large cities, 35 have submitted a post-acknowledgement plan amendment, a PAPA. That's almost 100%. So that's really great. And of those 35 cities, 11 have adopted their code amendments. And what I shared with you all, what I was passing around is just a tracking sheet with the detailed information that I'm describing. Let's see, of the balance who have not adopted their codes, 19 of those, or 19 of the 23, or 83%, have had at least one first public hearing. And many of those are set to have their final hearing before June 30th of this year. And so they are well on their way to meet that deadline. We do know there's 4 that we know are potentially on the cusp of meeting that deadline. And there are some cities, few cities who will not meet that deadline, and they've indicated to us that they won't. There will be, and I say all that because that's important. In the time from July 1st until they meet the deadline, the model middle housing code would be applicable. And so, for example, a developer coming into a city who hasn't adopted their own code to align with HB 2001 would have to allow compliance under the model code. All right, so moving on to continuing the status of middle housing, but in particular to medium cities. And just a quick reminder, medium cities are non-Portland metro cities with populations between 10,000 and 25,000. This slide was presented to you at your last commission meeting. These are 6 cities that are required, that have moved into the medium cities category. They are subject to HB 2001 and are on their way to amending their codes. 2 of them have adopted their codes, North Bend and Malala. And then Lincoln City and Independence have submitted a copy to the department, and they have had at least 1 public hearing. So that is new, a new update. Oh, geez, because I keep looking. Okay, apologies, listeners. I'm trying. Doing a fantastic job. Okay, so I'm moving on to the Housing Production Strategy Program, HB 2003. Maybe I'll do this. Yes. Okay, so these rules were adopted in 2020, and essentially it puts cities on a schedule to develop their HNAs and their HPCs, housing capacity, housing production strategies, so many acronyms. 6 years for Portland metro cities, and then 8 years for non-Portland metro cities. The first set of cities that are on this fixed schedule are in front of, are on this slide here. Nothing new there. This is same information from what Ethan presented last commission meeting, but they are advancing. So just wanted to note that there. We don't have any concerns that they won't meet their deadline to produce, to complete their housing and needs analysis by the end of this year. Then these cities are subject to submitting a housing production strategy a year following, for a deadline of December 30th, 2023. And on our end, what we're doing is before onboarding, the housing team produced or created this housing portal. This is kind of like the one-stop shop where cities and our department, our housing team, really are interfacing with the cities on their housing production strategies. And internally, we're meeting with our systems administrator to kind of bring synergy to the PAPA system and the housing portal to ensure that they kind of speak to each other. We're getting the notifications that we need, and that we're also able to, in the future, develop analysis on some of the information that we receive from the housing production strategy that cities will submit. So that's forthcoming, exciting in the next coming weeks. That our staff person is working on that. So hopefully we can get that up and ready, and that's exciting to be able to do that analysis. Something new on the Housing Production Strategy Program, it kind of informed by the RENA process that is ongoing, and you'll hear about it from Sean at the end of the presentation. And that is we are taking a deep dive review of the housing production strategy menu, and looking for identifying strategies that might be low-hanging fruit in terms of potential systemic barriers that are low-hanging fruit that could be addressed as part of the RENA project. And the intent there is just really get ahead of this work to ensure that cities, communities, jurisdictions are able to use the strategies in the most effective fashion. Additionally, we're also looking at the menu to kind of pair it with a kind of newer concept that you'll also hear about by Sean, and it's what we're coining as a housing equity report card. And so I'll just kind of leave it there. You'll learn about it soon. But just know that we are doing that deep dive and really trying to ensure that we kind of have synergy with what's ongoing with the RENA, and also advance it in a way that jurisdictions can really utilize that to effectively. Lastly, yeah, as Ethan said, you all had a really big day yesterday. Kudos for CFEC. I think we're all excited. We're definitely excited. And I just note here about the anti-displacement and gentrification toolkit mapping work that Ethan presented to you at your last commission. Essentially, the toolkit was produced as part of the housing production strategy. And it is kind of being formalized in a mapping work that is spearheaded by OHCS. And we are very close partners in helping develop that. And it'll be a tool, a spatial tool for jurisdictions to use as part of their housing production strategy work, but we've also included CFEC elements into it also. And so that is just another way that we continue to work with OHCS, knowing that housing is relevant to our department, but also their department, and advancing that work collaboratively and nurturing it in this way. And so I think with that, I'll just pause and allow for questions or comments if you have any. And apologies, listeners, if you got some of that. You did a great job. Thank you. I understood what you were saying, which is great.
I think there was audio because my head kept shifting.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've not had any audio problems this day, so yeah, you're alone in that problem. No, just kidding.
In person.
So questions from commissioners? Yes, Vice Chair.
I was just curious if Dr. Bates and Seong Sung are involved in that effort, considering they came up with the methodology. I was just interested.
Yeah, I can provide an update on that. So Dr. Bates, we've reached out to Dr. Bates, trying to continue some of this work. Unfortunately, her calendar is completely booked. But with that said, OHCS has been able to, through other work, contract with Dr. Bates on part of, I'm forgetting the exact program, but one of the OHCS programs, and furthering that, expanding those programs. And so we've been able to kind of use that as a launch pad for some of these conversations through OHCS in that manner.
So to follow up on that, is the idea that now jurisdictions will just go to this online tool and use it, and they won't have to like learn the methodology, and recreate it themselves?
Yes, Vice Chair Lova, that's exactly right. So the purpose of advancing this work and kind of formalizing in that way is that even though we've provided this toolkit with a methodology on how to kind of incorporate that work into the housing production strategy element and the reports, the work
at the local level is still really difficult to have the capacity to actually do that mapping, run through that methodology, adapt it to their localized context. So the kind of phase 2 of that work is pre-mapping those neighborhood typologies, spatial elements of the anti-displacement toolkit to really remove one of those hurdles for the local governments. Please do.
One last question. I'll probably ask it each time and then I'll probably say there's no budget. The idea of making those strategies a database that you can search and not look at an Excel PDF of an Excel spreadsheet, is that's one of my big hopes. I don't know. I know it has something to do with funding, but I don't know.
Sean?
Yeah, I mean, if I can speak to that a little bit, I'll try to project a little bit for the computer, but we've been hearing a lot more and more from jurisdictions who want to connect with and talk to other jurisdictions who have taken on other, strategies. I think a recent one that came to my inbox this week was on the multi-unit tax exemption, and we didn't have any examples of that because we have just started collecting this information. And so I think ultimately in the build out of the housing production strategy, the way we're setting it up is having jurisdictions report or categorize the strategies that they are adopting into that kind of tools, actions, policies, spreadsheet or menu of options. So that way we're at least categorizing it. Then the next step is we have to update the website to have kind of a report out, have ways for other jurisdictions, or even just members of the public to access that and access, cities' housing production strategies or housing capacity analyses. That's kind of a long-term goal of where the housing portal will go. So yes, we very much agree with that. It's just kind of an ongoing, like building it up, right?
Yeah, and my hope is that it's just on the technical side that somebody can, type in, I'm interested in 30% or below AMI affordability and home ownership. And then they can see these are the incentives that one could, or these are the strategies that one could employ if you were interested in an outcome for those type of either tenure or demographics.
And if it was connected to the neighborhood typology in particular, would that be useful as well?
Yeah, so the strategies had a column for the neighborhood typology. So it could be 30% AMI, tenure, neighborhood typology, and then you'd be like, here are the 10 strategies that apply. And then also you can see in the case where there isn't a strategy that applies, be like, oh, well, somebody needs to do some research on, is there something that would apply for that?
Yeah.
Because people are saying specific needs, very specific.
Yes, right.
And if there's not a strategy tied to that, makes it kind of hard to deliver on that.
Right. And Chair MacArthur, if I could, I think that's part of the long-term vision of that housing production strategy program is one, building that out in terms of a database for local governments to actually use, filter, search, query whatever they're interested in, whatever their housing capacity analysis says that they should be planning for. But then also on the back end from a big data perspective, being able to analyze those strategies on a statewide level or regional level or a city size level is really kind of the ultimate dream of how that gets built out. But of course, that takes time building up the infrastructure for that to actually take place. But yes. Great. Yes, Professor Sandoval.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to kind of get in place like a specific plan to interact with the Housing Stability Council so that the next time that we update our qualified allocation plan, we actually have some criteria that one would help in this regard, and two would help in the climate friendly and equitable communities implementation. Because I keep saying, yeah, let's work on this, but let's do it. Yeah.
Yeah, Commissioner Sandoval, it's a really good point, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. Establishing that plan, and I appreciate the conversations that we've had about the housing work and the climate-friendly, equitable communities work, and how that ties into the overall program at Oregon Housing Community Services. So I will follow up with you on that for sure to continue that conversation. So can I just, because we have talked about it a lot and you've really been great to ask for it. And I know staff's been working on it as well. And I think that there's some, I know that the CFAC program, there's coordination on that level too with housing. But just to actualize it, so is it something that you would talk about, you and the staff, and figure out what that looks like, and then maybe you work with the director of housing and get an invite to staff to make the presentation? I don't know how that works, but it seems like we have had the idea for a while and the mechanics aren't there yet. So I just, you don't need to outline everything here, but I think there's probably a role for you to play in getting that request from them, because I think there's been opportunities there that you've been trying to make that happen, but for some reason it doesn't. And then having something specific to present to the Housing Stability Council that resonates with them, and it's an action item almost, or at least a consider, action in the future. So thank you. I can help with that.
Great.
We've been hearing a lot about the qualified allocation plan.
Yeah, because I know that you and I talked about that last summer with Jim, and it just, there's great potential here, but it has to happen. And I think it has to be done in a way that will, and you would be the one to tell us what would resonate with the Stability Council, right? I mean, that'd be an important piece to understand that.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, the Housing Stability Council makes the decision for the qualified allocation plan. So that's like the goal would be that. So how do we educate the council, right? How do we actually operationalize convince them to operationalize the elements that we want into the allocation plan, and the actual point system. It's very, there's a lot of money and a lot of people are competing for those funds. So it's, I think we should get started.
Thank you for the question and thanks for the follow through.
All right. So we can move on to portion number 2 here of the housing program, of the work that we're working on currently. So you've seen this before. This is an update to the Master Plan Communities Rule of Division 46, specifically OAR 660, Division 46, 0205, sub 2, that relates to how cities, large cities in particular, regulate middle housing in master plan communities or new greenfield areas within urban growth boundaries. So the intention of this rule, as we were going through the adoption of Division 46, was to provide clarity to local governments on what they can expect to plan for in these new greenfield areas when it comes to infrastructure to serve residential development. The conversation that took place in the rulemaking was about now if we can allow up to 4 or more units on a particular lot, as we were going through that infrastructure and master plan community process when we previously only expected 1, how do we make sure that we are providing the infrastructure necessary to accommodate that new area? And so this rule in its current form establishes an infrastructure planning expectation to accommodate up to 15 dwelling units per acre in non-metro large cities and up to 20 dwelling units per acre in metro large cities within the metro UGB. I do want to note that this rule is optional, and we will talk about what that means in just a moment here, but cities may choose to allow middle housing in these greenfield areas just as they would in the rest of their city. So with some of those concerns that we've talked about previously about the existing rule, you, the commission, directed us as staff to come back to you all at a later time to further refine these rules based on feedback and conversations that we've had with stakeholders. And so the overarching goals of this kind of rule amendment project was, of course, balance House Bill 2001 intentions and purpose with rule requirements, and also to ensure that that we can facilitate a mix of middle housing and housing choice in those new areas, so that we can reverse the effect of cementing in low density residential development in those new greenfield areas because of the infrastructure provisions that are provided to those areas. So we've convened at this point a working group, and they've met twice, once in January, once in April, and our next meeting is in a couple of weeks, June 2nd. And so I will give you a brief summary of working group convening number 2 and how that went and where we are now. At the last commission meeting in
March, I talked about how we were going to bring forward 4 policy considerations to that working group, and how 2 of those, in staff's opinion, were not viable. So in actuality, 2 of those were warranting discussion. Those 2 policy options were to allow cities to establish a variable rate SDC structure that would vary the system development charges to middle housing in a way that they would be less expensive than compared to single family detached homes in that same zone. The second option would be to require or allow cities to require a certain mix of middle housing in those master plan communities. And there were certain considerations as part of each of those policy options, but generally across the board, the working group members felt like both of those policy options were both viable and worthwhile alternatives to the existing rule, the infrastructure planning rule that's existing in Division 46 today. And from a functionality standpoint, the working group members felt like those were worthwhile options. When we get into the technical pieces, there were some considerations to be made there. So because both of those functionally could be viable, we're proposing to continue both of those options as safe harbors or in addition to the existing rules in Division 46. So that leads us to a decision tree that looks something like this. So when a city is considering how they would regulate middle housing in those master plan communities, their first fork in the road is to regulate middle housing using the same standards as they apply to middle housing everywhere else in the city. They could also apply different standards, and that authority is vested to them under Division 46, Section 0205, Sub 2, Sub B. By implementing these 2 policy options as safe harbors in addition to the existing standards, they now have 3 options to regulate middle housing differently in those master plan communities. The first, we are proposing to kind of maintain that existing minimum plan density standard of 20 or 15 dwelling units per acre. They would also have that option of variable rate SDC and also have that option of requiring a mix of middle housing. So some of those technical, we can understand. Yeah.
Yes, Vice Chair. Before I forget them, why does it say 20 or 15?
Yeah, so the expectation for cities within the Portland metro boundary is that they plan for 20 dwelling units per acre. Outside of metro, it's 50.
And then is this an or can it be an and? Can it be, we're going to do variable rate SCCs and require a mix of middle housing?
I guess in theory, we haven't really gotten to that point of saying that may or may not be the case. Yeah. And I had a question, and I probably have asked this before, and so I apologize. So the variable SDC, I thought that was already allowed under state statute. And so why is that different here? That's correct, Chair MacArthur. So this would be, so currently cities are able to apply variable rate SDCs based on the methodology that's defined in ORS. This, that is outside, that's an option available to cities at any type of development. This would be an option for a city to show that they are compliant with Division 46 and how they regulate middle housing in master plan communities. So it becomes more of a compliance option. All right. So some of the technical aspects that we are still discussing, and we'll have a conversation with the work group at their next meeting on June 2nd, is that we had initially proposed or considered these safe harbor options by providing really specific minimum standards on how cities show that they're compliant with these safe harbors. This is basically to kind of follow the tone and the tenor of the existing Division 46 rules that provide specific floors and ceilings on the range of options that are available to cities, where we would just establish kind of what is enough to show compliance with each of these safe harbor options. But after discussion with the work group at their second meeting, there was actually a preference, I think, a general preference towards the open-ended language that would not be prescriptive in the sense that it would regulate middle housing and manufacture or master plan communities, but would allow them flexibility in how they would comply with those standards. So let's talk about that in a little bit more detail. So the prescriptive, or what we're proposing to bring forth to the working group at their next meeting on June 2nd is 2 versions of Oregon administrative rules. The first would be this prescriptive standards, which would say, as an example here, a city can apply this variable rate SDC, but it must vary by X percentage in order to be compliant with Division 46. We'll also provide a really open-ended, non-prescriptive set of rules that would say the city can adopt a variable rate SDC structure that would tie to the real impact of those middle housing types in master plan communities. And I think from a DLCD staff perspective, we're comfortable with both of these options. And after discussion with the working group at the second meeting, we feel like going with that non-prescriptive approach, while less control is providing more flexibility to local governments, allows less control for DLCD to ensure compliance. Because these are options within options, and making sure that those methodologies for system development charge, fees, and requiring a mix of middle housing would actually achieve some good outcomes. And just by the nature of going through those processes, it is less easy to kind of quote unquote game the system or perpetuate the status quo. So next steps, we've got like I mentioned, the working group meeting number 3 on June 2nd. Those materials will go out to the working group next week. We are, and this slide may or may not change. We haven't had a conversation internally based on how the CFEC rulemaking went yesterday about bringing those proposed final rules to you at your July meeting. So some of these timelines may or may not change. It's yet to be determined, but I'm happy to answer any questions about the master plan community set of this agenda. Thank you. That's really helpful. I was looking for the list of committee members, just, I don't need to have it, but I'm assuming that a lot of different interests are represented because there are people that were sort of pro. It wasn't just those committees that wanted a different master plan. It wasn't just Wilsonville, and I think it was Hillsborough and stuff. So I'm assuming there's other advocates on there that are representing sort of the opposite. And okay. Yes, yes. There's about just under a dozen folks, so it is small. That's nice. Yeah, it's a wide variety of. Great, thank you. Questions from commissioners about this great work that we asked staff to do after they thought they were done, and we said no, actually, one more act on this. Vice Chair.
I was a little confused by the slide before this about the second option.
Yep.
I was sort of like, oh, I'll just trust you. Like, let me just ask. I felt like I understood this is complex stuff, right? I feel like I understood the first one as being don't penalize, missing middle housing, right? Show that you're promoting it actually. The second one sound like it could penalize missing middle housing because one could say, oh, it's going to cost this much more. And this, how do you control how much more one thinks it's gonna be? It could be used as a tool, so that is against it. So I didn't know if that's what you were saying, or you felt something different than that.
Yeah, Chair MacArthur and Vice Chair Lova, it's a good question. I think as we were having a conversation with the folks in the working group about what it takes to apply a variable rate SDC and that methodology and the rigid Oregon revised statutes about how that would come into being, those methodologies and the analysis that's required to show that those rates can vary is at a level at which we feel comfortable that there is no potential for causing unreasonable costs and delay to middle housing through that process.
Wait, follow up or? Sorry, I get confused again. I feel like you're maybe what you just said referred to number 1 or number 2?
That was to both really, but I think the
my understanding, my question was more about number 2.
Right. So in allowing, just saying that a city could use this variable rate SDC without applying the parameters.
I get it now. Yeah. Okay. The mere process of going through a variable rate SDC structure is rigorous.
Right,
Okay.
would achieve the
Okay, I
overall
get it.
outcomes, yes.
I honed in on variable rate on the first one, but not the second one. Thank you.
So does that explain the reason behind the or on that one other page, that earlier slide? They could do the variable SDC or this or this?
So those are, Chair McCarthy, those are kind of two different types of considerations. So the first would be the functionality. That
Okay.
decision tree would be the functionality
Right.
of what path the city could choose. The second would be how we would, as a department and you as a commission, would adopt the rules on how cities could choose those paths.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Any other questions? Thank you. Excellent, as usual.
Thank you. I will hand it over to Sean to talk about the regional housing needs analysis.
Excellent. Thank you, Ethan. Chair MacArthur and members of the commission, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Sean Edging. I'm a housing planner here at DLCD. I'll try to be mindful of the sound issues that we've been having. Thankfully, I'm very loud, so hopefully that will help. So the purpose of this is to provide really just kind of a process update on the regional housing needs analysis work. There will invariably be some kind of hints at some of the kind of policy considerations and work that we're kind of diving into. Really right now, we're kind of in the thick of it in a lot of kind of regular meetings of different working groups, as well as kind of engagement with people around the state. So in kind of future meetings, we'll be kind of doubling back on a lot of some of these kind of considerations and talking through it more substantively. But really the purpose of this is just to kind of provide kind of an update where we're at and what the conversations that we've been having have been so far. So with that, let's start with just kind of a brief reminder on the legislative context behind the work that we're doing. This is in response to two bills that were passed by the legislature. The first one being one that was passed in the 2021 general session that directed our agency to work with Oregon Housing and Community Services to study and make legislative recommendations on the incorporation of a regional housing needs analysis into state and local planning programs. And then additionally, in the kind of recent short session, adding on or clarifying kind of an additional piece that they wanted to focus on, including issues related to kind of regional housing needs and land supply issues. I'll talk more about kind of the specifics of that or as kind of a reminder in a future slide when I talk about the work group in that process. So with that, let's start just on the first statute. One of the next steps or one of the parts of that process is a continuing work group called now dubbed the Housing Needs Work Group to distinguish it from the Housing Capacity Work Group. They have met recently on April 21st. Kind of as discussed in a previous meeting, one of the first considerations that we were thinking about was if we were to think about the implementation of a methodology into state and local planning programs, what shape could that take? Is it simply kind of a replacement for housing needs projections that cities currently do? Or should we also consider ways to start tracking actual production and housing outcomes over time? And really this meeting started to dive into that in kind of the broadest sense on a concept that Mari alluded to earlier called the housing report card. And really we kind of thought about this in light of two specific ways of kind of measuring that. One is kind of measuring and evaluating the progress that cities are making towards reaching production goals, and kind of comparing the relative progress of cities to see how they're doing in terms of overall production and affordable housing production. And then the second piece is maybe more nuanced, which is the idea of measuring and evaluating building towards more equitable and inclusive communities. And this one is maybe a little bit more difficult to characterize because it's easy to measure building permits and much harder to measure equity and equitable outcomes. But a lot of this kind of focused on, diving into those two concepts. Is it a good approach to start thinking about tracking these types of outcomes, tracking the types of work that cities are doing towards working towards more equitable outcomes? And generally the consensus is yes. I think the main thing is, avoiding losing that nuance with, any particular metric that says whether or not a good job is being done in any particular city. So that was a very productive meeting. In the next meeting, we'll be kind of coming back and thinking more about the questions of accountability, right? So there isn't really an accountability framework that exists in the state today for
state agencies as well as local governments to be doing everything they can to promote housing production and equitable outcomes. And so we'll be diving into, how should we structure that? How should we structure the types of incentives and enforcement mechanisms that are necessary to make that happen? As well as diving more into what we've been calling these conditions for success, right? We've been hearing a lot about things that are outside of DLCD's scope that are very important for housing outcomes, right? Things like, that are related to home ownership or condominium law. Infrastructure is a resounding theme, and all kinds of other things that are part of that package of conditions for success. So we'll be diving that into greater detail in mid-June. All right, and so that is the housing needs work group. The kind of other side of that coin is the housing capacity work group that follows up on that kind of specific additional direction that we received in the short session from the legislature. Really, the budget note itself that directs us to do this work is pretty vague. It just says, regional housing needs and land supply issues. But we received testimony that gave us much more clear direction on the specific types of issues that we're going to be focusing on. And they are really related to making the process of a housing capacity analysis leading into urban growth boundary adjustments more clear, more certain, more effective in achieving the outcomes that we want to see, and of course, supporting smaller and more capacity constrained jurisdictions, right? So these four bullet points reflect that. The first one being on how we can better utilize land within the urban growth boundary to support, building more housing types and units. The second two bullets being related to kind of streamlining the process and level of data necessary to establish a need for an urban growth boundary adjustment, as well as easing kind of the regulatory review of urban growth boundary adjustments. And then finally, the last piece is, in kind of the context of all of this, how do we support capacity in smaller cities, especially cities below 10,000, because they are not required to do regular kind of housing capacity analyses and housing production strategies to do this work, right, to support housing needs when they identify that in their communities. And so we have met with that housing capacity work group. We went through a very fast process of recruitment and getting the initial contract signed and everybody into a room together. And we managed to have a meeting on, I believe it was May 5th, our first meeting. And really that was kind of focused on getting everybody up to speed on this process, right? Giving them perspective on, what is happening in relationship to this group, what is their charge, what is that in relationship to, kind of the other work that's happening, including, all of the different sources in this kind of process on the regional housing needs analysis that we're taking care of, and giving them perspective that this is one part of that is really intended to address those specific issues that were outlined in the legislative direction earlier. A lot of this included kind of also clarifying their role with that existing housing needs work group, right, with their charge to implement this methodology and develop kind of these recommendations on building an accountability system and recommending future work and conditions for success, whereas the housing capacity work group is more focused in on kind of very specific questions related to the housing capacity analysis. Of course, trying to distinguish those, but also recognizing, of course, there's going to be a lot of kind of cross-pollination and overlap between those two kind of roles that each of these work groups have. So diving into that a little bit, and then also diving into pretty much the basics of the Goal 10 housing planning process to ensure that folks understood in broad strokes what the housing capacity analysis process looks like. And of course, noting that we also have a housing production strategy that is also going to be part of that regular system, but really to kind of ensure that everybody in that work group had a shared base understanding of how a housing capacity analysis really works. So this graphic that you see in front of you, this is kind of our most common simplified diagram that we use to explain the Goal 10 process to people who are not familiar with it, really to kind of note that there's two major components to Goal 10 housing planning. The first being a housing capacity analysis, which is really focused on land and land capacity. The second one being a housing production strategy that's more focused on the kind of strategies that a city intends to implement to promote development and promote equitable outcomes. One of the things that we really kind of had to do in this meeting, right, recognizing that this is a very simplified diagram, is start to tease out and dive into maybe those little bit more complicated and constituent parts of the analysis to really build up that kind of understanding with folks. I will apologize for the complexity of this diagram. We really just wanted to kind of give folks a more comprehensive understanding of like what are all the different components that go into these two requirements, and what does that kind of result in. And really what we did in this meeting was kind of go through each of those constituent components relating to how cities go about developing housing needs projections, how they go about inventorying the capacity of lands within their urban growth boundary, and how they kind of compare those two things to assess whether or not they have a sufficient 20-year land supply. And then of course, going through the process, if they don't, what is required specifically within efficiency measures, right? These are measures to grow inward or upward, and then eventually an urban growth boundary expansion. And then of course, the goal 14 considerations that happen therein. So that was the short of what we went through in kind of this process. And we also noted, in addition to this, we also have this housing production strategy. It was kind of this new requirement in 2019 that many jurisdictions will be following up on as well. So we know that we have this additional piece of the goal 10 process to keep in the back of our minds. So with that, one of the kind of last things that we needed to do is, in recognition of this process being much more truncated than what we would want a typical process to be, it means that the implications for the process are different. Normally, I would say in most processes that we've done in the past, we generally go through a period of identifying the issues collaboratively, start talking about those issues and start trying to field ideas to maybe address that, and then really get into a period of refinement and refining options and ways to address that. But the reality is the legislature prescribed us a very, very narrow timeline to do this work. So one of the first things we have to do and acknowledge is that we kind of have to front load a lot of that work and identifying the issues in advance, right? And so we also introduced a lot of these basic issues, and we'll be diving into them in much greater detail and facilitating discussion over the next 3 meetings. Actually, our next meeting is this Monday, and I have a nearly complete PowerPoint on my computer next to me to dive into this. But these 5 issues essentially boil down to kind of different components of the housing capacity analysis. The first one is in recognition that the regional or Oregon housing needs analysis will provide a partial replacement of housing needs projections. There still is kind of a leftover component that cities will need to take on. That is the translation of housing need into a mix of housing types, right? So currently, cities kind of do this all based on a population projection, based on local characteristics. But assuming that a regional housing needs analysis is implemented, they will have a number of housing units to plan for, and then affordability brackets that reflect kind of a shared responsibility to address housing affordability regionally. But there's still kind of that left policy question. How does a city translate that into appropriate housing types and mix, especially in a manner that currently really has a tendency to reinforce past development trends and sometimes has mismatches with what people's needs are today. The second piece is in relationship to the buildable lands inventory. This is very frequently a kind of technocratic analysis that tries to characterize the 20-year capacity of lands within an urban growth boundary. And there's a lot of assumptions that need to be made as part of that analysis. So part of the discussion will be, how do we balance kind of the tensions that exist between our desire for accurate buildable lands inventories and an accurate supply of 20-year supply of land versus kind of our charge to make this process simpler and easier for jurisdictions to complete, while also recognizing that these analyses happen in a local political context that creates a lot of incentive to play around with the methodological assumptions. After that, we also need to get into efficiency measures, right? This is a part of the statute that requires cities to adopt measures that increase the likelihood of development within the urban growth boundary, but the implementation of the statute tends to be very vague, and cities tend to not have a lot of direction on what they are supposed to be doing to fulfill this requirement. And then finally, the actual urban growth boundary review process itself, right? Trying to characterize the things that make the process onerous, especially for smaller jurisdictions, in terms of the establishment of that need, as well as the actual review process itself. And then of course, throughout this entire process, thinking about the building capacity in those small communities who are not required to do this for good reason, but also still have housing needs that require to be addressed as well. So that is kind of the very short version of the issues that we're going through. So that's kind of the basic takeaways from those 2 work groups. I will note, in addition to this, we're also doing a significant amount of engagement, which is we're kind of in the midst of. Part of this includes a round of focus groups that is actually complete, or the first round is complete, that we are doing in partnership with the consultant team. That's Kearns and West who's leading that. And then in addition to that, we're also kind of leading regional forums to kind of touch base with jurisdictions throughout the state. We have kind of about a dozen of these, and we're about halfway through so far. And they'll be kind of ongoing through June. Really, the intent is to kind of ask jurisdictions, what should we be lifting up to the legislature, especially as it relates to things like funding and policy changes that would support you. And then, one thing that is not on this slide that is also something that is kind of ongoing too, we have ancillary work from University of Oregon, as well as the Portland State University Homelessness Research and Action Collaborative. They're, engaging with folks and getting feedback from that. We'll be kind of synthesizing that and folding that into our thinking in the future. And then, that's I think the only other piece that I might add on top of that, let me think. Oh yeah, is just thinking about this also in light of the metro and how we're kind of connecting with metro jurisdictions as well, because there's kind of a unique growth management process that's happening there. So other than that, both work groups are going to have meetings that are going to be ongoing. This is just kind of a basic schedule showing the meetings that have already been completed, as well as kind of what the next meetings will consist of over time. And one note I actually did want to make that I wanted to raise is I did receive this week notice from Alan Lazo that he would not be able to participate on the housing capacity work group. And maybe one question I wanted to pose to you folks on the commission is how we should address that, right? Should we have a liaison from LCDC to that group in particular? Yeah, and I think with that, that is it. We can move into questions. I know that was a lot of information. Thank you guys for bearing with me. Well, I just think this is really exciting work, because just for those of you that aren't ensconced in some of this planning stuff, so in the old days, I'll say, but recent past, the urban growth boundary process was basically a jurisdiction would do their projections, housing, how much housing they need, how much jobs how many jobs they need, and basically it was almost a direct connection to expansion of the UGB. That was the automatic, that was the lever that they pulled. And so now and that didn't really serve the array of housing needs that we have out there. And it basically served development on the edge, which is serviceable by transit or walking and biking. But in a few cases like Wilsonville and others, they're now getting smarter about greenfield development, but these are the old days. And so this is a paradigm shift. It's so exciting, this work, because it's not an automatic translation to expand the urban growth boundary. It's much more nuanced. It's saying, what is the specific housing needs of your jurisdiction, not just the housing numbers, not just numbers of apartments, numbers of single family homes, whatever. It's what is the housing needs and who are we serving with that? And really, and because of all the other tools that you were developing elsewhere and then applying it to this process, I just think it's the most exciting thing ever. So thank you for that. Questions from my fellow commissioners? Yes, Barbara.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm pretty excited about the building needs analysis in the current UGBs. I've often thought that, driving around this whole state, that I don't see them utilized, and I see them just wanting to keep expanding, but I really like honing in on what's in the UGB currently. And then on the housing capacity work group, the final meeting is a joint meeting. Who's that joint meeting with?
Yeah, the joint meeting will be with both of the working groups, the housing needs and housing capacity work groups. Other questions, comments? Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So yeah, this idea of a report card is interesting. I guess I'm just wondering if you started to operationalize how you're going to actually measure equitable and inclusive communities. And one thing I remember when I was getting my master's degree, they used to do some sort of segregation index around housing. I don't know if they still do that, or if that's considered old now, or how have you started to think about operationalizing that?
Yeah, actually, I mean, you're Commissioner Sandoval, you're touching on what was a very challenging issue when we first started thinking about this, because we were thinking, how do we measure equitable outcomes? starting with things like how do we measure, for example, segregation? And it turns out there's a lot of methodologies to measure segregation, and a lot of them have particularly challenges in the Pacific Northwest, where there's a very significant white population that really makes, measurement error bars significant. So there is continuing work on developing a way to measure segregation. But one of the things that we've actually started to note is something that is pretty straightforward to measure in jurisdictions that we could utilize here is the work that jurisdictions are doing in relationship to equitable outcomes. For example, do they have an adopted like anti-displacement strategy, for example? Or do they have, say, for example, the city of Portland has a historical context on the racist planning that happened in the area. And so do they have these types of, actions or policies, or, have they done this work in relationship to equitable outcomes that we can, much more readily measure? One of the kind of challenges of trying to measure equitable outcomes is we risk in some ways through our analysis saying there isn't a problem here when there actually is. And that's something that we really want to avoid. But measuring actions is something that's much more readily available and easy to do. So that's kind of where the thinking's at now. I don't think we have anything super concrete yet, though.
Great. Just add to that, just one point is that would flow through.
Great. Any other questions? Commissioner Lee Lack, and then Warren.
Thank you. Great presentation. And I know our agency and commission are working on a lot of really important issues, but I'm not sure if, in my opinion, there's anything more important than housing Oregonians. And what we've seen how we've seen the landscape change in just the last couple of years at most is just extraordinary. Just from my region, what I see across the state from the Zoomtown phenomenon, what that's doing to our housing supply, and people are now working out of their homes more than ever and differently. We're seeing class up in Lincoln counties both addressing short-term rentals because of the lack of housing. So I appreciate the capacity issue there. The houselessness that we see, I know we see it in Central Oregon, and I know you see it in the Valley and across the state. I think you're asking exactly the right questions. You're engaging the right people. And I think you're answering some long-term questions that I've heard asked at the local level in this process. And so I look forward to your process in a pretty short period of time. You're going to accomplish a lot between now and October. I mean, a really significant amount. And then and maybe I missed this at the start of the presentation, but I assume then this may either translate into legislative actions and or rulemaking initiatives so that we can address the issues that everybody's identifying, which is it's essential. So I really was just the confirmation of where this work goes, what the actions are resulting from the work. So great work. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I'm just going to try to relate this back to CFAC, or excuse me, climate friendly communities rulemaking, and particularly the climate friendly areas. And my question to you is, how do you think the minimum density standards will fit into regional housing needs analysis?
Yeah, so I think this fits a little bit on the housing capacity analysis side, right? Because what essentially CFAC kind of are in some ways kind of efficiency measures that are being implemented through administrative rule. And in some ways, I think you could argue that like House Bill 2001 is a legislatively prescribed efficiency measure, right? That really increases capacity of lands within the urban growth boundary. I think one of the things that we'll need to kind of dive in and think about is then, all right, in the context of efficiency measures and trying to clarify what cities ought to be doing, one of the things I kind of want to lead with is, hey, cities have been doing a lot. They've been doing a lot of work to implement changes to state policy to enable more housing options. And can we provide credit for that, right? Through the efficiency measures, can we make that more clear, right? And then the next question is then how do you translate that into capacity? There's kind of some questions around, when you are estimating capacity in the urban growth boundary, it's very easy in the context of exclusionary zoning, because if you have a low density suburb, you can pretty easily anticipate what the density is going to be or the capacity, but it's much harder when you allow a variety of housing types in areas, because it could be any range of capacities, right, based on what is actually likely to be built. So that is a challenge, but I think the basic concept is right, recognizing that work that jurisdictions are doing through kind of climate friendly and equitable rulemaking. Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, please.
Sean.
Middle housing effect or yet other modernizations that collectively
Vice Chair, did you have a question?
Yeah, so I was going to say this is great work, and obviously I thought it was timely when we started it. Every day it gets more timely. So I think it's important for government in general to set up scenarios that make housing easier to happen, more incentivized, et cetera, et cetera. So I think I'm not going to downplay how important this work is, especially when it's starting to be thought as in a regional scale, not just city by city. My fear, my concern, and it has nothing to do with our work, has more to do with what's going on in the market right now, housing market. And so I think some of construction costs have escalated dramatically, part of it due to construction worker shortage, supply chain issues due to COVID and other measures. And interest rates have just gone up recently. And then even though rents are increasing at quite a drastic rate for the people renting, and we can't deny that, and that's largely to do because of lack of housing supply, it's not going up high enough to incentivize development to happen in proportion to the increase in construction cost, right? So it's like a double-edged sword. It's like it's going up too high for the average person to afford, but it actually needs to go higher to combat the increase in construction costs. So the reason I'm outlining all that is because what most people don't see, when people walk around every day, they see cranes and they see construction and they think everything's happening. What they don't see is that whatever you see today was 3 years ago planned. So what's being planned or not being planned right today, we'll find out 3 years from now. And I think, given my day job, I have some insight into that people are not planning, honestly, for market rate housing right now due to these constraints. And part of the reason we're here today, a huge reason, is because of the recession 2009. Basically, people stopped building for quite a few years, and it's just been kind of chasing that lack of supply down, down. And now we're in a different economic scenario, right, which is going to freeze housing supply once again. All the work that we do obviously is helpful to spurring on that, but unless it's like free land, free construction, it can only go so far, right? And so I guess I'm really excited about all the money that's being poured into the economy from the federal government and from the state government to make affordable housing happen. So I think from my perspective, we're going to see a lot more affordable housing than we've seen before, but we need that market rate housing to create the whole housing supply. And with that turned off, there's going to be huge constraints. I'm setting the stage for folks that don't know what's going on to say that I have a little concern when it comes to measuring. So we're going to do all this amazing stuff, and we're going to go to measure and go, all this stuff we did has nothing to happen. And then our work will be criticized because somehow what we've done did nothing. But we always have to pair that with what's actually going on in the economy, right? And so in some ways, I think it's hugely timely and important because for the moment to which the economic factors make sense, these tools will be grabbed on quickly, right? But up until that point, we may not see much. And so I just want to make sure that we're not measuring a false measure, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So I think there's a few things here. I think the first one is when we go to the legislature. Will do. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I think there are a few things that you're touching on. The first one is, right, how do you measure production, right? Especially when we have a lot of examples on how not to do it, especially our neighbor in California. And that's actually something that resonates with people when I talk about how California does it poorly. But they have a system where they measure absolute progress. Are you meeting a specific number of units? And if not, there are consequences. And that has a lot of problems with it in terms of its fairness to jurisdictions, in terms of its actual efficacy, right? And I think one of the things that we're considering here is, well, actually, we have to recognize that there are market dynamics that really impact whether or not housing is going to be built at all, right? And so how do we compare the progress that jurisdictions are making? How do we compare kind of relative markets to see, to assess, right, who's doing well and who's not, right? So that's one consideration. The other consideration that I think you're touching on is something that we plan on hammering home to the legislature every chance we get, which is that, we're talking a lot about the housing planning system, right? And there's a lot that we can do here. But the reality is, if we just focus on this, if we just implement the recommendations that come out of the legislative direction, it's not going to be, it's not going to fix the problem, right? Especially on its own. And one of the things that we've really been hammering is, there are a lot of conditions for success. If our goal is to build more housing, build and increase affordability and increase equitable outcomes, it's going to take investment from the legislature. It's going to take a lot of follow-up work on things that affect, right, the cost of labor and materials, things that affect the accessibility of home ownership options to people, right? I think one you heard recently was on condominium law. That is something that requires follow-up work, right? And so really one of the things we are going to be trying to highlight as much as we can is it's going to require a lot of different components, things that are outside of what DLCD does, right? And does that require organizational capacity to focus on that? Does that require, a lot of additional administrative capacity in other state agencies to do this kind of follow-up work? Yeah, so I think you're absolutely right.
I wanted to add to that, from what I hear, there's a huge workforce training component where, at least people tell me things about that. And I hear things like, there was a point at which everybody was pushed, really, you either go to college, or that's what we were trying to make everybody do. And so trade schools, there's, been a decline in that. And then with the 2009, it's like all these people got out of the building sector, right? All of kind of that knowledge, a lot of that knowledge was left and nobody was encouraged because of a recession. Like the recession is going to end at some point, and when it does, suddenly we're going to need workers. And so I just wanted to throw out there that that whole workforce training, especially thinking about BIPOC communities, is hugely important. And that's the unfortunate cycle between government and the private sector. Is like when the private sector goes down, it's like kind of when the government should be ramping up for the next cycle that comes, that there's workers there, that there's funding there, that the rules are in place. So I just wanted to reiterate that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, so yesterday, Vice Chair Halova made us aware of the President's Housing Supply Action Plan. And she described how we're basically like, it was almost like written for us. So it's going to be, a lot of funds coming down the pipeline. And I think we should be proactive and start having conversations with HUD's, Region X director, Margaret Salazar, who used to be the director of Oregon's housing agency, because I think the funds are, if they do come or when they do come, they shouldn't just go to OACS, because we should basically we need to find ways to tap into those funds when they come. So let's try to be proactive about that.
Yeah. Commissioner Sandoval, one of the things that you're touching on is something, again, that we plan on lifting to the legislature. Is we've invested a lot in local city capacity to do housing planning, and that's good. That's still needed. But part of this is going to be building in incentives that provide jurisdictions resources and flexible resources to support housing development, especially publicly supported housing development. And part of that is thinking, how do we actually structure an accountability framework that includes those types of incentives to reward jurisdictions that are doing really well, right? And reward doing the right thing. And I think part of that will be tying into those federal funds And then one of the questions that we're also asking ourselves is who's the best to administer that, right? Recognizing that Oregon Housing and Community Services is very capacity constrained, right? Due to, the broad amounts of investment in housing lately. Great. I think we probably need to make room for the final agenda item, but you can tell our interest and thirst for this conversation. And I think it's perhaps a good time to point out for our new director, I've seen a real movement in the agency. The agency used to be just planning. Planning is really important. I'm a planner. I'm planning in my bones. But I think that this has been an activist commission and wanting to actually help jurisdictions implement. And this is a great example of that. Other places, the CFAC team and others have done that. But I just want to really give credit to Director Rue and Deputy Director Green for moving the agency in that direction, because as we see, adopting rules and just letting it go and not helping jurisdictions, first of all, incorporate those statewide rules in their local codes and plans and investments, but also doing the extra work, the technical assistance. I mean, this is exactly what I think we should be doing, and we are, and it's just very exciting work. So I just wanted to make sure that you heard that trajectory has changed, and I think it's really, really positive stuff that comes out of it, and it's value add at the local level. So thanks, team. Yes.
Just one question, just to go back, Sean, you did ask us if we wanted a commission liaison. And I do recall that we have a new commissioner coming on board.
Well, that's Ellen Lazo, and he said he didn't want to do it.
Oh, he did.
Well, he said he couldn't do it at time.
Oh, he couldn't do it.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm hoping that future Commissioner Lazo declined participation in the work group because he's coming on commission. So I think it's just a fresh discussion to have with him if he'd be willing to serve as our liaison. While I'm on mic, can I just make one correction of the record? That is something I said yesterday. So it went, Sean has been talking with you about House Bill 5202, the housing capacity work group we're talking about right now. Yesterday, I incorrectly asserted that we weren't dealing with streamlining, UGB streamlining in that. And the streamlining is cited twice in Chair Fahey's charge to us. So we will be dealing with it. I just have whenever I hear streamlining, I get confused with our existing rule, but I know that I'm well schooled and reminded now that this is a matter that we're looking at again for real, not just the infill, but also making expansions easier. Thank you.
Appreciate that clarification, and thank you very much, and welcome, Ari. And we'll take a 10-minute break and then come back and do our final item. Thanks.
Thank you.
Other things. So Emma, is she the one? Yes. Hi, Emma. There you go. Hi. Welcome.
Hello.
Take it away.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Yeah. Surprisingly. Yes. Perfect.
Okay, great. I got the headset on and everything, so hopefully we should be good. Okay, good afternoon, Chair MacArthur and Vice Chair Halova and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Emma Land. I'm the Legislative and Policy Coordinator here at DLCD. Before I get started with this presentation, I just want to express my complete awe and gratitude for your dedication and commitment for our department and all the work that we're doing and all the communities that we're serving. Yesterday's hearing was no joke, and it's really great to see that process move forward. And shout out to our staff who've been working really hard on those rules. So anyways, just wanted to say that before we got started. So with that, I'm here to talk to you today about the department's budget development process. I should probably share my screen. That would be helpful. All right, is everybody seeing my PowerPoint?
Yes, we see it. Thanks.
Fantastic. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So on this screen, you'll see that DLCD has 8 draft policy option packages. Those, as we've mentioned before, policy option packages are the fancy term for budget requests. So before we discuss each one of these, I was hoping to give you just a
brief bit of background context for how these came to be and what our outreach and engagement process looks like. So DLCD, we're an agency that operates on a biennial budget. So right now we are currently operating under the 2021-23 budget, and we're halfway through, which means that we are now starting to plan for the future biennium, 2023-25. Our budget is developed pretty much as a culmination of the agencies and commission's priorities, the governor's priorities, and then it also includes legislative direction that we get from the legislature. But it's also influenced by our stakeholders and community members and what's important to them. So these POPs are budget proposals that represent a mixture of new and existing programs and policies for the department. We to date have held 3 virtual listening sessions where we've invited the community and stakeholders to present on these draft POPs, to gather and collect feedback, and definitely will reiterate a couple times today that these are evolving and changing, and what you hear today is not likely what will be the final drafts that we submit. So just heads up on that. We've also been and are continuing to have one-on-one conversations with folks, and we've also been doing separate engagement through several of our current initiatives like wildfires and the regional housing needs analysis and the climate friendly and equitable communities. Both housing and climate friendly, these were identified by the governor's Racial Justice Council to conduct a new racial equity community engagement process, which has pretty much involved a very extensive but mindful outreach strategies targeted with our underserved communities who have not really had an equal spot at the table in policy development. And so as the department, we will be summarizing all of the comments we receive, which will of course inform the evolution and finalization of these POPs that we will ultimately decide to submit here in the next few months. So with that, let's just go ahead and get into each POP. And I believe that I'm joined here by some of our subject matter experts in case there's any questions or comments that are better directed towards them. But let's jump into this because I know you've had a long 2 days. And apologies too, I worked really hard to try to make these slides not super text heavy. Some of them just are, but hopefully you can follow along with us. So I want to start with POP 201, Equitable Community Engagement. So this POP, along with many others we'll discuss today, will change based on feedback. But right now, this can be considered an effort that would strengthen diversity, equity, and inclusion capacity programmatically throughout our department, as well as equitable engagement best practices that we would have both internally and in partnership with cities and counties. It also includes, this is a very important one that I want to highlight, it includes grants or contract funds that would support policy engagement with historically marginalized community members who may not otherwise be able to participate. So this piece is a direct result from the feedback we received from our community-based organizations and community members during that climate-friendly equitable communities engagement process. And it's an important one to this agency that we figure out a way that we can provide those types of funds for anyone and everyone to participate. This POP also includes an update to our Goal 1, which is citizen involvement. So Goal 1 calls for the opportunity for community members to be involved pretty much in all stages of the land use planning process at the local level. And this goal is almost 50 years old. We're coming up on that 50th anniversary of the land use planning program. And so this project that could happen underneath this policy option package would be to allow us to modernize and update the implementation of the actual goal so that it could reflect equity and inclusion. And there would also be a piece of it where we could improve the communication that is involved in that public process of decision making. Couple things I would like to point out is that Goal 1 currently as written does not reference or address equity in its current language. And then the other piece that I want to point out is that as it currently exists, this goal is not accompanied by any administrative rules. And administrative rules would provide direct, clear guidance for local governments on how to implement the language of the goal. And so this could be addressed in a couple ways. We could have an option A that we're calling it, where you can have a rulemaking. This option would result in the development of those administrative rules I just referenced that would provide that direction for implementation for local governments. So think like, here are some best practices. Here are modernized ways you can reach your community instead of just relying on a physical newspaper notice. Or here are some things that maybe you should consider when you're communicating these really complex, sometimes technical topics, so that we can be more inclusive to community members. So that's option A. And there's another option, which would actually be a full goal revision. This would obviously be more robust undertaking in scope, because it would involve actually revising the current goal language, having this group look at the current goal language, rewriting it to include different pieces, and then of course to follow that would be that rulemaking process that I just spoke about to develop those administrative rules. And the department believes that both of these options would result in some seriously positive and much needed outcomes to improve equitable community engagement. We're just taking feedback on preferences for these different pathways and trying to summarize the pros and cons to each and consider what is most viable and productive. So I'll pause here. Perhaps Chair, if you want to do questions, comments after each one, or. Yeah, we probably should, I think, because I'll lose track of them as you go along, perhaps. Any questions about the first POP 201? Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So there's the funding we're asking for. I see it's 3 FTE, but does that also include like money for like awards, grants, money for like research, to be done on best practices, or is that money just for FTEs?
Yeah, so Commissioner Sandoval, it would definitely cover FTEs. It would also cover grants to contract out with local government, or I'm sorry, not local governments, community-based organizations or community members. In terms of the best practices piece, I believe part of that would be covered under there. I think the thinking is that these efforts, whether it was option A or option B, would occur over a year or two. It would take a bit of time. We'd have to do a lot of research. So it would definitely involve a lot of that, development of best practices.
Yeah, I didn't know how much you all got paid, so.
You were going to apply for a job? Any other, Commissioner Boyer.
Hi, Emma. Thank you for bringing this one forward. Yeah, the revision of Goal 1 is an interesting thought. Just as someone who sits on some special districts, we have to follow public meeting law, which is really outdated. So I really appreciate that greater flexibility in the way that communities would engage, considering the land use planning. So that's very exciting, because in the public meeting law, it specifically says you have to advertise in a local newspaper, but as we all know, they are going away.
Yes.
So there is different ways to engage, so new different ways. So thank you.
Yeah, Thanks, you, Commissioner. Not seeing anybody's hand up. Why don't you continue on with the next POP, Emma? Okay. Moving right along to POP 202. This is our Wildfire Adapted Communities Policy Option Package. So this is DLCD's ongoing work to carry out the tasks that were outlined in Senate Bill 762, which was the wildfire omnibus bill that passed in the 2021 session. And the intention of that bill is basically to create a more wildfire adapted Oregon. So by October 1 of this year, DLCD is planning to submit a report to the Wildfire Programs Advisory Council, as well as the legislature. And this report is going to include recommendations on changes that we think may be needed for the land use planning program in order to adapt to and mitigate wildfire risk. So this process is to develop these recommendations is happening right now. We don't know what they are yet. So part of those recommendations we're anticipating will require rulemaking. And so this policy option package would provide resources to implement our recommendations on the ground for both state and local implementation assistance. And it would also help DLCD have capacity in the broader recovery and adaptation and mitigation aspects of natural disasters, not just wildfires, but those that are tangential, like flooding and landslides. And so these recommendations, there's a lot of different shapes that they may take. This POP is a placeholder. So although I do want to briefly mention, just to kind of tag along with this budget request that we have, the agency has also submitted a placeholder legislative concept or bill that would run during the 2023 session. And that would go hand in hand with this policy option package. So we're currently treating this concept as a placeholder for the recommendations that we develop in our report, and it would act as a vehicle for us to implement those. There's a lot of TBDs. We should have more towards October. So like I said, we're kind of in this placeholder stage. So cool. Yeah, wait 1 second. Excuse me. First of all, Anjali just pointed out that perhaps one of the reasons that Commissioner Sandoval didn't see the grant dollar piece is because in A and POP 1201, all it says is placeholder funding for staff. It doesn't talk about the grants, and the other ones do. So maybe you want to just go ahead and add that. I mean, in the first line description is what I'm saying. And then anyone else have questions about POP number 202? Yes, but Deputy.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sorry, my charger's in the other room, so if I could use Commissioner Boyer's mic. Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair MacArthur. So we've been using grants in the upper bar to mean grants to local governments. In 201, Emma, do you want to just, or Esther, if you could go back.
Okay.
So the grants in 201 are for community-based organizations. So I think that's why we didn't see sort of grants, because typically we've used that to apply for local governments, because we actually have never heretofore had grants or contracts for community-based organizations in this way. Is that what you were getting at?
Well, I think actually, I think it's even better to say
Right.
that grants to community
Sure.
community
Sure,
organizations. I just think, you think about a legislator and they're going to quickly look, they're not going to look at the descriptions.
Right.
They're gonna- and I still
Yep.
think all these have to be more punchy, just to
Yep.
be honest.
Yes.
Really get at what are legislators buying? with
Right.
this? What would they get? What's the outcome?
Thank you.
Why would they want to do it? I still
Right.
don't feel like generally we're getting there.
Right.
And even terms like, habitat infrastructure, I don't think to the average legislator, they get that. This is just generally the language, it's not the content.
Mhm.
So I just, we're selling something. We're marketing.
Yes.
We want this money and we want it for local jurisdictions, want it for community organizations to do what?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We do fall into our planneries is too much. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I was gonna add to that, like, I think it speaks to Commissioner Sandoval, like this money's not just going to the department, so any breakdown that shows it and who it's being pushed out to, I think that's important. It's not just for us.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate those comments. And we will make sure, so we're going to come back to you in July with our final recommendations, and I'll make sure that we provide you with some breakouts of what these funding pieces would include. in the super details that we submit to the governor's office and DAS, that definitely gets broken out, but I think it's useful for you to see that as well. So if there aren't questions about Prop 202, I'm going to move on to the third one. Commissioner Lilac had a question, Emma. Okay. Oop.
It's you don't have to answer the question now, but just an assumption is that funding to implement the wildfire adapted communities policies, rules, the whole program. I'm going to assume that this is one pop from one agency, but Oregon Department of Forestry, and there's got to be a lot of money for a lot of agencies and a lot of property owners and communities to do a phenomenal amount of work to implement that, is my understanding. And we'll know more, as you said, in the fall as the rules are adopted and we gain clarity on what implementation looks like. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Lilac. That is definitely correct. This is just a very focused, lens just from land use, but we anticipate that there's going to be, a Senate Bill 762 2.0 that's coming, and that's going to involve all the pieces. I do know that I saw Susan Milhauser come on camera, so I don't know, Susan, if you want to add to any of what Commissioner Lilac was talking about.
Sure. While I don't have numbers in front of me, Commissioner Lilac, and hi all, I'm Susan Milhauser, Natural Hazards Wildfire Planner for the agency. Yes, so under the direction of Director Graff, the Wildfire Programs Director, it's a lot of directors, there are 11 agencies doing this work currently and over the next several years. And so Director Graff is working with agencies who received funding through Senate Bill 762 to look at future funding needs to continue that work. And then DLCD's funding for this project to date did not come through that 762 funding package. It was a separate funding stream through DLCD's request to the legislature in 2021. So but yes, there is quite a bit more for ongoing work, grants for communities outside of land use.
So along those lines, is it useful to reference that connection to other work that's being done and to reflect on how this is a niche that has to get funded to work in concert with the other pieces of funding? Because it's a whole package, as you know, and as Commissioner Lubeck pointed out. So again, if I'm selling something, I just want them to, the person looking at it, oh, these things are going to happen, but this won't if I don't fund this piece, right? Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Yeah, I think that's great feedback and very true. All righty, I'm going to move on to our favorite topic of the hour, climate friendly and equitable communities. This is our Prop 203. So funding from this POP, of course, would allow DLCD to help provide technical assistance and grants to local governments as they start to comply with the rules and amend their local plans and regulations. There is a piece of the funding with the coordination with the Oregon Department of Transportation, which I know has been mentioned several times. So that piece will focus on updating the local transportation system plans. And I believe, let's see, well, I think it's no surprise. It's been said before, this current policy option package is very much a placeholder. We've heard from many different organizations and groups that we're going to need to increase this POP request in order to actually assist local governments with implementation efforts at the level that's needed. So that's why I changed the grants to TBD. But yeah, any questions on this one? Yes, Commissioner Lilac.
Yeah, I wondered if the decimal was in the wrong place.
Yeah, I think we're all wondering that. And so I know that there's thinking about how much we actually can get. You know, ultimately, I get that we're trying to right size that relative to the downstream sieve. But I think we'd like more jurisdictions. We'd like more to get to local jurisdictions to do this work. We heard loud and clear from everybody that they need resources. And so can we start with a much higher number and have somebody else tell us to take it down? Or, I mean, how does that work? I think the optics will look really bad if they've been advocating they need resource and we come out, oh, here's 3.9 million we're going to throw at you. I mean, it sounds like it's a much bigger lift. I mean, even one committee said it's going to take 5 to 7 million just for them. Now those might be inflated numbers or numbers that we're not going to fully fund, but can we start this process with a larger number? So
Director Bateman.
I saw Deputy Director Green
I'm
and
sorry,
Director.
Director Bateman had her hand up.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm going to let
Brenda
them go.
Bateman, thank you, Chair. Yes, we were hoping that we would hear something like that today. And we're open to whatever number we'd like to start with, but you're absolutely right. We start big, and then if other forces winnow that down, that's the reality. But in fact, we want to shoot for a nice, robust package that will adequately support the communities that will be implementing this in partnership with us. So, but we weren't really sure what dollar might be good to start with. We're open to your suggestions.
Well, I know that you folks were also surveying local jurisdictions, and so maybe you don't have that number yet. So I wouldn't want to comment until because you're doing that work. I think LOC and AOC are doing that work. I suspect the numbers will be very different with their surveying versus ours, but I would sort of leave it to staff to figure out what that number should be relative to those conversations with LOC and AOC, is my sense. Okay.
And the chair,
Yes.
I don't know the mechanics of this at all, but I imagine that the higher the number, the more coalition type support one would need to justify that. So I think when surveying, I think that's an important consideration, is how many people are going to come out and actually support that.
Right. That's part of the strategy that I think you guys would all talk about in July with Emma and Palmer, because it will be a big lift, and we need to have the communities that are going to receive the money to be with us. But there's also other folks besides LOC and AOC folks, or cities and counties. There's all sorts of other constituents, as you're kind of pointing out, that we should bring into the fold and sort of march on the Capitol to get this money. I mean, I know that we have to be careful, because I know this has to go through the governor's budget and that's everything else. So we don't have full control over what comes out of that sieve, but we certainly can advocate going in that we want a really big number to get the job done. Yes.
If I could just, Kirsten Green, Deputy Director, appreciate the question, the discussion. I just wanted to remind folks about the budget development schedule, remind commissioners about the budget development schedule. What we might want to do in the interim is keep commissioners apprised, but the next time we're in front of you in July will be 9 calendar days before we submit the agency request budget. So it really won't be timely to be doing much interpolation at that point. Perhaps we could work with Commissioners Lilac and Warren and incoming Chair Halova to kind of refine that number really within the next few weeks. Carol Bovet would like that by mid-June, which is already later than kind of comfortable. So we're doing this work in the coming weeks. We're meeting Monday to hear about the survey of local government. So it'll be actually very quick. But I don't think you're wrong to just want to double the number. Anything we come up with, we just want to double it, because it's hard to right size this. We know we're trying to look at what's required this biennium. And really it's that CFA zoning. But we are curious, for example, you did hear testimony from Ben yesterday that said 5 million, and we haven't quite gotten their number for this biennium. We have been working with them, and this is a sample jurisdiction, but we really have to carve into kind of what what are these rules driving this biennium, and then all the other 40+ cities. So working at that over the next few weeks. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Lilac.
I think it's going to be critical we go big. It's going to demonstrate as we go into July with adoption with CFAC that we are serious about, we listened and we're serious about funding implementation. We're committed. And whether that's truly a $25 million ask, I don't know what the right number is. I don't know what's a good start, but this is going to be 23 to 25, and we are already looking at our draft rules that go to 27 and 29. So this is going to be ballpark a third of what we're going to be looking at for implementation. So I think we need a very serious ask.
Thank you, Commissioner. Emma, I think you got what you needed on this one. Pop 204.
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what we were looking for. So I will move us along to POP 204, which is our regional housing needs analysis policy option package. I know you just got a presentation from our housing team on all of the work that's going on. But just to remind you, this is a continuation of work that the department has been doing since 2019 with our direction to evaluate implementation of a potential regional housing needs analysis. In partnership with Oregon Housing and Community Services, we've been continuing this work. In December of this year, the two agencies are going to provide a report to the legislature with basic recommendations of how can we implement a regional housing needs analysis. And we're going to lay out some specific statutory and budgetary recommendations on how to do that. And, as you heard, Sean and Mari and Ethan, who expressed it much more eloquently than I can, we're not just planning for housing, we're looking at so many other things, housing types, income levels, underproduction, underserved populations and all of their needs. So a lot of really good work is coming out of all of the projects and groups that we have so far. So this policy option package, again, is another placeholder that is going to continue that. And our recommendations should be refined around November of this year. So we're hoping that we at least have this placeholder in place so that we can have resources and staffing identified to look at this better housing approach.
Thank you. Commissioners, any question about this POP? Don't see any. Thank you.
All right. POP 205 is our rural transportation equity policy option package. This policy option package will assist local governments outside of the metropolitan areas with planning efforts for equitable transportation, as well as seeking funding for transportation improvements. And this is continuation of work that was funded in the governor's recommended budget from the 2021-23 biennium. You met our new staff member, Maddie Phillips, this morning. She's leading this work. And some really exciting news is that the requests for proposals for these are now live. So communities are able to request support for engaging the transportation planning efforts or prioritizing different projects to align with state and federal funds. We have funding that's available through the end of this biennium through June of 2023. And this POP would serve to continue this work into future biennium.
Thank you. Any questions about that?
Okay.
Don't see any.
Let's move on to POP 206, our mouthful Habitat Infrastructure Grant Program Coordinator. So this request is actually just requesting for position authority. The agency would not be requesting any general funds from the legislature. So this position would be federally funded, and this person would work with our partners to apply for and administer infrastructure dollars that would come from the NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And it would be directed towards habitat acquisition
and restoration. So all of this funding is coming through the Infrastructure Investment Act. And with these funds, each coastal state in the Coastal Zone Management Program can apply for up to 3 different projects, and each of those would be up to $5 million. And this is available for up to 5 years. So basically, it's a lot of funding that's available to the state of Oregon. And DLCD in our position would essentially act as a conduit for the funding. So we would work with NOAA to distribute those dollars. Great. So it sounds like we have those. Oops, let me just stop for a sec. Esther, you're so amazing. Thank you so much. You have just worked overtime. So Emma, let's see. Oh, I forgot my question now.
We're aiming at have this funding.
Yeah. Well, anyway, anybody else have any questions?
Chair, I do.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Barbara.
So Emma, how would this tie in with the USDA NRCS easement program that has just come into the state of Oregon? It's the first time that the state of Oregon has been getting this funding, and it's a rather large figure. And it all comes out of the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program is why we are getting this money. So I'm trying to figure out where this all might tie in.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyer. That's a really good question. I'm really hoping that Patty Snow may be able to assist me with answering that. I see she's on.
Chair MacArthur, members of the commission, thank you. This is Patty Snow. I'm the Ocean and Coastal Services Division Manager. So this position, this would be funding that specifically from NOAA to that would it's capacity dollars to each coastal state. We have to apply for it, but it's non-competitive, and it's to specifically work with infrastructure dollars. Not only the coastal infrastructure dollars that we and other coastal states could apply for, but any other program, could be fish passage, could be any other roads potentially. So even though it's funded by coastal dollars, it could work with any other portions of the infrastructure, the rather large infrastructure statute that was passed by, they love to call it the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. So I think that this person would provide capacity for our agency to work with I would think not just the infrastructure, but potentially with these other grants that you're talking about, although it's not really intended for that, but this would really be an opportunity for us to have a coastally oriented person in the agency that's actually working to acquire coastal properties, and specifically for coastal resilience too. So these might be areas that might be subject to sea level rise, or that could provide flood storage, that sort of thing. So I would certainly think that these dollars could work together, and that could indeed be something that this person could do, but it is targeted towards infrastructure dollars, if that answers your question.
Okay, because I was reading in there for habitat acquisitions and restoration was kind of where I wasn't focused on the infrastructure. I was wearing my natural resource hat.
And thank you, Commissioner. So it is, but it's coastal habitat acquisition or restoration, or both. So this position really wouldn't be able to work statewide. They would really have to be focused on coastal. But certainly I would think they could work with NRCS and other I mean, we were going to have to partner with this agents with many partners for this, because we are neither a land management agency nor do we have the bulldozers to do the work. So this will definitely be a position that's working in partnership with many other entities.
Thank you, Patty. Not seeing any other questions. Let's go on to POP number 207, industrial land. Okay, thank you, Chair MacArthur. So POP 207 is another placeholder policy option package that we have in place. The idea is that this would be in partnership with Business Oregon and their industrial lands programs and tools. DLCD would be available to provide staff support to local governments with specific needs to industrial lands, and that could be include strengthening their local updates of employment land inventories or industrial development strategies. And it could also include building local government capacity. So again, this is very much a placeholder. We're continuing our conversations with Business Oregon to see what opportunities might be there. But I do have our economic development specialist, Lee, available if there are some specifics that commissioners would like to know about. Thank you. This is a good one. Questions, comments, support? Great.
I was going to say support, because I feel like this comes up every now and then, right, as a need.
Yeah.
So I think it's great.
Great. Okay, thank you. Alrighty. So this last one here, I would like to note that this is a new potential policy option package that has been recommended, and it's being considered as a result of the increasing needs of offshore wind capacity, which I know you had a great presentation today on this. And so this is a policy option package. It would fund a person who could coordinate the review of offshore wind proposals. And they would, of course, coordinate with the Federal Bureau of Ocean Management and provide outreach and support to coastal communities and stakeholders. And of course, they would be the direct person to consult with Oregon's tribal nations. So again, this would really be, we're requesting, this would be a general fund position that we would be requesting to be the support. Vice Chair.
This is more for all of them. Every time it says an FTE, does that mean that for each one of those, that's a new person hired that's not currently in the department, or does it mean funding to cover people who are currently in?
Thank you,
new people.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Lova. That's a really good question. This does represent a new position authority that we would be requesting. So a new person. There are, some people that I believe that are on staff that are limited duration. And so that could cover some of those positions to either continue those as limited duration or make them permanent. But if you see these numbers, imagine a new person. Okay, so that's our final policy option package. Just a couple next steps for you. As I mentioned before, so staff will be coming back to you in July and we'll present our finalized policy option packages for consideration and adoption. We have pretty quick timelines coming up. So from there, we'll submit our agency request budget by no later than August 1st. I do want to note that in the staff report, I believe we said September 1st. That was an error. We found out it's actually August 1st. And from there, we're going to get a new governor here soon. So we'll have a new governor review all agency request budgets. They'll have an opportunity to submit their own version. We'll likely see that in January of 2023, which of course is when the 2023 long legislative session begins. And that's where all of the budgets are taken up by the legislature. So it's going to be a fun couple of months.
I forgot one item. I thought I recalled in previous years that if we do a joint pop with another department, then there might be better chance of success. So I was curious if that was true, and if true, do these anticipate that?
It depends on the department. No, go ahead, Emma. Yeah, sure. Oh, Director Bateman, did you have your hand up?
Well, I was just going to say that we have in recent years been warned off from submitting a joint, formally a joint pop, because then it's confusing as to sort of who's in charge. So we often will both put pops in and then submit a memo or some sort of roadmap as to this is what you're seeing and this is what it represents in terms of partnership. So we usually do individual pops.
So are you looking for a thumbs up on these? Emma, what do you need from us today? Well, today I've already gotten some good feedback of things that we need to include, things that we need to consider. This is really an opportunity. If there are additional comments or questions that you want us to include in these policy option packages, no official action is being asked of you today. And of course, too, Deputy Director Green mentioned that we'll probably be working with a few of you to just kind of nail out some specifics on budgetary requests. So happy to do more one-on-one meetings. Thank you. We also have Peggy Lynch signed up to testify on this. Is that right? And then we also have in the packet some correspondence from the American Planning Association, Jonathan Harker, so you can reference that as well.
Oh, we see you. We can see you.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you for being here all the
I
time
know.
as a support. It's been, considering what you have to do, that's really positive. Peggy Lynch, League of Women Voters, Oregon. Chair MacArthur, last time.
Oh.
Chair-elect Loba.
Publicly testify.
Oh, good. The League of Women Voters takes volunteers.
Oh my God.
You miss a beat.
Okay, so as you all know, I do follow budgets in particular, and I apologize I did not hear Director Bateman's report this morning, but I just want to make sure that you do understand that yes, our May 18th revenue forecast was enormous. Lots and lots of money, supposedly. And at this point, that included $457 million that could be expended this year. And also a $3 billion kicker for 2024 if things continue. So those are pieces of information to have. And then I want to, and the other good news is we have almost 20% of money in reserves. Back in 2010, Oregonians and the legislature started taking action to put money aside because of our boom bust revenue situation. So that part is really positive. But today the stock market went down to, I believe, almost a bear market. So the numbers you see today are not the numbers that we may see in May of 2023, which is when the actual budget happens. I am not going to comment on each of the pops today. I have provided information to your staff about that. I'm really talking in general terms about things. 2021 was the best session ever for natural resources. But they are, just like everybody else, having real problems. And I did hear today, you're also having problems in filling positions that you received. If we don't get those positions filled and we don't have the programs finished that the legislature expected of us, that will be problematic. So a message I am giving to all natural resource agencies is do the best you can to get good people hired and get your programs from 2021 done so that we can go back and say, see what they did with the money that you provided them. The other comments I want to make really quickly are, and so by the way, eBoard has $50 million to spend, and I think they must have gotten 4 times that in requests for the June eBoard. So just so you know, they can't go into that 457. That has to take the entire legislature. But so the other thing I want to say is the money that came out, that was $7 billion in capital gains. That is not going to happen every time in the near future. Lots of people sold stock in anticipation of things going down. They sold their big homes, all those kinds of things. So when you look at
all those dollars, I want you to think about those things. The other part I wanted to share is the fact that there still are ARPA dollars, American Rescue Plan dollars, and the new infrastructure dollars. Chair MacArthur remembers, because she was, I think, at Metro, when Metro expanded and we had Bethany area expansion. And it took forever to get Bethany's expansion provided with infrastructure, because it was a huge infrastructure dollar amount. We actually got the construction excise tax as a result of that, because the home building community said, we got to have that infrastructure, please help us. We'll help you. So one of the things that the league is doing and has been doing for the last few months, and frankly, during the last session, is we want to see those ARPA dollars and those infrastructure dollars help to increase infrastructure, sewer and water systems, not just roads, but sewers and water systems, not only in our large communities, but in our small communities. One of the things with the 10,000 and under communities, they may have land available, but not only do they not have planners, but they may also have those systems that need to be upgraded, because they were done 50 years ago when the federal government actually paid for 95% of that stuff. And maybe they're actually going to maybe help do that. So that is a big issue that I really want to put down. There is a separate legislative work group on SDCs, and I have not really followed that effort. But I want to make sure that we help, and this goes to Chair-elect Kalova's comment about the need for market rate housing, as well as all of the money that we've gotten for OHCS. Market rate housing people, it could cost $100,000 for a unit for SDCs in lots of areas. If we can help with that using these federal dollars, we can help the market rate housing developers do that job. And I know that you want to go home. I hope that you look at the money that was provided for the 2020 wildfires, because there was money provided to help with some of the conversations that you were talking about. There was money for building, not just permits and stuff, but actually building materials and some of those kinds of things. If in fact we take a look at what we did in that emergency effort and can consider whether or not that's a program that really ought to be more broadly used, we should think about that. The other comment I have is grant writers and monitoring. It's good to have all those grants and whatever, but finding grant writers, I can tell you the city of Corvallis, Denton County has a housing group, and they could not find a grant writer to fill. They finally got money and they couldn't find a grant writer to fill that position. We are working very hard with other natural resource agencies to see if we can get more grant writers, shared grant writers, and then you have to have the monitoring to make sure that those grants are well done. Okay, the very last thing, and then I'll be quiet. I encourage you to put what you want in the agency request budget. Put it as high as you think you can, because even if the new governor doesn't agree, or even DAS doesn't agree beforehand, people like me use the ARB in our advocacy. The agency can only use the GRB, the governor's recommended budget. And so whatever that new governor says is what you guys have to speak on, or at least the agency has to speak on. Individual commission members maybe can do a little different. But the rest of us use that agency request budget to be able to say, but the agency really did need this other money. And just because it's not in the governor's budget, we really think it should be done. Okay, I'll let you guys go home. Thank you. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, by the way. Thank you, Peggy. Don't see any questions. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend. Okay, I push it back down one last time. I think we are done. Is that right? Unless there's any kind of final commission business, let's.
One question.
Yes. I'm just looking at POP 201 and there's an option A and option B. Do we need to give you some decision making for that, or are you all set?
Emma?
Yeah,
What do you
Commissioner
need?
Warren, we would love to hear from Commission of if you have a preference. I believe that our plan is to choose one of those options to include in the agency request budget. I mean, we kind of have to make a decision before we submit that. So it would be great to hear if you have a preference.
Commissioner Warren, do you have a preference?
Yeah, I would go with option B myself. I think it's time to do a full rewrite.
Goal annual.
Did I not go out?
Mark,
Sorry, was I not muted?
I got it. I heard it. Option B.
Deputy Director Green.
Thanks, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Warren. Esther, can you help us put that slide back up there? As commissioners are deliberating on these options, they may just want that back up in front of them. And is
Pull it
B,
back up.
Commissioner Warren, is that the goal and the rule update?
Yes.
Yeah,
Goal
okay. So,
revision.
okay, so rather than just goal, yeah, or rather than just rule, the goal and goal. Okay, thank you.
Other commissioners, is that consistent with where you want to go on that?
I was just going to seek clarity. If we have a goal update, that's 10 hearings around the state and
12 now.
Well,
or 12, but the point is, it's hearings, it's commission hearings around the state.
Not necessarily.
But it may not be the full commission. Maybe
No,
that's-
Just hearing.
Or hearings, yes, yeah. Yeah, I've seen it in the past where maybe one commissioner conducts a hearing on behalf of the commissioner. There's variations. in how
Yeah,
that
or
may
it's
work.
just a hearings officer, but.
Okay, there's a variety of hearings is the key.
Right.
The point is, Oregonians are engaged on goal updates around the state. Good, I was just seeking that. clarity.
Yes.
Thank you.
thank you, Commissioner Lilac. And I feel like it's useful to just reiterate that we would be doing all of the statutory requirements for engagement, but just with the nature of what this is, we would be way more involved in that process. So.
Okay.
Vice Chair. I don't have a particular position right now on it. Ultimately, it needs to get done. And I'm just trying to say, like, how is that in light of all the other asks that are more immediate, and need to happen to have actionable items? What I have liked about the work that we've done in the department is we've, without this goal being updated, we've started to modernize the way we do things, the way we require, depending on all of our different rulemaking. So we're sort of like doing it piecemeal, but it's happening in the active work. So for me, it's probably more of a strategy around all of the asks, whether the full thing gets updated now or it's a part of it and then gets updated later. I think both would be a win. But also what we're doing is kind of doing this, but like, on each effort we do.
So are you suggesting we remove this one? Are you
No,
suggesting we
I
prioritize
think-
these? What is your thought about that?
I guess my thought is, we're talking about, at one point somebody said something like 5 times the ask for a different pop, right? So I
Yeah.
think it's all in relation to all the other ones. And it's not something I could comment on now, but it should be, all of them should, I presume, would be looked in light
Right.
of each other. And I think either option A or B would be a win currently.
I
So,
see. Okay, got it. Thank you.
given where we're at right now.
Do you need anything more from us on that one, Emma, at this point?
No, Chair MacArthur, I think that's great. It's really great feedback.
Okay, thank you very much. Well done, as usual. And I think we are adjourned. I'm gonna gavel down.
We're gonna take a picture.